been proposals and deals on the table prior that they've completely ignored. And this all started because there was a ceasefire, one that Hamas violated when they attacked innocent Americans and Jews in Israel that day. And secondly, I think what's important about this is the fact that President Trump and his administration are setting a tone. Whether you and I like the deal or we think that there's good parts and bad parts, I think what's important is that we now have an adult in the room. We have a leader in President Trump that people around this world are looking to and saying, when someone threatens that there's going to be hell to pay if this isn't squared away by the time I get into office, people are listening. And I think that there is a benefit to that. I think that there's a benefit there with Russia, with China, with Iran, and with others. And although I think that I am concerned about how this plays out, I think that what's most important is the fact that we are looked once again as a strong and the most powerful world power in the world. And that is because President Trump, even before getting sworn into office, is showing that strength.
Can't argue any of that. There's no question this Biden administration tried for 18 months to get something done they couldn't do yet. And all of a sudden, Trump comes and threatens these animals. And now we've got to deal with them. Confirmation hearings, all this very complicated. I really love Pam Bond. She was my favorite so far. Our mutual friend there from Long Island, Dan Kelvin, he was out there yesterday for a night of video this week. On Wednesday, everybody is incredibly concerned about some form of delivery in their counties. Well, what are your thoughts so far on this coverage?
And I think he felt good about it as well.
Yep. Like, share,
an
subscribe.
Job. Pete he was under fire and he kept calm and he delivered the facts. And quite frankly, what we saw was the Democratic senators on that committee didn't want to hear the facts. And
Like, share,
Pam Bondi
subscribe.
did a fantastic job. I mean, when you get to the point where they can't argue anymore and trying to pick apart your career because it's been stellar. She was a prosecutor, the attorney general in Florida, a prosecutor almost her whole life, going through and talking about dismantling gangs and taking illegal narcotics and firearms off the street, and talking about how she's going to, and the work that she's going to do in the Justice Department to secure our border. And all they kept trying to do was create a distance between her and Cash Patel. That tells you that they have nothing else to talk about. And I mean, the members on that committee, whether it was Hirono from Hawaii or Blumenthal from Connecticut, or of course the biggest D-bag
Like,
of all,
share,
Adam
subscribe.
Schiff. I mean, it was just on and on of trying to do gotcha moments, and Pam Bondi stayed there.
Focus, fire gun. Good morning,
One of them
everybody.
said,
Good morning.
You need to tell me this. You need to tell me this. You need to tell
January
me that.
17, Friday, TGIF. Friday, TGIF. Wake up, smell the coffee.
In a leadership, and we need someone who's not going to let our Justice Department be
Sell
weaponized.
out.
And I think Pam Bondi is the one that's going to lead this country.
So the big one today is Kristi Noem. She's about to face the Senate in about 22 minutes. Coming up at 9 o'clock this morning, of course, Donald Trump's choice to lead the HHS. This is unbelievable. He should absolutely be in prison. I know you guys did your best, yes, when you were in Congress, tried to impeach him. This guy comes out yesterday and says, I got to tell you, folks, for all the criticism I get, here are the facts. The border is in better shape now than it was in 2019 when we took over. Do you believe this punch said that?
Well, I do, because that's what they've done. I mean, it's a common theme amongst Democrats recently, and well, really for the last 4 years, but specifically over the last week. I mean, you have him telling us that the border is in better shape than when Biden started. You have Biden giving his speech the other night, talking about what a great place the country is in, and then you have Kathy Hochul talking about what great place the Empire State is in her State of the Union. But listen, Mayorkas should be in jail.
Wake up.
And the Senate and those who are going to be hearing in that hearing
Wake up
today,
and smell the
and of
coffee.
course Chuck Schumer, they are the ones responsible for allowing Secretary Mayorkas
Like,
to
share,
continue
subscribe.
to fail to live out his oath and protect this homeland. And I think, Kristi Noem, she's going to face a lot of tough questions, but what she needs to stick to is the facts. The facts are that the Biden administration, Biden and Harris, have allowed close to 15 million
Like,
people to
share,
come into this
subscribe.
country illegally. People who are part of gangs, people who are on our terror watch list. We've seen
Please stay clear of the closing
public
door.
safety professionals be attacked by illegal migrants.
Monahim
Smuggling
station,
narcotics,
Monahim train.
illegal firearms.
Please stay clear of the closing door.
Shelters. We see them using
Too
illegal
much
migrants
commotion.
to
Commotion in the
gang members,
ocean.
specifically, the Venezuelan gang Tren de Aragua. So she needs to stick to the facts, and the facts are that the Biden
A retail
Mayorkas
space.
disaster have made
Go
this
in
country
retail
less safe. And now President Trump was given a mandate, and he ran on the fact of keeping this country and making this country safe again. And Kristi Noem is going to be an integral part of that. And I look forward to watching the hearing today. I think she's going to do
Magic show.
an exceptional job. She's prepared, and she's going to put some of those Democratic senators right in their place. And make it very clear.
Wake up, wake
that,
up,
we
wake
are
up and
focused as
smell the
Republicans on
coffee.
keeping this country safe, on securing our border, and on
Focus
beginning
fire.
to get rid of those who
Get
have come
rid
here
of
illegally,
shenanigans.
starting with the ones who are criminals and who have committed crimes.
Final 60 seconds. I know you're in D.C. already. I'll be there sometime over the weekend.
I'll be there
But it's
for
trying to
you.
become
I'll be there
tradition
for you.
when D'Esposito and Rosenberg
It's a
are in the same
mistake.
town, specifically something for
It's a
Trump.
mistake.
Whether it's, well, actually, no, that was the Biden State of the Union.
Who's
That
calling
August
me
time
for
we had at the
looking
Capitol
for?
Grill in D.C., Ted Cruz, the whole crew. Then we did it again in Wisconsin with Joe Cairo and the whole crew before the RNC. So it's kind of become tradition. D'Esposito and Rosenberg at the local Capitol Grill. That ain't happening this weekend, though, is it?
Well, it depends when you get here. If you drive a little faster, we're having dinner at Capitol Grill tomorrow. Myself, Chairman Cairo, County Executive Blakeman. We will be there tomorrow, and you and Danielle are always welcome.
Anthony, you're
Yep.
the best. I love you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
Yep,
So,
yep.
so even you're not serving right now, but like Trump, for example, he hated it when people called him Mr. Trump the last couple of years because he should be called President Trump. So even though you're not serving in Congress right now, do you still expect people to refer to you as Congressman D'Esposito?
Well, the other day I was having a conversation with Pete King, and he said, once you are a congressman, you're always a congressman.
That's
So
right.
We'll see.
That's right.
I've been called a lot worse, so we'll see what happens this weekend.
I agree with Pete. Once you do it, and I still refer to Pete as Congressman Peter King. So thank you, Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. Great job. I'll see you in D.C. in a couple of days.
Pete, can't wait.
All right, Pete.
Peace and
Can't wait to
love.
see you in Pete.
See you, Tony. There he is, the
See
great
ya.
Congressman Anthony D'Esposito. I love that guy.
See ya.
I really do. And he'll be back soon. And I'll be back soon. When we do get back, we're going to talk about TikTok. We're going to talk about Red Note. We're going to talk about Iran and China and all this cool stuff. But the best, nobody knows that stuff more than Gordon Chang. Follow Gordon on Twitter at Gordon G. Chang. Gordon Chang will TikTok you around on Monday. We're about to find out.
Copyright, no music. Copyright, no music. Oh, hello, everybody. Who is in the building? Cosmo, what's up? Like, share, subscribe. Shabbat shalom. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. Like, share, subscribe. מה ביקשתי? Like, share, subscribe. זומו, כולו.
Red light camera ahead.
ride my bicycle. I like to ride my bicycle.
The good news on the westbound side of Route 80 is the expressway trailer has
Maybelline. Esse colha aí para
Let's welcome Bruce Blakeman. Thank you, Bruce. Thank you so much. This whole bail reform, I know you're opposed to it, and you do not cater to this. Can you be specific about your thoughts about bail reform and what you would do if you were the mayor of the city?
You know, I think the best way to explain it to people is it's a revolving door of justice where there are no consequences for people who commit crimes. And I'll give you one example. We captured a burglary ring of Venezuelan and Chilean.
What's your problem? Stop yelling. Who's yelling?
They were brought before a judge. The judge's hands were tied, had to release these individuals. Some of them put on the electronic monitor, and 2 hours later they cut them off and they were
1,000
gone. They
feet,
disappeared.
at the
And now
roundabout,
there are
take
no
the second exit
consequences
on
for people
Central
who commit
Park
crimes.
South.
It's bizarre.
They disappear. Consequence. TD
right
Bank.
now through your favorite podcast platform.
No
The views and opinions
consequence.
expressed by the individual hosts and their guests do not necessarily reflect the policies or positions of WABC Radio, its management, or its sponsors.
Is important because no matter what your age or stage, you're busy. That's why you should donate your car to Cars for Kids right now. Cars for Kids offers hassle-free quick pickup to every donor. That's right. Save precious time and fill out the easy online form at carsforkids.org. That's KARS, the number 4, KIDS.org. Or call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS and talk to one of their friendly representatives. They'll send someone over the next day to tow away that old or unused car. Cars for Kids is hands down the quickest, fastest way to get rid of your car. The folks at Cars for Kids are car donation experts, and they'll have your car picked up in no time. Don't keep pushing off getting rid of that car sitting in your driveway. Avoid all the hassles of selling it and do a good deed without losing any time. Just go to carsforkids.org today, and remember that's cars with a K.
New York opinions, New York attitude. You've got a voice. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
At the roundabout, take the second exit on Central Park South.
WABC. Madison Avenue. WABC.
In the morning. Come on, friend. 77 WABC.
That's great. Starts with an earthquake. Birds and snakes and airplanes. Zebras is not afraid. I am a hurricane. Listen to yourself. Turn world from the southeast. Tell me if you're on me. Speed it up and not speed. Run no street. Time dash. Something better with fear. Find out. Like fire.
No music. Copyright. No music. No music. Copyright.
This is the perfect song
In
for
half
my
a
next
mile,
guest.
turn left on Madison
Gordon
Avenue.
Chang more than me. Nobody follow Gordo at Gordon Chang on Twitter. And it looks like now TikTok has the support of the outgoing and incoming president. Gordon Chang, how are you, buddy? What's happening?
I'm fine, Sid. And yes, you're right. Both Biden and Trump support TikTok. The reporting is that Biden will not enforce the law on the 19th, which is when TikTok has to be unplugged if it's not sold to a non-Chinese party. This doesn't look good because we know that the Chinese use TikTok as a dagger against the U.S., and we can't get rid of it.
I just don't understand this. If you can sell it, I don't know. Elon Musk paid, I believe, $44 billion for Twitter.
And not that I'm counting Elon Musk's money, but do you have any idea what TikTok would go for on the open market today?
Yeah, we don't know. And part of the reason is that China won't sell it. At the end of the Trump administration, in 2020, he tried to arrange a sale. And that sale cratered not on price, but it cratered on the control of the curation algorithm. And that means you've got, China just absolutely determined to control the algorithm.
I know President Trump, for example, Gordon, you know this. He was all for banning TikTok years ago. All for it. Now, it turns out that the young people did a very good job voting for Donald Trump. He appreciates that. And I guess he gives TikTok a lot of the credit for that. So he's completely changed his mind because of the results in the election, I believe, on TikTok. Why did Joe Biden all of a sudden? I guess he feels like it'd be some type of censorship if you get rid of it.
Well, Biden didn't want to get rid of it because it was helping his campaign more than anybody else's. But the problem here is that we know that China uses TikTok to steal massive amounts of data. But more important, it uses it to propagate disinformation. And it even used it to foment riots on American streets. That's an act of war, Sid. And so the problem here is that we have both political parties seeing some advantage in TikTok and therefore ignoring a clear and present danger to the security and indeed the survival of the U.S.
But correct me if I'm wrong, the Supreme Court is actually listening to that TikTok argument today, right? Not Biden, not Trump, the Supreme Court. What if the court decides to go against Trump and Biden?
Which it probably will. There were oral arguments on the 10th of this month. They did not actually issue a decision on the 15th when everyone expects them to, when they actually handed down a lot of other decisions. And that means the court is waiting, I suppose. Maybe we'll hear today, but maybe they'll just issue a per curiam opinion saying, look, we're not going to deal with this, which would let the lower court ruling stand. And the lower court ruling was against TikTok, which is clear. Sid, it's clear this is not a First Amendment issue. This is an issue about the conduct of TikTok, not the content on the site.
So if it goes the way you think it should go and it's taken down on Sunday, which seems that less and less people think that's going to be the case. But let's say that is the case, which you would like, and I guess so would I. There's still a bunch of people that think they'll be able to access TikTok even if it's taken down. What do you think about that?
That's right. What the law does is protecting Americans from foreign-controlled adversary apps. What it does is it prevents Apple and Google from selling TikTok on their app stores. It also prevents people in the United States from giving web hosting services. So people will still have TikTok on their phones. It's just that they won't get updates.
But they can still post and do those types of things?
Yeah, TikTok will still be available on 170 million American phones. It's just that, it can't be updated, it can't be sold. And that's what the law requires. It doesn't ban the TikTok app.
It doesn't ban it. And what's interesting is you would think by now there would be an American company that can compete with TikTok. Instead, there's another Chinese company, Red Note, I believe. So it looks like TikTok does have a competitor, but they're also in China.
Right. The thing about TikTok, the secret sauce, is a curation algorithm. It determines better than any other algorithm what you want to see and what you don't want to see, which means that makes TikTok so addictive, which is the reason why it went from 0 to 170 million in a few short years. No one has been able to duplicate the TikTok curation algorithm, and until somebody does, no American is going to be able to duplicate it. We're just going to have to seize it. And it's unfortunate because, everyone loves it. But the point is, this really is a national security threat on two fronts.
But yet this Red Note application already got like 700,000 followers, and a bunch of them are Americans. And they asked these Americans, what are you doing? And they said, well, we don't trust the American companies. I get that. I don't trust Zuckerberg either. I know Zuckerberg all of a sudden now is on my team, but for many, many years he wasn't. We know that. He suppressed information. Facebook and Instagram and Google, all these companies, they did a lousy job. But it does go to tell you
how bad it is in America when Americans would still
I
rather,
have this here,
deal with
projection
China, who's trying to
price
kill us, than the American companies.
on living.
And, you know, I don't like Zuckerberg either, but he's an American and he's not trying to take down, in other words, destroy our country. And the problem here is we have not had a president who is willing to have a candid conversation with the American people about the dangers that the Chinese regime poses to the U.S. So clearly what we have right now is a situation where the American people don't understand the danger, which is the reason why we're going to get hit, we're going to lose Americans, and then finally we're going to wake up and say, oh my God, how did that happen? This is just like 9/11.
Wow. Well, wait a second. See, I keep hearing that it's not like 9/11. There's not going to be a war being waged on the ground. Americans are not going to die necessarily from a war with China, but what I'm hearing is they'll shut the grids, you know, electricity, they'll shut it off, or water. This will be more cyber warfare than an actual fight between China and American. Are you expecting both?
Yeah, the Chinese intend to kill us. That's what they came here to do with their teams. Yes, they will shut down our grid. Yes, they will turn off our water. Yes, they'll do all those other things. But they will also kill Americans. That's what they intend to do.
How? Hold on. So I know there's a bunch of these Chinese folks that have entered this country illegally. So you're going to tell me that they're going to become like ISIS operatives and walk into American buildings with guns? I mean, be a little more specific in how these Chinese people are going to kill us.
Shabbat Shalom.
Well, they're taking target practice in our country, these migrants. And once they actually take our grid down, a lot of people are not going to be self-sufficient. They're not going to be resilient. And that means we're going to die. They say that when they take our grid down, you're going to have tens of millions of Americans who will not survive.
And do you have a timetable on this? Because I want to go to Florida in April. And I want to make sure I'm still alive. I mean, on a serious note, do you have a timetable in your mind when you think it's going to reach that type of level between China and America?
It should be at any time, at any place, anything. We just don't know. And the problem is that Xi Jinping, the Chinese ruler, has a lot of incentives to move fast. And right now, we don't know exactly what he's going to do, when he's going to do it, but we know he's going to move.
But isn't it fair to assume that President Trump will tame him? Because when Trump was in office for 4 years, they were kind of quiet, kind of. And obviously that's not the case now. I'm hearing these stories about ships, and they're building all this new warfare to, I guess, inevitably attack Taiwan. But we weren't hearing that when Trump was in power. So do you think it changes now?
Well, I hope it will change. And Trump actually did tame the Chinese. But the point is, now is a lot different than it was when Trump left office, because Biden has presided over really the erosion of peace and stability around the world. We now got wars every place else. So this is not 2017, when Trump took office the first time. This is a much more fragile international system.
And are we close to seeing some type of confrontation between China and Taiwan? The news seems to be leading in that direction.
Yes, well, officials in Taiwan believe that there will be a quarantine imposed on their island. A quarantine is not an act of war, but it could easily lead to a blockade, which is, and a blockade could lead to fighting. That really is the way that the officials in Taiwan see it. Now, I don't know if it'll be Taiwan, because we see much more belligerent Chinese activity against the Philippines. We see the Chinese troops deep into Indian-controlled territory, and the Chinese are violating Japanese sovereignty in the East China Sea. So we could be seeing conflict anywhere, or indeed everywhere.
This hostage deal was just approved by Bibi's cabinet about 10 minutes ago. I don't like it. I believe that it allows Hamas to rebuild pretty quickly, and I'm not willing to risk the lives of 10 million Israelis and Jews all over the world, but God bless them, for 32 people. For 32, maybe at the most. But whatever. The deal is done. Trump signed off on it. Bibi did. Biden, all these folks. But the contention among smart people is
is that Biden couldn't do anything for the better part of 18 months. Biden and Blinken. Here comes Trump. He says, hey, there's going to be hell to pay in the Middle East. Basically, I'm going to kill all of you, and now a deal gets done. So Trump is taking credit, as he possibly and probably should. So if you're willing to give Trump credit for getting this deal done, whether you like the deal or not, does that send a message to Russia, China, Iran, that Donald Trump is coming back and it's business time?
Yes, of course. And really, I think both Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin understand that this is a very different America under Trump, and that they can't challenge the U.S. and the international system like they did during the 4 years of Biden. So Trump will change things. I think he'll make them better. But as I said before, the world is a lot more dangerous today than it was when Trump first took office in 2017.
Gordon, you've been doing this for a long time on the way out. You've seen presidents come and go, and you've seen leaders all over the world come and go. I believe that despite what Biden tells you, he thinks he's great, did a great job, blah, blah, blah. I believe that Joe Biden will go down as, if not the worst, because I'm not familiar with the president during the Civil War, I'm just familiar with Jimmy Carter, if not the worst president of all time. Certainly in that discussion, where does Gordon Chang put Joe Biden on his way out?
I think that he gives James Buchanan a run for his money as the worst president of the United States.
James Buchanan, that seems to be the popular choice. All right, so you think TikTok survived this, and you do think that sooner than later there will be serious issues between the United States and China, which could materialize to not just computer grids and all those types of things, online cyber warfare, but maybe even real combat. Is it fair to wrap it up with those 2 points?
Yes, it certainly is. We're at a point where anything can happen, and the inconceivable can occur. And so right now, we are at a point where we could lose our country because we're not paying attention to what our enemies are saying and doing.
Fair enough. Gordon Chang, as always, amazing job, buddy. You stay safe. Thank you so much. Always a great conversation. You're the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sid, and you stay safe.
My man, Gordon Chang, folks. Follow him today on Twitter. I love him. I really do. Gordon G. Chang. That's Gordon G. Chang. We'll take a short break. We got a busy fourth and final hour coming up with Emily Austin and Corey Zeldin.
I wanted to find out what was going on there.
Where was he?
He was in the airport, and so I was texting his wonderful wife Lydia earlier.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, yeah, the airport's fine. You can find a quiet place to
No, we couldn't.
No, you couldn't find it quiet. I think that was her in the background shooing people away.
Where was he? Curious. What airport?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know the exact airport.
I don't think he wants to give that away,
Right.
too. Do you think so?
I think it's funny that he's standing at an airport, people are traveling, and he's telling us basically we're all going to die. I mean, I don't know. Like, if I'm walking towards, JetBlue, and I hear this guy, I'm like, honey, let's go home.
No. He could be pointing at the plane you're getting on. I was like, I would never get on with those kind of wings. That is danger personified.
Meanwhile, he's just trying to get an upgrade.
But do what you
Never a dull moment here. New York's talk station. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is John D'Agostino from D'Agostino & Associates. I played sports my whole life, and my dad was my biggest fan. Because he lost his leg in a construction accident, it was sometimes tough for him to get from his car to the bleachers, but that didn't stop him. He always kept a folding chair in his trunk and would cheer from the parking lot when he had to. Over the past 35 years of building D'Agostino & Associates, I made sure our team does whatever it takes to accommodate our clients. So if you want a free consultation, call us first at 1-800-BITE-BACK, 1-800-BITE-BACK. We'll come to you, and we'll bring the folding chair.
D'Agostino, Law, Bite Back. Shop online for over 800
drink
Ford,
water.
all-electric 2024 Ford F-150 Lightning. Lease
Bring
$200 a month,
water.
36 months, zero security, $64.49 due at signing. DanaFordDeals.com. Details at Dana Ford, Staten Island. With approved credit, dealer retains Ford rebates. Expires 2/2/25.
Then get in.
Talk Radio
Drink water.
77 WABC.
WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR-FM Hampton Bays.
77
77 WABC chime time is 9:05. 28 sunny on this Friday, January 17th. Good morning. I'm Noam Layton. With his re-election in doubt and under a cloud of bribery charges, Mayor Adams in Florida this morning to meet with President-elect Trump, someone he's been defending a lot lately.
Congratulate President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance. I wish them all the best as they work to promote the interests of the American people.
Many suggesting that Adams, who's under that federal indictment, is in Florida to ask Trump for a pardon, something Trump said last year that he would consider. Others say Adams is in Florida to discuss a plan to run for re-election as a Republican. The City Hall officially saying that the two are meeting just to discuss things in New York. First batch of hostages held by Hamas in Gaza could be released as early as Sunday, now that the Israeli War Cabinet has approved a ceasefire deal with Hamas.
It's a mix of hope and also the reality of the past, many months finally hitting in certain ways.
If the agreement holds, Hamas has agreed to release 33 hostages over a 42-day period. In return, Israel will free hundreds of Palestinian prisoners and let 600 trucks of humanitarian aid into Gaza every day. Starting Monday, the NYPD will place 2 officers on every overnight subway train. Governor Hochul had pushed for the plan to make riders feel safe.
We have to hit rock bottom so they can put officers on the trains. What are they for?
That's a rider from last night. MTA has started putting metal fins on turnstiles now to try and stop strap hangers from jumping them. The vertical fins have ridges on the top that are meant to deter fare evaders, but we're hearing actually from riders who say they've seen people jumping those turnstiles anyway. Staten Island Beautification Squad, they were out again, zip tying plastic flowers over speed cameras so they can't catch drivers going over the speed limit. Staten Island Borough President Vito Fatella says he's not surprised by what's going on.
Unfortunately, the speed cameras, almost like congestion pricing, were introduced under false pretenses. Like what you're seeing is a lot of frustration being played out. Instead of just being on and operable during school hours, they went 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
The NYPD says they're working now to find that crew covering the speed cameras, saying those tampering with them will face harsh penalties. Your forecast from the 77 WABC Weather Center. Sunshine today, high 39. Looking ahead to Sunday, we'll see some snow. It'll start in the evening. By Monday morning, we could have about 1 to 3 inches on the ground. 9:07 now. Let's head over to the 77 WABC Sports Desk and Justin Allen.
Thank you, Noam Layton. Sports sponsored by Peerless Boilers. Go to peerlessboilers.com. Find a dealer near you. Peerless Boilers. They are the world's best built boilers. Start here with the NHL. The Rangers defeated the Utah Hockey Club 5-3 in Utah, with Panarin scoring twice and Kreider getting the game winner. The Islanders lost 5-3 to the Flyers in Elmont, despite goals from Horvath, Barzal, and Lee. Lastly, the Devils fell 4-3 in overtime to the Maple Leafs up in Toronto, with Heischer scoring twice for New Jersey. All 3 teams will be back in action tomorrow night. Nothing doing on the hardwood last night, but looking ahead to tonight in the NBA, the Knicks get set to welcome in the Minnesota Timberwolves for a 7:30 tip before the Nets get underway in Los Angeles against the Lakers at 10:30. And looking ahead to this weekend in the NFL playoffs, it is your divisional round. Games include the Chiefs against the Texans Saturday 4:30 from Kansas City. KC 8-point favorites there. The Lions and the Commanders at Saturday at 8 p.m. in Detroit. Detroit 9.5-point favorites in that one. The Eagles and the Rams in the NFC. They'll meet in Philadelphia 3 p.m. on Sunday. Philadelphia 6.5-point favorites in that one. And the Bills and the Ravens. That's your game of the weekend. Sunday at 6:30 from Buffalo and Baltimore. 1-point road favorites. That's your sports sponsored by Peerless Boilers. Go to peerlessboilers.com. Find a dealer near you. Peerless Boilers, still the world's best built boilers. I'm Justin Ellick on 77 WABC.
Want to meet Sid? Now's your chance. Come to the WABC studios. Be a part of Sid and Friends Live in the Morning, January 28th. That's right. Special live Sid and Friends in the Morning show to benefit Shriners Children's Hospital. There'll be a meet and greet with Sid. Special gifts too, $225. We'll get you a ticket to the big event that benefits Shriners Children's. Go to wabcradio.com/live show. 9:09 now, traffic, transit. Here's Joe Nolan.
All right, now from the RayCatina.com traffic desk, we still have that delay heading northbound on the Deegan, but the accident in the 140s has now been taken care of, so all lanes have been reopened. We got a new one, though. This is on the westbound side of the Staten Island Expressway, coming into 440 just before you get to the Goblin Bridge. There's an accident there. 2 left lanes are going to be out of service, so again, as you travel westbound getting through there, you're going to have some problems. Out on the island of Southern State on the westbound side at Hempstead Avenue, an accident in the left lane. We just got this in southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, I-95 between 19 and 18.
service, and we still have that accident with injury southbound on the Palisades Parkway coming southbound, getting down to exit 9 with earlier issues. Now, the commuter rails are all good. The subway's a little bit better than they were. Still delays, though, on the 1 and the 5. Also on the B, the D, the F, and the M, and alternate side of the street parking in effect today. See the new 2025 Jaguar F-Pace SUV at Jaguar Marlboro. Now available with 2.9% APR financing up to 72 months for qualified buyers. Schedule a test drive today at Jaguar Marlboro. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Sometimes entertaining, sometimes serious, always compelling. This is Talk Radio 77 WABC.
Roger Stone here with an urgent warning. While we celebrate Trump's historic win, inflation continues to drain your IRA and 401k. And China is now targeting your money with a kill shot on the U.S. dollar. That's why thousands of Americans are shielding their savings with gold and contacting the experts at Colonial Metals Group. Gold has protected American wealth through every financial war. For a free gold guide that explains everything, go to freegoldguide.com.
Good morning.
Or call 800-747-6589. So go to freegoldguide.com/stone or call 800-747-6589. That's 800-747-6589 for a free gold guide to learn how you can protect your life's work, and if you qualify for a free home stay and up to $7,500 in free silver right now. That's freegoldguide.com/stone.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
WABC
is Sid and Friends in the morning.
77 WABC.
Danielle's been away on business
The last couple of days, she's coming back. It's good to be miss her. Me, Babe, Max.
We don't miss her. She's coming home. We got Corey Selnick in studio. Emily Austin going to be in studio too. Been a great show today, starting with Rabbi Kaploon at 6:45. Curtis Sleever. We had Anthony D'Esposito. We had Miranda Devine.
Seriously?
Kiki McFarlane couldn't make it this week. She didn't feel well. Who replaced her again? I forgot already.
Who replaced her? Oh, Miranda.
Oh, Miranda. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. So we've had a great show. We've discussed all the major topics. But when you talk about congestion pricing, which we've discussed today with Miranda Devine, we did it yesterday with Mike Waller. We've done it a lot. But let's
seriously.
There's only one guy you want to hear from.
Is that representative?
I don't know why that makes you laugh so much. Let me take
Delivery.
There you have it, folks. Again, Louis, play it. Number 6.
And they're in your pocket every day. But this should have been cleared up years ago. I've been screaming for years. They should have rules. You want to deliver in New York City, you deliver from 11 p.m. to 6 a.m. That's it. The workers can come in the next day. You drop the stuff off at night. You make the deliveries at night. The problem with these streets, more than anything else, is the double parked trucks making deliveries. Get rid of them. There's just too many cars in New York City. They're trying to force people into just taking mass transit, and they're trying to get people to cut down on their deliveries. Hey, they will send fewer trucks. When they got to pay $100 a truck, they'll send fewer trucks.
There he is, the great Mike Francesa.
What is he saying?
Too many trucks.
Yeah, clearly.
So they don't get supplies to come in.
And he wants delivery people to be nocturnal.
He's made like $100 million. That $9 to him. That's, I mean, come on.
I mean, what Mike has to understand is Howard Stern does the same thing. We don't want to hear from rich people. Like, quite frankly, I don't want to hear Corey complain. Me, I'm complaining. Alex, forget about it. This kid, that $9 can mean lunch tomorrow.
Yeah, nobody listens to me, though.
You can't go to the Eagles game.
He's leaving.
Are you going?
I'm not going this weekend, no.
Well, what are you
He's
waiting for?
leaving.
For them to lose?
No, I can't afford this. We got outbid. We got outbid on our 4 seats that we share. We got outbid by another group of 4 that was willing to pay twice as much.
If the Eagles beat the Rams on Sunday, which we'll see. When the Lions lose to Washington, you get to host the NFC Championship game when you go to that.
I will really, really, really try to make the argument that we should go to that game. But it's up to my dad.
What are you willing to do to do it?
A lot.
Would you blow Francesca?
Easily.
All right. Take a short break.
No hesitation whatsoever. Come on. Give me your best shot, Francesca.
Traffic and transit. Well, from the RayCantina.com traffic desk, again, we continue to have this problem on Staten Island westbound now.
You've arrived at your destination.
From East Boston Avenue all the way on over to Martin Luther King Jr. Expressway, exit 9. Again, that accident, 2 left lanes are going to be out of service as you travel westbound. Southern State westbound at Hempstead Avenue, there's a crash there, and you've got a pretty good delay behind it. Also, you've got delays on the southbound side of I-95 between 19 and 18. A multi-vehicle accident that continues up there on the Connecticut Turnpike. Now, over on the Palisades Parkway,
TGIF,
that accident continues in mass transit. Everybody's pretty much on or close to schedule. We still have those subway delays on the B, the D, the F, and the M, and over the side is stuff. See the new 2025 Jaguar F-Pace SUV at Jaguar Marlboro. Now available at 2.9% APR financing for up to 72 months for qualified buyers. Schedule a test drive today at Jaguar Marlboro. I'm Joe Nolan with traffic on Talk Radio 77 WABC. This is Positively Ernie. Now, here's Ernie Anastas.
Here we are on the streets of New York asking my question of the day. Okay, here's one. Can you name your historical hero?
Well, how about John Adams?
Oh, yes. Tell me why. Tell me why.
Well, I think he had a good idea of leadership and ethics and a good plan for the country.
Who would you choose as your hero?
I would choose Lyndon Baines Johnson.
Okay, tell me why.
Well, he was good, very good with civil rights, and he was good with helping poverty, and he worked with Martin Luther King, and I thought he was very good at legislature.
So you like LBJ?
Very much.
For many historical figures, who would you choose, my friend?
Well, my grandfather was a captain for the Tuskegee Airmen early on.
Oh, that's great,
yeah. And he was the aide-de-camp to Hartford, Connecticut after that. Amazing guy, and unfortunately I didn't know him, but yeah, his legacy kind of continues in the family.
So who would be your historical figure?
Amelia Earhart.
Oh, she was a giant.
She was a giant and she traveled. Like, who doesn't want to go somewhere you haven't been?
Exactly.
And especially if you don't have to come back.
Yeah.
She's my hero.
Amelia Earhart, good one. So you have 2, right? Who are they?
Well, the one who's still alive is Lin-Manuel Miranda.
Oh, yes.
A genius.
Okay.
And has really elevated both the arts and politics, by the way.
Lin-Manuel, terrific talent. And who else?
Marie Curie.
Oh, sure.
First female scientist to win both, to win 2 Nobel Prizes in 2 different disciplines, and one of the few scientists to do that ever. I'm 19.
19. Who's your hero? Historical hero?
I would say probably Misty Copeland. I'm a ballerina, so she was one of the first African-American dancers that was in ABC.
Love your comments. Thanks so much. For positive news you can use. I'm Ernie Anastas on 77 WABC.
For more positivity, listen anytime. Download and subscribe to Positively Ernie the podcast. Go to WABCRadio.com and the 77 WABC app.
It's going to be cold outside. Here's John McConville with how to fill up your tank.
I'm going for quick Labcorp. I'll be back.
You can rely on United Metro Energy to be your trusted energy provider, supplying the New York metro area and Long Island, supplying single-family homes, large apartment, commercial buildings, and the wholesale class of customers. Keep you and your family warm this winter by calling 888-246-4328 or visiting UnitedMetroEnergy.com. We look forward to speaking with you.
Is our message on Music Radio 77 WABC. Tomorrow at 5 p.m. in Mizzunio,
The office goes to Wednesday. Heading out with Danielle and me to DC this weekend, so I'm not working Monday and Tuesday. So once I sign off in about 38 minutes, the next time you'll hear this velvet voice will be 6 a.m. on Wednesday. Just let everybody I know is going to DC. Some are leaving, really most are leaving tomorrow. Some, like me and Miranda, look like early Sunday. But my next guest, who's finally back after how many months, Saudi Arabia, she doesn't even need it, but she does a boxing out there and all kinds of stuff. She's great. She's a great advocate for the Jewish people. And I met her for the first time at the Israeli Day Parade when my daughter Ava screamed, "Oh, that's Emily Austin." I'm like, I know who that is. I have no idea. No idea.
Wait, I'll tell you, I knew who Sid was because I sat next to him at the State of the Union and he got kicked out because Biden was misquoting how many Palestinians had allegedly been killed. And Sid screamed, "According to who?
Yep.
That's bullshit."
Yeah.
And security escorted him and we were booing the security, but
I saw you when I was being
dragged.
No, we actually said to me, I'll never forget this. You say, help me for 30 minutes. Jim Comer was there from Kentucky. And you look out and you go, you're a hero.
Yeah.
I'm like, remember saying that? I'm like,
I do remember.
Yeah, but I didn't recognize you at the parade as that girl. You had saw on DC. So my daughter goes, that's Emily. I'm It's for men and for women. Choreo.
You need another one, I'll give you a kid.
All right, thank you. There you go, Corey. So, tell everybody you're going to be and this is a Trump Jr. event. What is going on, Nancy?
Tonight, Don Jr. and Jeff Miller doing an event.
Oh, Jeff Miller.
A lot, actually.
Yeah, I'll be back. I'm going for quick drug testing. Drink some water. goodness, our appointment is tomorrow.
Foundation New York City. Go to T2T.org right now. It's just $11 a month. Now the local news. A New York judge has taken Agua asylum seekers. They got 3 of them behind bars. Why? Because they're gun running. You're making those guns too. The ringleader is 21 years old. His name is Stefano Pashon. He's known as a baby face killer. And they got to just get rid of this guy. We're going to actually shooting to be out of here. With the new Lake Raleigh law, he's mandatory exported out. Meanwhile, New York's Kathy Hochul enrages green activists by pushing off cap and invest plan.
Oh my goodness, so cold outside.
Who cares about your environmental activists? Why don't you do something practical for a change? Meanwhile, Kathy Hochul's plan to put New York's finest on every overnight subway train Wednesday. That's her goal, since state would pay for it, but it remained unclear how the NYPD would manage the staff. Listen to the Brian Kilmeade Show, 10 to noon on 77 WABC. This is the Tom Towers Foundation New York Minute. Born on America's dark side of 9/11, the Tom Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities need your help now more than ever. Join Tom Towers on its mission to do good in their honor. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Show your support. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T2T.org. That's T, the number 2T.org. 77 WABC. This is Sid and Friends in the Morning.
I got about 7 minutes to go before Brian Kilmeade takes over. Good song, David Bowie. The big Bowie. I mean, Bowie, you like David Bowie. I know you probably like John Wall or something. What do you like? What do you
Favorite artist? My Spotify rap #1 was Ishai Rebo, which is so funny. He's an Israeli singer. #2 was Bad Bunny. So
You like Bad Bunny?
I love his music.
Does Benny like that type of music?
Bad Bunny, I think, is the best artist in the world.
No?
I love Arab's music.
You do?
Love. If you go through my Spotify, it's like my last 20 songs in Arabic. When I'm in Dubai, my Shazam's on all night. When I'm in Saudi, Shazam on.
Shazam up. So you're going to Dubai again too?
Yeah, February 13th.
And I told you Danilo and I watched the Real Housewives.
No, my
Not called the Dubai Play.
Oh, I watched that. That's what it's called, right? Yeah. No, it used to be the Real Housewives of Dubai, but they switched it. And so you're on with, that's right, the guy you're talking about, Christine, he's not on the Real Housewives. They have a Real Housewives in Dubai.
Yep.
Maybe I'm
Yeah, they look beautiful. Yeah, it's a gorgeous place.
Dubai is amazing.
So
Talk
you
about like
think
hospitality.
nicer than Dubai?
It's different. Saudi is more, okay, Jeddah. When I say Saudi, it's a huge country. Riyadh is like up and coming. It's great for business. Jeddah is where F1 is. Jeddah has a beach. I've heard Jeddah get compared to Tel Aviv a bunch.
Wow.
Riyadh, you could compare to Jerusalem. Also, speaking of Tila, her husband went to Saudi to go find Mount Sinai and go pray there, so I want to go with them next time because that's amazing.
Yeah.
And Saudis actually, and I do love them a lot. I'm not just saying it because I work there. They guard off Mount Sinai and they protect it with their lives. For no reason other than preservation.
Yeah.
Like they take care of their country. I'm actually so jealous. I can't wait for Trump to make America like that. It's so nice the way they appreciate like everything that they have. They work hard, they value it. Like everyone there is wealthy, but they really value the culture and like history. It's so beautiful.
You know, it's funny. I remember having a conversation with you, Corey, years ago, when you, thank God, you make a very nice living, and it could happen to a nicer guy.
But you don't really travel. Like, I think a couple years ago you went to like the Bahamas. It was like a big deal for you.
No, not the Bahamas. I've done the Caribbean, but when I went to Italy for the first time 3 years ago.
It was like shocking. That was your first trip to Europe.
First time
Ever. So when you hear conversations like this with Emily, do you feel like you want to go someplace?
No, I do, and I love hearing this stuff. And like I said, when I sent my partner over to Dubai and I saw the pictures and the videos, it was unbelievable. It really was unbelievable. So I want to do that more often.
Delivery.
You got to do stuff. You got the kids.
Oh, you're working too, right?
So you got to work.
Yeah.
But I definitely want to get more travel.
Maybe you should bring your kids to Dubai. They would love it.
Yeah.
Dubai is a place for families, especially like the Atlantis Hotel.
Yeah.
Oh my God, it's unreal.
Atlantis Hotel?
They have two. They have like a
The same one like in the Bahamas?
Yeah.
North Rippin over there.
It's a franchise.
Yeah, same thing. They got the big, slide for the pool.
You saw my stories on Instagram.
Yes. They're gorgeous.
Unreal.
No, they're
Nothing
beautiful
like it.
places. I'm one of those travelers. I travel because of my wife. And I always...
Just like my mom.
Yeah, I bitch and complain every time. I hate...
Mommy, he's talking about you.
How you know, Mom? So I don't want to pack, and I don't want to go, and I hate airports, and I hate people in airports, and I hate people on airplanes. They smell. But then when I get to the place where I'm going, I always come back and go, man, that was great. Yeah. And then the next time I complain again.
Daddy, you are my dad. You can tell with your wife's my mom.
Well, I love Ronnie. Ronnie Austin is a big fan. He's making friends in the morning. That's a real fan right there. Yeah, but that's true. I wish I had the enthusiasm to travel more. But these
Why don't we do a special state edition in Dubai?
I would love that. How great would that be?
Are you joining?
Yeah, absolutely.
So you can give me a good spot to do it from?
Honestly, I can't. How hard could it be? They have everything in that country.
Nice and easy to get in there, unlike Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, you don't need a visa to get to Dubai.
Okay.
Riyadh, you need a visa.
Are you working there? Are you doing the boxing stuff there too? Or?
Dubai? No, not yet.
Dubai is just a vacation?
Next will be hopefully Nigeria. It looks like boxing will take a turn to Nigeria. There's a lot of boxers in Nigeria.
That's true.
By the way, a lot of NBA players are heading
No, yeah, totally.
We're so sheltered.
We really are.
We have the same exact reaction.
Nigeria. I think, what's his name? He fought, what's that fight at the Garden? He made the Holy
Charlie Choo-Choo Train. Charlie Choo-Choo Train.
Of Nigeria, you could say.
Today, there's amazing Nigeria.
Have you been to
Charlie Choo-Choo Train.
I would have loved to go. My family would want to go. Even South Africa.
Yes.
But like, I want to go to like slavery.
That's the one. Europe, you really want?
I don't love Europe.
You don't love
I don't like walking around like cities, buildings. I mean, I appreciate the beauty of it, but if I choose where to go, I'd much rather go to like any island with a beach.
Greece was great.
Greece was amazing. We're going this summer to Corfu.
I don't know, his John Catsimatidis all on him.
Oh yeah.
He's from Greece.
Yeah, I know. He's from Egypt.
That's right.
It'll be amazing.
That's it. Who are you not from? Give me one question.
People who in Israel.
Samwar's brother. Well, it's good to catch up with you, Emily Austin, and I'm really proud of you. You are one of our young, amazing people. I mean that. And I love you, your whole family, you're all great, so it's great to see you today. And you're not as young, but you're also beautiful and great, and I love you, Corey Selnick. It was fun. You guys were great. How about that, wrapping up the week with Corey Selnick and Emily Austin? And that does wrap up the week.
Charlie Choo-Choo Train. Charlie Choo-Choo Train.
Until Wednesday.
Sorry, Ron.
I'm taking Monday and Tuesday off. I'll see you in D.C., Emily. So, from all of us to all of you, until Wednesday morning early, I'll see you in D.C., and I'll talk to you at 6 on Wednesday.
WOR. And I
Physical therapy.
As we've seen before,
I gotta get out this way.
Yeah, it's okay. I'll go get the Cadillac.
the civil war within the party. What happens when they're in this period where they're in total decay is half of them want to go more left, half of them want to get back to the center. That fight takes 2 years, but that'll go on for a while. This is a Biden speech. A lot of people thought that was such an ugly speech, so negative, so depressing, awful. The Democratic ran even more. So apparently, the same committee that led them to defeat is still in charge, and they wrote the speech. Obviously, Biden didn't write the speech; the committee wrote it, and they're using that same playbook. That's the other problem. Democrats have used the same playbook for 50 years. Same playbook, tax cuts for the rich, even though you could look at every study of every Reagan-Trump tax cut, the bulk of it does not go to the rich, but to the rich. Tax cuts for the rich. And then the other thing, you're a racist. Everything's a racist, you're a racist, anything you say, you're a racist. The same playbook every time. And then the other big important thing in the playbook is they create some fake boogeyman that you're supposed to be afraid of, and that only they can save you from this boogeyman. Years ago, it was the Tea Party. One election, the Tea Party you had to be afraid of, and then 4 years later, it was the alt-right. Remember that? The alt-right. Nobody knew what the hell that was, but you were supposed to be afraid of it. And then 4 years after that, it was QAnon. It was fighting QAnon. QAnon was some chat room in the internet with 12 people in it. Well, they've decided the new one, the new boogeyman, are the oligarchs. The oligarchs. And it wasn't just that speech. I'm watching fake news, left-wing, CNN, MSNBC, all day long. They're going over and over the oligarchs. Morning show this morning is all about the oligarchs. The oligarchs. Now, why that word? Well, a couple of reasons. One, they always have to find some extreme word. It used to be just a racist. And it went from that to a white supremacist. Nobody knows what the hell what a white supremacist. But see, not just a big business. They used to rail against big business. Now it's oligarchs. Now they're Soviet, they're Russian, these big oligarchs. Now, who are these big oligarchs? Well, they're Elon Musk, they're Jeff Bezos, they're Mark Zuckerberg. What do they have in common? They're all Democrats. All of them. They're all Democrats. 2 seconds ago, they were working with Biden. Hey, if it weren't for those oligarchs, Biden wouldn't be president. Remember, they had to tamper with the election. The Zuckerberg 500 million, the Zuckerbucks, also all of social media, censoring everything, banning the laptop story. That's how Biden won. If it hadn't been for those oligarchs, Biden wouldn't have won. And wasn't it just 2 weeks ago? Biden was spending all afternoon putting medals around the oligarchs' necks. George Soros, David Rubenstein, giving them awards, the great presidential awards for the oligarchs. So, I mean, the truth is, every president, when he gets elected, who's the first group that business leaders? Every president, whether it's Eisenhower, JFK, Biden, Clinton, as soon as they're elected, the big business leaders are all over the place. They're at the state dinner, they're at the White House. It's always that way. So, but you're going to be hearing about this now for the next week. The oligarchs, you're going to have to live in fear of the oligarchs. Hey, Rudy Giuliani, an American hero, certainly after 9/11, the greatest crime fighter we've ever seen. And then he gets into trouble with this lawsuit, and then he's in court, and he was acting. Well, first of all, the judgment was irrational. It was just preposterous. Let's say he did slander these people. I don't know that he did. I don't know anything about it. But let's say he slandered these 2 poll workers, very low-paid poll workers in Georgia, and for a month they couldn't go out of their house. Well, that's terrible if that happened. And what would be the damages? $1 million? $2 million? I don't know. So anyway, he gets in front of the worst judges in the world, the most partisan, hate-filled, Trump-hating judges. Next thing you know, without a real trial or anything, he's got $150 million in damages. How the hell could these people have 150 million in damages? So it was ludicrous to begin with. If you had at any time, a real judge, a real honest judge, they would have said, wait a minute, this whole number is ridiculous. We're going to try this all. But anyway, he's faced with this. They're going to take his house, his car, his World Series rings. They're taking everything and anything. They want his underwear. They want this. They want that. So then he starts acting nuts. He doesn't show up in court. He hides the car. He refuses to do this. He says he doesn't know where his house is. He's just acting insane. Not showing up for hearings. They're defying the court. Why would anybody be? Well, if you look at it now, remember, this guy's one of the greatest figures ever in the history of American justice. He was a U.S. attorney. He's a criminal lawyer. Guy's brilliant when it comes to these legal matters. So I think looking back on this now, he was just brilliant at the way, it was the best strategy of all, just looking that crazy. And I think these two Georgia idiots started to realize, this guy will defy the court, this guy won't show up, we'll never get any money. This guy will go to jail before he gives us any money. So I think that was his strategy, to really make them really afraid they're never going to get a dime out of him, that he will just go so nuts they'll never get any money. So they made a settlement. We don't know what it is. The number's top secret, but I would guess it's $1 million or $2 million. Something. So while he's acting nuts, just defying the court, I'm never showing up. I don't care what you do. Somebody was probably behind the scenes negotiating. Look, take this, take $1 million and you'll get it tomorrow, and that's it. And so I think it was the most brilliant strategy. I have a feeling that's what really happened here. And the whole thing is settled. He doesn't have to admit guilt. They'll get a check for something. And apparently it's already settled, paid. That's it. It's done. He keeps his house in New York. He keeps his house in Florida. He keeps everything, and it's done. It's finished. Now, I know Democrats get very upset. You know who's really upset and crying? These evil judges he was in front of, these partisan Trump-hating judges. This is making them... Normally a judge is supposed to be thrilled that the thing got settled. That's the end of the case. You don't tie up the court. You don't spend millions in taxpayer money. The judges are supposed to be celebrating it got settled. They're so angry. They just wanted to go after him for partisan reasons. Mayor Adams last night left for Palm Beach. He was in Palm Beach last night. Apparently today he will go to Mar-a-Lago to meet with Donald Trump. What the hell is this all about? Well, obviously people think he's going to ask for a pardon. I'm sure that'll come up. But he also has a real serious business to discuss with Trump. One is the migrant crisis in New York. Who's going to pay for all this? And also, they want to come take the illegals and remove them. And they'll need the city's cooperation. So that could be what it's about. Trump was asked about Eric Adams.
Yeah, I would. Yeah.
Would he consider pardoning him?
Yeah, I would. Yeah. I think that he was treated pretty unfairly. Now, I haven't seen the gravity of it all, but it seems, like being upgraded in an airplane many years ago. I know probably everybody here has been upgraded. They see you're all stars, and they say, I want to upgrade that person from NBC. I'm going to upgrade him. And that would mean you'll spend the rest of your life in prison. I don't know.
Yeah, everybody gets, every celebrity, every big politician, you always get an upgrade. You book a room, when you show up, hey, we got a suite for you. We'll move you to first. This happens all the time. It's not unusual. And but the more serious charges are these donations from foreign countries, and supposedly, allegedly, they got laundered through straw donors. That would be the serious thing that would need... some way to wiggle out of that. Here's more of Trump.
It's very interesting. When he essentially went against what was happening with the migrants coming in, and, he made some pretty strong statements like, this is not sustainable. I said, you know what, he'll be indicted soon. And I said it, not as a prediction, a little bit lightheartedly, but I said it. I said, he's going to be indicted. And a few months later, he got indicted.
Now, this new relationship, Trump and Eric Adams, where did this begin? I think the Al Smith dinner back in October. That's a big fancy white tie and tails dinner, and Trump was the main speaker. It's kind of like a roast. It's very formal, but it's a roast. You get up and you roast it, and every major figure in politics and business on the dais. And Trump is making fun of everybody on the dais. And then he gets to Adams. And this is the ultimate dinner.
Mayor Adams, good luck with everything. They went after you, Mayor. Oh boy, I do that. 9.5 months ago, I said, he just said something about the administration. He's going to be indicted any moment. And guess what happened? But you're going to win. I think you're going to win.
Well, that was probably where the door got open here. He's going to be there today.
They shouldn't be calling Trump a dictator because it's not true. That's not. Always nice. Very nice. So we want to thank Mayor Adams. He's going through a hard time with these people. These are lunatics, by the way. They've weaponized the Justice Department against their political opponent. I am under investigation more than the great, late Alphonse Capone.
It was. See, normally when the administration's over, the historians go to work and the history books pick apart everything. But the problem is the historians are just as corrupt as the fact checkers. They're all left-wing, slanted. You know, if Donald Trump loses a paperclip in the White House, Bob Woodward immediately writes a book about everything Trump did. Bob Woodward writes an expose. 4 years of Biden. The first time ever Bob Woodward. Not one book in 4 years. Nothing about Biden. Nothing. Nothing. Kamala Harris screws up the whole presidential, and you watch, there'll be no books about this, picking it apart. So normally, if they were legitimate, the historians, they would now go through the whole Biden administration, write books about how he was mentally completely all gone and everybody covered it up. That would be a hell of a book. There'd be a book about the dirtiest attorney general ever who weaponized the Justice Department and started arresting, indicting political opponents. Remember, they went after the school board members? If you got to the school board meeting and you complained as a parent, they would go after you. In fact, here's Eric Adams a while back. He went through that.
The president also stated that he felt I was unfairly treated. President Biden stated that his Justice Department has been politicized. President Trump said that. I said that. A large number of Americans who have been a victim of this politicizing of the Justice Department. We have adults in this country that were placed on the FBI watch list because they were advocating for their children and families. So I'm just reiterating what President Biden stated about his Justice Department. So my lawyers will look at every avenue to ensure that we get justice. I should not have been charged. I did nothing wrong, and I'm going to continue to lead this city.
Yeah, I just hope that Merrick Garland, the dirtiest attorney general ever, doesn't go scot-free. Israel has voted. They've approved the peace agreement. Phase 1 begins. In these sort of matters, usually there's no phase 2 or phase 3. It's phase 1. And it begins with the release of a certain number of hostages. We're hoping for 40. It's not the greatest deal because it was originally laid out by the Biden administration. They had this deal on the table for a long time. It calls for the release of 1,000 Palestinian prisoners, some of them pretty bad people. But phase 1 will begin. Hostages will be released, some, and then Trump will take office on Monday.
Jennifer, you have the lucky number?
Yeah, it's 4467.
John Scholes.
Turn left on 2nd Avenue. Then turn left. Turn left on 2nd Avenue. Then turn left on East 94th Street. Turn left on East 94th Street.
1010WOR.com/Mark. Mark Simone. You know what he thinks. Tell him
Turn
what
left on
you
First
think
Avenue.
on 710-WOR. 800-321-0710. 800-321-0710.
Use the right lane to turn right on East 96th Street.
The Alaska
Then
purchase.
turn
People
left.
ridiculed him for the choice. It's now one of the most brilliant acquisitions
Turn
made.
right on
Imagine
East
thinking
96th
outside the
Street.
box, thinking to do
Then use
things
the
that would
left lane
benefit
to
the
turn
United
left
States
to
and its people.
FDR Drive.
Blake Robbins and Buck Sexton, weekdays at noon on 710-WOR.
Hey, if you need to collect an unpaid judgment to your landlord, law firm, business owner, or New York resident, 80% of all judgments remain uncollected. Fine Asset Recovery, FINA, Fine Asset Recovery can assist you rent-free, no upfront fees. Call 800-513-1923. Don't let those unpaid judgments expire. Call Fine Asset Recovery. They'll help you collect the money you deserve. 800-513-1923. Fine Asset Recovery. Let them use their investigative and legal
Use
expertise
the
to
left
track
lane to
down the
turn
money
left
you're
to
owed.
FDR Drive.
Call them. 800-513-1923. The time's not on your side. As they say, they hide them, we find them at Fine Asset Recovery. Call today for a free risk assessment. Call 800-513-1923. FineAssetRecovery.com. And Fine Asset, they say, they hide them, we find them.
My mom has always been stubborn. I heard that. Used to be kind of funny, but a couple years ago when she was diagnosed with BCG unresponsive non-muscle invasive bladder cancer carcinoma in situ, or NMIBCCIS, what a mouthful. It was my turn to be stubborn. I insisted we talk with her doctor, and he told us about a non-surgical option called Anktiva that is used in combination with the current standard of care, BCG. It's been shown to help certain adult patients achieve a durable, complete response up to 4 years. And now, you done? She's doing just fine.
Patients treated with Anktiva plus BCG can be at risk of more serious muscle invasive or metastatic bladder cancer. This could be life-threatening if bladder removal is delayed. If you don't respond to a second round of Anktiva with BCG, bladder removal surgery should be considered. Before starting Anktiva, tell your doctor if you're planning for planning to become pregnant. Anktiva may cause fetal harm. Common side effects include abnormal laboratory results, increased reaction, injury urination, nausea,
In 1.1 miles, take exit 17 for I-278 around Bay Bridge.
here. Jennifer going to Jones.
Ring for these people is the Olympics. The Olympics, hey, this is it, and World Cup. And Mark, guess where so many of these events, pavilions, and dormitories, and arenas, that's where they're actually targeted for being developed or being in these areas themselves. Eric Garcetti in 2020 came up with this thing called Smart LA 2020. Right. Remember, Gil Garcetti was one. This is Eric. And basically what they said is, we're going to transform LA into this, and they say this, bikeable, livable, walkable, this beautiful kind of digital globalist village of the future, where everything is right. And that means one of two things. Either the people who currently live there are going to have to leave and say, you know what, here you go, thank you, we're out, we've enjoyed living in Brentwood and LA, you know what, better that you do this now, we're leaving. And just give us a fraction of what we have, eminent domain, 10%, give them nothing, because we want to be a part of this. Or you can burn them out. Just get rid of them. And it's moot. Remember Lahaina in Maui? Remember the property transfer? Who owns it now? Of course not. Remember when Joe Biden, in a moment of lucidity, said, you know, it's interesting, these burn patterns, people have never seen anything like this. People look at this and they're saying, you know, we've seen fires before, but we're seeing homes burned to pumice, to like dust. And this is the strangest thing. A lot of these houses, some of them are brick. And Mark, you know what a fireplace is made of? Brick. For a particular reason. So all of these things defy so many smarter people than I.
You don't want to get too Rosie O'Donnell here with the fire.
No, Rosie O'Donnell. But what you need to do is, you see, Mark, what we always do is, and what, not you, Mark, but the legacy media, who are so, it's so over, with the exception of you, it's so done, it's so finished, it's so through, that they hang on to whatever the story is, and they become, again, not you, but they become repeaters and not reporters. Whatever you give them, whatever the story, it doesn't matter. The drones, the non-drones, we talk about this, whatever. They just take the copy, they read it, and that's it. It goes no further. Well, because they are so desperate, they, for the longest time, have been part and parcel of these groups. Mark, everything that Bobby Kennedy is saying right now, everything he's saying to people 11 for, is basically in direct contravention of these ghouls that we have been talking about for years. But it wasn't cool then. I just gave you 5, 6, 7, the 15-minute city. They are telling you this.
Well, actually, officials out there in LA are already talking about if to rebuild these neighborhoods of beautiful homes and luxury cars, of putting apartment buildings, bike streets. You're right, they are talking.
Yes, and affordable housing. And what they're doing is, if you read, but the thing is, it's all there. They tell you everything specifically. And Mark, if you notice sometimes, maybe you'll see like on Bloomfield Avenue, sometimes in Jersey, you'll see this row of retail stores, and then above that, you'll see apartments. These new apartments that come in, they almost all look the same. It was a while back. Remember when De Blasio was talking about putting Rikers underneath a Starbucks. They want to take cities, condense them, make them very, very modular. They want to take away your cars. They want to take away everything that would allow you to leave, because what they're going to do is they're going to take, basically, they're going to make urban areas and cities almost like prisons. Wherever there's big swaths of land, a lot of big properties, that's going bye-bye. They're going to also start destroying, not now with Trump, but you're not going to give up in the next 4 years. They're just going dormant for a while. But look at all of these new places. Look at Mendon, look at Ryan, look at Greenwich, look at all of these places. New affordable housing. Because remember, they want this to be, this is the vision. They want it to be a 15-minute city. Everybody in, kind of very, very modular. They also hate the idea that you, Mark, would have a piece of property, 2, 3, 4 acres, gated community. Oh, no. We're not going to do that. So what I'm saying is that if you look at right now this story, how we're looking at it, the lesbian brigade, we're looking at DEI, and the competent mayor. Oh, by the way, is a bona fide Marxist who is a Fidelista, who basically starts telling you they don't hide.
Amadeus.
Did you know that in 2022, the LA Fire Department to Ukraine, fire trucks, turnout there, hoses, they did. Mark, it's almost as though, and this too is crazy, but you know when somebody's about to burn out a building, arson, and you look at their behavior beforehand, like look at this, they overinsured it. Look at this, they shut down the fire, the sprinkler system. Look at this, they discontinued the alarms. Look at this, it's almost like they're following a pattern to basically remove any and all ability to fight back what? Fire. Go back to Lahaina. Look at it. It was the most, and of course, immediately, if you're
Let's take I-495 West Queens Midtown Expressway, Queens.
Somehow anti-Semitic, because she dared to opine something which is contrary to the official narrative.
Well, she said space lace. She never said Jewish. She said space lace. But later,
you know what directed energy weapons are? Did you ever hear this?
Yeah.
Did you ever hear about Rubinstone when he said specifically what this thing can do?
Yeah.
And how I can, and you don't necessarily see them.
Well, you're scaring the hell out of everybody. Luckily, we're out of time, but...
But we're not scaring anybody. But remember, when 9/11 happened, a lot of people then said, well, we want to hear more about these people. And nobody said,
Amadeus.
Thank you for this.
Davos, President Davos did write a book basically saying all this called The Great...
Mark, are you going to the inauguration? Are you going to be there?
No, too cold. Way too cold.
Service road.
More crowded than Times Square on New Year's Eve.
We need you here.
All right, Mike. But we'll be doing a special show, inauguration morning, here.
Mark, they're all special shows. They're all special.
This will be more special. But follow Lionel on Twitter. And watch, of course, him on YouTube. Lionel Nation at YouTube. Lionel, thanks for being with us.
Mark, thank you.
Take care. Check out the webpage. Some great stuff up there. Hey, there's Bob Euchre. Some really funny videos. But also watch the first one with Bob Costas and Euchre revealing what he did in the broadcast booth. This is very funny. Take a look at it. Also watch a great Joe Biden flip.
Amadeus.
WOR.com/710 WOR.com/Mark.
St. John University.
If that's what you ask at the end of the day, John Batchelor to the rescue. 9 p.m. weeknights on 710 WOR.
Hey, if you haven't done it, download the iHeart Radio app. It puts a radio right on your phone. Also, same app, it's best audio app. You can listen to music, playlists, your favorite artists, podcasts. But if you have the iHeart app, make sure you upgrade to the new version. It's really great. It's got a radio dial right on the top. Like your car radio, you can reset 50.
Turn right on Grand Central Parkway, Service Road.
You can switch stations. It's better than radio because you can actually, the quality's unbelievable. You can
Amadeus.
The free iHeart Radio app. It's big. Soon, Donald
In
J.
900
Trump
feet.
inaugurated
Use the left lane to stay to the left to Grand Central Parkway West toward RFK Bridge. Stay to the left to Grand Central Parkway West toward RFK Bridge.
Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. Mabikast. Deliver
In 1.4 miles. Stay to the right to Grand Central Parkway West toward RFK Bridge.
Amadeus, Amadeus, Amadeus. Apple and banana. We have apple and banana. Copacabana, baby. Copacabana. Gasoline and but interview with us.
From the Latin for blood-sucking animal. If you're like most people, you're worried about the election and how it affects
In half a mile. Use the right two lanes to stay to the right.
financial quarterback. Every week I tackle
Exactly.
financial strategy.
Stay to the right.
Today's headlines that matter the most to you.
Exactly.
With expert
That's what
guests
I'm
and
talking
experts.
about.
It's everything you need.
Like, share, subscribe.
With nearly 2 decades
I want to see 1,000 likes. Like, share, subscribe.
biggest question about the money. Who's working for you? We're working for you, and we're having a talk. Talking about all things related to your money.
Stay to the right to Grand Central Parkway West toward RFK Bridge. In 1.8 miles. Exit to exits 10 EW, I-495, Long Island Expressway toward Eastern Long Island, Manhattan.
Manhattan. Manhattan. Only the cat in the street. Antusha, Karusha. Dead cat in the street. Forever. Forever young. Forever young. I wanna be forever young. I wanna be forever young. You love it.
Police reported ahead. In half a mile. Use the right lane to exit right. Then stay to the left.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Like, share, subscribe. Mabikast. Rap, 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 cars.
Exit right 2 exits 10 EW, I-495, Long Island Expressway toward Eastern Long Island, Manhattan.
Manhattan.
Then use the left lane to stay to the left to exit 10W, I-495 West toward Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan. Use the left lane to stay to the left. Then use the right two lanes to stay to the right to exit 10W, I-495 West toward Midtown Tunnel, Manhattan.
Midtown Tunnel.
Incoming President Donald Trump and Chinese President Xi. We'll get to that. We'll get to TikTok. We'll get to Angry Michelle Obama. We'll get to Crazy Kathy Hochul and more. Buck and Clay, excellent show at noon today. And then most of the radio show came out, especially on Hannity. At 3, Jesse Kelly at 6, John Bachelor at 9. I'm here 10 to noon every day. Back right after the news, 7:10 WOO.
New York has a voice.
WOR all day long.
I listen to him, I listen to work. If I could listen in my sleep, I would.
Always the voice of New York. 710 WOR.
An iHeart radio station. It's 34 degrees at 11 o'clock. Good morning, I'm Jacqueline Carl. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning indicating that barring cabinet interference, the ceasefire agreement will go on, bringing dozens of hostages out of Gaza. ABC's Ian Cannell is in Tel Aviv with more.
Preparations are underway for the hostages release. 33 in the first phase, starting with all women, children, elderly, and the sick and injured. And while they're set to be freed, 2 of the 7 Americans kidnapped and believed to still be alive. Sagi Deckelhem, a father of 3, and Keith Siegel, a North Carolina native taken along with his wife from their home. His wife was released in November 2023.
And firefighters in Los Angeles County are finally getting a break from the high fire danger conditions as we hear from ABC's Alex Stone in Los Angeles.
What a very different situation it is here today. It's like Mother Nature is fighting the fires in Pacific Palisades. 90% humidity, 84% in Altadena. Earlier this week and last, it was 7% humidity. The winds have gone back to the more normal onshore flow coming from the ocean heading inland, but it's not going to last long. By Sunday night, the Santa Ana flow blowing from the desert out toward the ocean, dry and explosive winds will come back again, and fire danger will skyrocket again.
And we're just getting word the Supreme Court is upholding the law that will ban TikTok if it's not sold to a U.S. company. The law is set to take effect on Sunday. President-elect Trump is reportedly considering an executive order that would save the popular app. Mayor Eric Adams is releasing a preliminary $114.5 billion budget plan that he says will make New York City safer and more affordable.
Whatever it costs to keep us safe, we are going to spend.
Adams noted that his budget makes major investments in reducing severe mental health crises that lead to homelessness and random crime. He also says his plan will make New York City more affordable and the best place to raise a family. It contains an ambitious axe the tax for the working class proposal.
To that mother out there that's making $31,000 a year, she has a baby, a child, we're saying to her, no more city income tax.
Sarah Lee Kessler, WOR News. Former New York City Mayor Rudy Giuliani will get to keep his assets and avoid trial regarding his
Giuliani get to keep his
Georgia election workers. This after President-elect Trump's former lawyer failed to show up in court Thursday for the start of the trial to determine the outcome of his Florida condo and Yankees World Series ring. The poll workers' attorneys had wanted them handed over to help meet a $146 million judgment Giuliani had been ordered to pay after he was found guilty of spreading election fraud lies involving Ruby Freeman and Shay Moss in 2020. Now they're agreeing to allow Giuliani to retain his property, which also includes belongings previously ordered to be given up, like his New York apartment, in exchange for compensation and the promise that he'll never defame them again. Kristen Marks, WOR News. Scammers are trying to cash in on New York City's congestion pricing plan.
EasyPass New York officials are warning drivers of scammers pretending to be toll collectors and sending out fake text messages demanding payment, with one of the several message schemes telling drivers they owe $6.99 for an unpaid toll. EasyPass is reminding New York customers they will never ask for your date of birth, social security number, or other sensitive information, advising people not to click on a website contained within the messages. EasyPass only refers customers to its legitimate website pages. Drivers without EasyPass are not told by text
Yo, Ramon.
payment requests via mail. Natalie Migliori.
Yeah. Welcome. LaGuardia, yeah? Yeah. Sure. Let's go LaGuardia. You going to the arrival or departure? Arrival, yeah. What terminal? B. B like a baby boy. Baby boy arrival. Yeah. Let's go.
7:10
time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/Critica.
Next news at 11:30, bulletins at 1. Wake up with Menti in the morning, 6 to 10 a.m. Monday morning. I'm Jacqueline Carl on 710 WOR and NBC News radio station.
WOR has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword at 710WOR.com. Hey, that's hey. Enter it now at 710WOR.com. Or grab it in your hand on WOR.
It's 4 of March.
The Mark Simone Show.
On WOR.
Well, we got a lot to get to. We'll get to Donald Trump talking to President Xi. We'll get to crazy Kathy Hochul and more. I'm looking at this video here. Now there's the Bronx, the Henry Hudson Parkway. You come down that into Manhattan as the Henry Hudson Parkway goes through Riverdale. You know, you got all those beautiful high-rises on either side. There's Whitehall. That's a very nice area. Very nice area. There's Kapok Street above it, and at 9 a.m. there's a bus, an MTA bus driving along, and it crashes through a guardrail and almost falls into the Henry Hudson. It's hanging over. The picture is quite bizarre. Half the bus is hanging over the big wall and could drop into the road at any time, crushing everything. But one great thing, the bus was empty. I don't know who this driver is, but you're going to be seeing this picture for a long time of this bus just hanging over the wall, about to fall into the parkway. It is just ridiculous looking. President Trump, we can call him that now, right? It's only 2-3 days away. Let's make him president already. He pretty much is. The biggest world leader aside from the president, President Xi of China, called Donald Trump. They had a long phone call this morning. They talked about all sorts of things. They talked about TikTok. They talked about fentanyl. They talked about trade, tariffs, all that sort of stuff. It's quite a long discussion. You got to remember, world leaders have been insulting Joe Biden for the last couple of weeks, showing up at Mar-a-Lago. The president of Italy, the prime minister of this, the president of that, they're all flying into Palm Beach Airport, meeting with Donald Trump, flying back home immediately. You're supposed to actually go visit the president, Joe Biden. You want you in the country visiting him and Trump. And if you're Xi, you're supposed to be calling Joe Biden. He's going to have a final conversation. But no, he's just calling Donald Trump. They don't even bother with Biden. Remember how many times Biden made that whole fake speech about nobody's closer to Xi than he is? Nobody spent more time with Xi than he has. Nobody has a closer relationship with President Xi. Xi hasn't called him.
Use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left, exit 22B, Grand Central Parkway West, toward RFK Bridge.
So I'm actually trying to work something out with TikTok. That's pretty important.
Then use the right lane to stay to the right to exit 22B, Grand Central Parkway West, toward RFK Bridge.
Spy app. It's a private company, but it's a company that is
final interview was on Lawrence O'Donnell on MSNBC last night. Lawrence O'Donnell TV has about 400,000 or 500,000 views. That's
Exit
it.
right
It's
to
nothing.
exit 7, LaGuardia
400,000
Airport,
or 500,000 views. Joe Rogan has 75 million people.
Then use
And
either
again,
lane to
network
stay to
TV,
the right 2 terminals
prime
B,
time, divided
C.
speech, prime time network
Use
TV.
either
Nobody
lane to
knows.
stay to the right 2 terminals B,
You know.
C. Then use the left lane
New
to stay to
media,
the
the
left to
podcast,
terminal
the
B.
Joe Rogans, that kind of stuff.
Use the left
Talk
lane to
radio
stay
is
to the
still in
left to
there.
terminal B.
AM talk radio,
Then use the
63
left 2
million
lanes
people
to
every
stay
day.
to the left to
63
terminal B
million.
departures.
Network television, 25.
Go to the dispatch.
Cable news, 10.
Dispatch?
Yeah.
But arrival or departure? Arrival. Huh? I don't know, but you said arrival before, yeah?
Yeah, but I'm going to stay here because it's more quicker.
Yeah. Oh, dispatch. You show me when we get there. Gonna pick up somebody or you working there?
I'm working there.
Oh, okay, good. Go straight.
Huh?
Go straight.
No.
You
Right
arrived
here.
at your
Stop right here.
destination.
Anywhere here? Okay, 1 second. Put to the side. Okay, thank you. You have a good day. Good luck.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Ramon is working. I got some of this, you know. Some of this.
Media covering it up. You know, they got Pentagon reporters, all those networks, covering it up. Never said a word. Hey, Kathy Holcomb, she's a regular Batman. What a crime fighter she is. You know, people jumping the turnstiles. Well, she said, you know, we're going to put spikes. You see those spikes they put on the, so you can't put your hand down and jump over. They're not really spikes. Look at it. They're more like ridges. Well, the New York Post was at the subway station. I watched a turnstile jumper approach this thing. He jumped right over it. He put his hands right on these ridges. He was able to get over it easily. So she's such a... here, listen to her.
But also, I'd say it's time to crack down on the shameless ferry vaders who just are so brazen. They just walk.
The time to crack down was like 3 years ago when he took office, 4 years ago. Why would it be the time now? As soon as it started was the time.
And others who are paying, they feel like, why should I bother? And it's hit our coffers of the MTA hard. Not just here, but also on our buses. So I've directed the MTA to install the modern turnstiles in 40 stations. We track where most of the fare evasion occurs. We'll hit the top 40 by the end of 26 and continue to make sure we don't stop until we've completed this process.
Well, again, the first turnstile jumper, boom, right over those things. It didn't work. So what's the point of installing it? Well, it's a contract you hand out. It's a multi-zillion-dollar contract. You hand it to a donor, and you get more donations that way. But she's a hell of a crime fighter. Now, the reason she says it's a massive problem, this ferry jumping, is because it's a ton of money. It's an amazingly large amount of money we lose to turnstile jumpers. If we just collected that money, you wouldn't need the congestion pricing. Can you imagine how dumb this is, how idiotic this whole thing is? Listen to her. I'm just going to fight crime, put cops on trains.
On average, it is 4 to 6 crimes a day. Regardless, We have trends that show more of them are likely to occur on the overnight hours, and that's when we have to protect really the unsung heroes of our city. When others are going home, these are the people coming in. They work in the night shift at the hospital. The people who work in the hotel lobbies. The doctors and nurses. The bakers, the baristas, the construction workers who need to be on call. These are the people who keep our city running. They're taking public transit, and they have every right to be safe.
I know, she sounds forceful with this malarkey, but first of all, it's not 4 to 6 crimes a day. It's a hell of a lot more than that. And you could put more cops out there, but there's no point if you're going to arrest him and then Alvin Bragg's going to release him. The real problem is Kathy Hochul is in charge of Alvin Bragg. She can remove him tomorrow. The district attorney is a state job under her control. She can remove him and put in a real DA who will lock up the criminals, put him in jail. That's easy to do. She could probably just order Bragg to do it and tell him you're removed if you don't do it. That might do the trick. It's easy to do. Ron DeSantis, they had the same problem in Florida. George Soros got one of those crazy DAs elected who was releasing all the criminals. As governor, DeSantis removed the DA, threw him the hell out and got a real DA. Hochul could do that anytime. She's afraid to do it. She won't do it. Who knows what the reason is, but she thinks of herself now as the great crime fighter.
There's 150 trains that travel the overnight shift. That's 2 police officers per train. That's where you get the 300 from. And then you add that in with the National Guard we already have there. So basically what this means, we've doubled the number of law enforcement personnel on the New York City subway system in 1 year.
There you go. It went from 30 to 60. Now she's talking about the overnight. There'll be a cop there to protect you. You'll have to go at 3 in the morning, but there'll be a cop there from midnight. If you happen to go between midnight and 5, well, then that's good. But it's great for people who work overnight. But again, remove his name, Alvin Bragg. Remove Alvin Bragg and put in a real district attorney. And stop with the state troopers. We don't need any Smokey the Bear hats on the subway. You know, the problem, state troopers do great work all over the state, but in the subway, they have absolutely no authority to do anything. It's just for show. Stop these symbolic little gestures. Stop this. First of all, if you stop all these style jumpers and Rudy Giuliani proved this. You arrest them, and it turns out most of them are muggers and criminals on their way to work here. So that would be the trick. Your inauguration is Monday at 12 noon. Michelle Obama says she will not go. Her people say she's not a part. She does not pretend to be nice to Donald Trump. She can't do it. It's a big woman that said, remember, they go low, we go high. Well, enough. And she's not a phony.
Pretty good system they have here.
Yeah, this is good organized. Welcome.
Going to the River Club, I should make a U-turn.
Okay. No problem.
Traffic's pretty good at this time?
Yeah, should be good. Where you come from? Florida?
No, Toronto.
Toronto.
Yeah, we've got traffic bad worse than yours.
Yeah.
Is it? Yes. But I don't think we have this nice, I don't think we have this nice Uber setup.
In 900 feet, turn left.
Is this new? This whole,
everything is new here.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
They speak French in Toronto. They say bonjour. Some people.
Oui.
Bonjour. It's funny. It's Canada, but a lot of people speak French, and some people smoke too much too.
Absolument. C'est trop fumé.
Oh my.
But not so much in Ontario. Ontario's more Anglophone.
Oh, good.
It's Quebec and New Brunswick.
Good.
Well, you never know. Soon we'll get America speaking French soon because we're to be the 51st state.
Yeah. You wanna be or you don't wanna be?
No.
Don't want to be.
But they say the taxes will be better than what you pay now.
Yeah, we got universal health care.
But you pay like 60-70% taxes. It's too much.
No, we don't pay anything close to that.
Use either lane to turn left to Parkway West.
It's all up.
Do you work mostly out of the airport? Like when you drop us off, will you get a ride and
Yeah, a
and
couple
hopefully come-
times a week. JFK, LaGuardia, Newark.
What's the easiest one to get into?
Then, LaGuardia and Newark. Don't go JFK, it's a big mess because they're doing construction there and all-way traffic. And even when you get there, it's traffic. So avoid JFK.
Okay. Well, fortunately, Air Canada flies into LaGuardia, so we don't really have an opportunity to come into Canada.
It's a short flight. It's like you feel like you go up and down, but they charge you like a couple $100.
Yep.
They charge you a lot. I guess it's the taxes.
It is. It's the fuel taxes and stuff. But no, I mean, we were, how long? I think they said 50 minutes gate to gate or something.
Yeah.
Driving could be a couple hours.
It takes longer to get out to the airport than it does actually.
So you're here for conference?
We're just here to see some friends.
Oh, nice. Yeah. Sightseeing, restaurant.
Well, stuff to see there. Next time. We still have snow.
Turn right to Parkway West, Manhattan.
My daughter asked me, where is the snow? I told her the snow is on my head.
Yeah.
Well, at least you have hair on your head. I don't.
Yes, you try to make a snowball. I said, limited.
Watch out, vehicle on shoulder ahead. In half a mile, use the right two lanes to take exit 4, I-278 West, Brooklyn Queens Expressway towards Staten Island.
Broadway fan? You're listening to a Broadway channel.
Yeah, sometimes, this is like a news channel.
It's a Broadway channel.
Yeah, are you going to go to see a Broadway show, Lion King, something?
Yeah, well, yes, we are going to see something tomorrow afternoon. We're going to go and see the Book of Mormons. But Toronto is just as big a theater district as you. It's a lot of the things come to Toronto. and a lot of Toronto things come here. So
the culture is similar.
yes, very similar. But we don't quite have the Broadway, the lights, and
all this shenanigans.
Yes.
Building on the left side, you see all these sky building. This is the Triborough Bridge.
Sorry?
Triborough Bridge. Because connect Queens, Manhattan.
collect unpaid rent. His co-workers then called police later in the day when he didn't return. Officers found his body stuffed in garbage bags under a bed in the apartment, calling it a gruesome murder. Police District Attorney Belinda Kent says the defendant allegedly chose to resolve a rent dispute with violence. I'm Scott Pringle, WOR News.
Next to the news, bulletin at 1. Wakes up with Messy in the morning, 6 to 10 a.m. Monday mornings. I'm Jeff Pringle on 710 WOR.
This is Richard Devetting with the WOR Weather Channel forecast. Snow on the way for Sunday. Could see anywhere from 2 to 6 inches of snow for parts of the tri-state area Sunday afternoon and Sunday night. Sunshine here this afternoon with 40 our high today. Clear tonight, 33. Rain breaks out during the day tomorrow, mid-40s. Snow likely Sunday afternoon into Sunday night. Sunday's high in the mid-30s. Sunshine, 34 WOR.
This report is sponsored by Audible. Tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Expand your life with expert insight and motivation for better health, habits, relationships, finance, and more. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com.
Jesse Kelly, the Democrat Party is doing everything it can do to break it. It's the only thing they do well. They don't do anything else well, but they can break things. Jesse Kelly, weeknights at 6 on 710 WOR. Collect an unpaid judgment with your landlord, law firm, business owner, or New York resident. You know, 80% of all judgments remain uncollected. Fine Asset Recovery, FIU, Fine Asset Recovery will assist you risk-free, no upfront fees. Call 800-513-1923. Don't let those unpaid judgments expire. Call Fine Asset Recovery. They'll help you collect the money you deserve. 800-513-1923. Fine Asset Recovery. They'll use their investigative and legal expertise to track down the money you're owed. Call them. 800-513-1923. It's not on your side. If they say they hide them, we find them at Fine Asset Recovery. Call today for a free risk assessment. Call 800-513-1923. FineAssetRecovery.com. Fine Asset. They say they hide them, we find them. Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit porky, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou. 800-777-1979. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes or overweight or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you.
I think it's better not to have life insurance. Don't give other people reason to put something in your soup. Or even if you have it, don't keep it. Don't tell
minutes
nobody.
via York Avenue, FDR Drive, South Manhattan, and avoid traffic building up on your route.
Thank you, Miss Ways. Let's save 6 minutes.
Yeah, and something on the highway happened, maybe construction or accident. I'm gonna go local, you know. Avoid that highway.
Speed bumps ahead.
This building all like Project the Hood, you know.
Was this the
Project like low income. But I heard if those low income, they get a good job, they get, I don't know, MTA money, they're gonna raise the rent, you know. Some even do Airbnb in the apartment.
Is that allowed?
Not allowed, but
Well,
they
maybe
said
it's
it's a friend or family member. But actually Airbnb now, it's outlaw in New York. You know, you cannot do short term. It's only 30 days and more.
in New York.
Yeah. So, but Airbnb, they're paying a lot of money to politicians to change that, you know. It's all about politicians, you know. You pay them, they go anywhere you want.
That's right.
A lot of children. That's why you see the children gate on the window. All the window have children gate. Well, they're all in school already. School or job. This area you see a lot of children. If you go to Chelsea, you see a lot of dogs. You see skinny people with dogs. Here you see chubby people with children.
You're funny.
I used to live around here. I moved to Chelsea because I got good deal on housing. But I don't feel belong there. Everybody's skinny with a little dog. I'm chubby with kids.
Whoa. Did he just go through a red light?
Yeah.
He did?
Yeah, he did.
Holy smokers.
He's one of those, the hood, wearing the hood, loud music, hip hop.
No, but did you see the speed he just went through that red light?
Yeah.
How did he know he wasn't going to get T-boned coming on the other side?
It's actually the second switch between, yellow, green to red. So he took advantage of that. But he took a risk. Maybe he's looking to get hit, to get some insurance money.
Yeah, well, he has to fill up his car first before he's over there getting gas right now. And pulling up his pants. Yeah. Well, you're going to get hit.
His pants half off. One of those. How much is the gas here? $3.39. How much is in Canada? The gas?
Well, we have liters. You guys are gallons.
Yes.
But we're $1.50 a liter.
Oh, okay.
And there's 2.2 liters in a gallon.
8 minutes.
So we're over $3 also. If you take our.
Yeah.
They're about the same. They might be a little more expensive here because of exchange.
Right. Yeah. Our dollar is not very strong right now against your dollar. So how do you get skinny if you live in Chelsea?
Those people,
They walk their dogs a lot.
the LGBTQ, they worship the body, they're all day in the gym. They look skinny, beautiful, but they have so much anxiety in the head. They're sick in the head.
Mm-hmm.
They have a lot of anxiety medication.
That's why they have dogs.
They're therapeutic dogs.
Yes, they're what do you call it? Not therapeutic. They're
Therapy dogs.
therapy dogs. Yeah. Fast anywhere. A lot of construction in New York right now.
Yeah, always. They're digging, they're looking for gold or oil, I don't know. They're digging all the time.
They can't find it at this corner, so they go to the next one. These guys are working hard.
Yeah. With these sunglasses, you look like from the FBI. Are you undercover today? you think I should think I'm talking about them?
Yeah.
They're doing a stakeout.
Hi.
They're doing a stakeout.
They're waving at me.
Yeah. Say hello. Sometimes they get mad at me. They said, you Uber driver, you pick up all the beautiful blonde chick I told him it's his job. They yell at me because I'm picking up ladies in the city, you know. I told him this is my job. You want to pick up chicks? Go work for Uber.
Yeah.
Uber or Lyft.
Stop working construction.
They used to yell to chick in the street, but they don't yell anymore.
No.
They used to yell muchacha, muchacha bonita. You know.
Those days are gone.
Yeah, all kind new role. What do you call that? You know, like harassment, this and that. Yeah, Harlem East.
Right. bike lanes and.
It's okay, but you see, like winter, they don't use it much. Like it's make the car like more
really congested.
Yeah. But it's okay. I ride bike too, so in a way I feel more safe. I have my own bike lane,
Right.
Because before that, people always open the door and they.
But I'm seeing a lot of people in these lanes.
A lot of bike, yeah. The delivery, you see food delivery.
Yeah. That's what we have we have bike lanes in Toronto, but all it is Uber Eats delivering.
Yeah, I do that sometimes too. To lose weight, I do. They don't pay well. It's like $2 each delivery, but it's good exercise.
Estimated time in traffic, 9 minutes. Estimated time in traffic, 13 minutes.
13 minutes? How did we go from 9 to 13?
I just estimate it's half off.
Yeah.
You have an appointment, you go to hotel or friend house?
No, we're going to
The club.
Yeah.
Clubhouse.
You had any snow this year? Yes, you did. You had a little bit.
Yeah, we had. 52nd.
52nd? Mondays is delivery, honest.
Kids also?
I'm sorry?
You have kids?
Yes, we have grandkids.
Oh wow, you shop early.
Yeah, no.
I shop late.
Yeah.
My baby, she's only 6 years old.
Oh wow. No, we have a 3.5-year-old grandson.
Wow.
Another granddaughter and another one on its way.
Wow, so cute. God bless you. You're like a mom all over again.
I wish I was more involved.
No school Monday. What is
oh, right.
This
okay.
is Martin Luther King or something?
It's,
President Day?
Yeah, well, it's, Mr. Trump is being...
Watch out, accident reported ahead.
His inauguration is Monday, and he's just saying that Monday is a day off. No kids.
No school.
And they're making it a national holiday?
Yeah, I got a message. No school on
President's Day.
Or is it President's Day?
Yeah, President's
I
Day.
thought President's Day was in February. I'm just wondering if it's because of the inauguration.
No, Martin, something about Martin on the 20.
Martin Luther King?
Yeah.
It's
Martin Luther King.
Maybe it's Martin Luther King Day.
Yeah, Martin Luther King.
Okay.
But is the inauguration on Monday?
Yes, it is.
Oh, it's the same day. Yeah. You're not invited to go there?
No.
They said it's gonna be too cold, and it's gonna be indoor or outdoor. I don't know.
No, it's always outdoor.
Always outdoor.
I declined.
Yeah, we got an invitation, but we said no.
There might be two insurrectionists, who knows?
We're going to Florida in February 16th.
Nice.
Going to Miami
Good for you.
for 1 week.
It's cold down there now, so it's better that you wait a little bit.
Oh, we got a ticket already, so we're gonna do I'm gonna rent a car. We're gonna do all kind of kids activities, zoo, indoor places, museum,
Oh, you're taking the kids?
Yeah, restaurants. I took the baby when she was 2 years old to get advantage of kids fly free, up to 2 years old.
Yes.
She loved the pool there. She still loved the pool, so we're gonna see if we can find an indoor pool, like a warm pool or something. Kids love the pool,
Well, maybe it's going to be warm enough by then that you don't need an indoor pool.
Yeah, I need to get spray against mosquito and make sure all sun lotion for kids, 50 something. What is it, 50 SP?
At least 15.
15 or 50?
I would say nothing less than 30.
Oh. Oh, okay.
15 now is not enough.
The doctor said 50.
Well, for kids,
Yeah.
yes, but I would say nothing less than 30 for the adults.
You're good with kids. What field you in? You
Motherhood.
Yeah, that's a good field. That's a full-time job actually.
It is. Thank you very much.
Cleaning, laundry,
Yep.
picking up kids, dropping off kids.
She's retired from that now.
No, but now
But
I'm
now she
I'm
continues
back in
with-
it as a
with
grandmother.
the grandkids.
I'm only semi-retired.
half off.
Listen, when you have a car seat in the back of your car, you know you're a grandmother.
Yeah, so I'm gonna rent a car in Miami. Should I ask him for car seat?
Well, are you flying? You can take your car seat with you.
I know, but I'm looking if the car rental has it.
They do.
Then I don't have to slap it.
Yep.
Because the airline can charge me extra for,
Yeah, no, they do have them, but you
Spirit,
should pre-book them.
Spirit charge you for everything, for soda, for seating. The flight is cheap, but Spirit Airline they charge you for everything else. I can even maybe take my own Easy Pass, so that I don't have to get there.
Yes, you can. Do they have different ones for different states?
I think it's one everywhere. I'm not sure, but I can take it just in case. Somebody even told me take the camera, this one, but this one is 24, it's like a parking, so I'm gonna leave it here. I have another one I'll take with me. Just in case if something happened, they won't get my fault. They said my fault, no fault.
That's interesting that you could take your Easy Pass from...
Easy Pass and Dashcam.
I would think that those would be state, but maybe not.
I can ask ChatGPT. He know everything now
yes,
these
of course he
days.
does. Yes.
ChatGPT give you great answer for every question. Better than Siri.
So it was pretty good too.
I should stay on the 2nd Avenue. I thought going back to the highway.
again, I read some reports where they said spikes.
You want coffee?
Not exactly.
Coffee, peanuts, cookies, holy water. Yeah, that's next. That's in the evening.
That's the evening shift.
I call my midget chef.
And he would have a brick wall protecting it because all the thugs in the neighborhood would try to go over at night and take
Airbnb is okay in Canada? They can do short term?
They do, but there's movement to start banning it.
All this hotel union, they do this movement.
They do have a lot of condominiums in Toronto that are banning Airbnb rentals.
Yes. And we now have this occupancy that you have to declare.
Yeah.
So we went up to second and now going back because the highway's clear.
I hope so. This is what Waze recommended. Because the club is on the edge of the highway. So it's like, you need this anyway. See, that's Roosevelt Island across.
Which island?
Roosevelt Island.
Good old East.
Oh, there's an ambulance on the left side. There's some activity.
They don't have a lot of.
This was an accident.
They don't have a lot of shoulders to get. It's on the other side.
Yeah, on the other side.
But everybody's rubbernecking to take a look.
There's an Uber car hit another car. Yeah. One suffer, one benefit. Insurance company, doctors, police, ambulance benefit, the driver suffer.
34th and Herald Square. Cops came on to make the arrest, and that's right. It's a good idea. Good job, kids. Do you know what the city is telling, the Eric Adams administration is telling the families of the three Asian boys? You know what they're telling?
Because I follow you on social media, I know that in essence there's all these different hoops that they have to potentially jump through. They're not going to just get it easily. They might not get it at all, right?
Well, that's it. Why aren't they getting a payout now? I mean, think about it. We're trying to encourage people. See something, say something, do something, right? So what's
Has this area got a name?
It's Sutton Place.
Sutton Place.
Yeah. It's expensive, but a lot of elderly people. You won't see much kids and dogs here.
No skinny fat or dogs.
Just normal old elderly people.
Too old to have dogs because they don't want to walk.
Yeah, maybe somehow.
Say something, right? What are you going to do? What number are you going to call? 911. Of course, they have it embedded in your brain. Call 911. Was it the guy? Yes. Did he get indicted in Brooklyn? Yes. Why don't you do a $10,000 payout? This would be great. You bring him to City Hall, Eric Adams. I know it's going to take away from you because you want to say it was you and the NYPD and they were. Well, first off, you know the cops did a lousy job because they walked right past the car. Remember that morning? Yeah. December 22nd at 7:30. They walked right past this woman. Debbie was flaming torch.
You see, it's all the way by the river. You been here before?
I have.
So you know your ABC. I wonder if I should go driveway.
Just let us off in front of us.
Front door is fine. We'll just
It's over there, right here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Here is okay?
Yeah.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
That's it? You're gonna leave me already?
I know.
We just met.
Are you going to go back to the airport?
No. Goodness. Give me $10. Okay. That's David. David.
Again, indictment, conviction, there's always an appeal. You have to wait for the second conviction. That generally takes about 5 minutes. How ridiculous is it? So, I'm suggesting that on Tuesday, at the mayor's only press conference of the week, maybe we send Liz Radabali, right? She's the junior reporter here with you. You know, you're Jimmy Olsen here. We send Liz Radabali, and she makes sure the mayor has one of those cardboard checks. Publishers Clearinghouse, you know, polar bear. This is the perfect weather for the polar bear. Peter Lando, what is it with your owner who
go back to 2023 when it was Billy Epler who was the GM, and Alonso turned down a 7-year, $153 million contract. So, okay, he said, fine, I want to bet on myself. I want to go to free agency. Good. And he didn't have a very good year last year. It was solid, not bad, but just not an exemplary year. So, you know, he's in free agency, not as a major top street type guy.
Stop. I'm not a New York Mets fan, right? When we were watching the playoffs in Atlanta, and you were like ready to just impale yourself,
I almost dropped out of the window.
You actually might.
Vivian, what's up?
You were ready to try to carry. And what did I say? No, you're gonna win, remember? And who hit that digger?
Well, you're getting the teams.
Yo, Vivian, I'm over here now.
Okay, first we hit
Atlanta with Lindor.
That's right, Lindor.
Yo, Vivian, I'm over here now. Are you coming? See you soon.
This man, something about him. He had a big homer early against the Phillies.
No, look, he's a beloved Met. He's a guy that I think is going to have random fans. They want him back.
He's a polar bear.
But he was offered now, the rumor is, something like 3 or 4 years for upwards of something 75, 80 million. By the Mets.
Okay, look.
I don't think he wants to play in New York. I think he's a Florida guy. I think the polar bear
The Marlins ain't going anywhere.
Then I don't know what. Maybe he wants to play for the Rangers with Jacob DeGrom. I have no idea what he's hoping to do.
Jacob, my arm fell out of my socket.
Well, he's back. He's back to Tommy John. He steps at the end of the year.
I can see you are just stonewalling on behalf of Steve Cohen, who
No, but the rumor is that he offered them that Alonso's been offered a 3-year contract. So what's the problem?
I don't want.
You want the big Freddie Freeman cut out?
I really, all this time you have not on WABC with that person's right to bump me out, and now.
הפערים בין חמאס לישראל וההתגמשות. כך נפתרו מחלוקות העסקה. אחרי משא ומתן שארך חודשים, ההסכם על שחרור חטופים והפסקת האש נחתם בדוחה. כיצד התגברו הצדדים על המחלוקות? יציאת צה"ל מהרצועה והפסקת הלחימה. בישראל חששו כי נסיגת הכוחות תוביל לסיום המלחמה, ובחמאס הבהירו, בלי סעיף זה אין עסקה. צה"ל התחיל לסגת מעזה עם תחילת ההסכם, וישלים את יציאתו כשאחרון החטופים ישוחרר. צה"ל ייסוג עד קו הפרימטר האחרון, כלומר אזור חיץ שנועד להבטיח את תושבי אזור פילדלפי. בחמאס דרשו נסיגה מוחלטת, בישראל התעקשו להישאר. התוצאה, צמצום הכוחות בהדרגה עד לנסיגה מוחלטת ביום ה-50 להסכם, כלומר בשלב השני שלו. מסדרון הצרים. נתניהו טען כי מדובר בציר מרכזי שימנע מחמאס לנוע בחופשיות ברצועה. התוצאה, ביום השביעי לעסקה דורשה כניסת רכבים צפונה מהמסדרון לאחר בדיקה של חברה פרטית שנקבעה בידי המתווכות. ביום ה-22 המורים יורשו לחזור צפונה ללא בידוק. הפערים בין חמאס לישראל וההתגמשות.
רוצה לפנות לבן גביר וסמוטריץ' שפה של אביבים. ואהבת לרעך כמוך? לא תעמוד על דם רעך, אתם בטוח מכירים. אני רוצה לומר לכם שאתם לא יודעים לאהוב. אין לכם לב, אין לכם כלום חוץ מהכיסא שתפסתם בטעות בממשלת ישראל. אני בזה לכם וללב הרע שלכם. אתם לא הייתם מסוגלים לשבת יום אחד בשבי. וביבי, פעם ראשונה שאני מדברת אליך. אל תקשיב להם.
Oh, you have something? It's for Vivian. Yeah. I do, yeah. I do know you have something.
Please use your seatbelt for your safety.
Okay, Terminal C, LaGuardia. Okay, let's go. Yeah, sure. Yeah. I'll take the tribal over here.
Whatever's fast.
Yeah, sure.
I don't care
You
what
know,
it costs.
30 minutes, more or less.
What, 20 minutes?
30 minutes. 27 minutes.
27.
Yeah, you know, should be okay. Yeah. Yeah. 12:54. You invite to Trump inauguration or something?
Oh, good God, no. I'm going to my sister-in-law's birthday party in Toronto.
Oh, wow.
No, I'm not invited to anybody, and neither would I want to be, so. Not my thing.
Yeah. Toronto, Canada. I just bring a couple from LaGuardia to 447 East 52nd Street. There's some kind of club building over there.
Yeah, that's kind of, what do you call that?
You know that
The
black?
embassies go all around.
Yeah.
So that was convenient. Drop one up, pick one up.
Yeah. We're always busy anyway.
So what has congestion pricing been to your fees?
Yeah, it's like $2 more, you know, for us, but cars.
Supposedly, we're supposed to be making the subway better, but what? It ain't too safe, and I don't see any changes coming.
No, it's all gonna be the same. Nothing changing. Just MTA, money taking agency. They're like a mafia union.
Yeah.
They do whatever they want.
Nothing. The only improvement I saw was between 1978 and 2000.
When Giuliani and Bloomberg time, that was good. But once you bring all those schmuck Planet of the Apes, nothing is good.
Yep. I agree.
Bloomberg did like 3 terms.
He was, New York was at his best under him.
He put his own money for everything.
Still do it, but I guess he can't because he couldn't control it.
You see this screen on the right side? This is new. I guess they don't want driver throwing stuff over the river, and they put this screen all around.
Or they don't like jumpers.
I don't know. It's like somebody driver throw item or jumpers. But jumpers can go over the fence. They have on the other side too, both sides. You need to put like a chicken wire, you know, this wire. There's no chicken wire.
Is it barbed wire on top?
No, they should. But if they don't want jumper, they should put that.
That would be the right thing. Or at least a bar that goes through. You know, like a top that goes in.
Yeah. Like a shape in, yeah.
WQXR is supported by Carnegie Hall, which presents pianist Bruce Liu in recital carnegiehall.org.
door 4.
It's the Rip and Read, featuring Curtis Lewa, Talk Radio 77 WABC. Greg Kelly, entertaining and informative.
In the old days, you paid the money to build the bridge. And once the bridge was built,
Number 4, door 4. He said door 4.
you're paying why? To pay the salary of these MTA executives? It's amazing. $9 a pop to come into Lower Manhattan. That's really something.
About an hour and a half before flight time.
Born on America's darkest day of 9/11, the Tunnel to Towers Foundation has been helping America's heroes ever since. People who put their lives on the line for our country and our communities. They need you. Now more than ever, join Tunnel to Towers on its mission to do good in their heart. Never forget 9/11 or the sacrifices of this country's heroes and their families. Show your support. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2T.org. Listen to this podcast now.
Well, wish you a good flight. God bless you. Thank you for choosing us. You see, door 4, they said that's the sky something.
Thank you. Sadly, I know my way too well around here.
Anthony Weiner. What's up, Anthony Weiner? Are you in the building? Where's Anthony Weiner? How you doing?
Okay, so that's probably what it's going to go, yeah. But I can't say more, but yeah, I must tell you, you know, Eric Adams, one of the things he's asking for today is to go to the inauguration.
Hey, what I don't understand, I thought the Republicans were the tough-on-crime party.
Yes.
You're letting out, you're going to give pardons to the people who beat the crap out of cops on January 6th. Now you're not even going to prosecute. Let's call it what it is. He's going to get this pardon or this pre-pardon, right?
Yeah,
don't you agree?
He's absolutely.
I mean, they're not going to go through all this. And here's what's going to happen. Donald Trump, when he does the other pardons that make the left crazy, he's going to do this one to make the left even crazier. We're not going to let Eric Adams come back from Mar-a-Lago.
But he will be running in the Democratic primary, and now the second part of the meeting that I know, and again, somebody was assigned to Mar-a-Lago to listen to Sid this morning with me and also listen to this show before the president meets with Eric Adams, is he's going to try to be given permission to run in the Republican primary but remain a Democrat, which requires 3 of the chair people to give you a Wilson Pakula. Which they will if Mar-a-Lago.
He wants to run as a, but you think he's gonna go to Mar-a-Lago with that long a to-do list? Isn't he just concerned about getting his pardon? Is he really gonna go try to negotiate? Because let's face it, if Donald Trump stood up and said, "I want Eric Adams to be let in," the party chairs, they're going to do it. They have no backbone at all. They'll do it.
Oh, look, they have to do it. He's the national.
Yeah.
I welcome that. You know, I look forward to that because they think there is actually a belief in national Republican circles that we can convince Curtis to step aside, that we can clear whatever field might
But
exist.
can I ask you again? You are way more in touch with the Republican voter than I am.
Yes.
You'll beat Eric Adams. Eric Adams, Eric Adams is not popular among Republicans. Just because he's unpopular among Democrats doesn't mean he's popular among Republicans.
Oh, well, Joe Borelli, who, as you know, is no big friend of mine, said so with Sid, is that Curtis will kill him.
Yeah, that won't be a close race.
So they have to get me out of it, and they have to clear the field. Let's see how they try this, because apparently they have the Bloomberg philosophy. You remember Bloomberg? I can buy anybody. I can. Well, I don't think they've ever dealt with me.
Curtis, you and I are in a similar boat. What are they that you have seen through? You've been through so many fires.
Yes.
You've survived this long.
Yes.
You are the cockroach of New York City politics.
Right.
We will have a nuclear Armageddon, and there will be just Curtis Sliwa and his dopey red hat. He'll be the only thing left standing. So I don't think they understand that there's no. Here's something else. It's actually good for you in a weird way, because the reason Republicans have a tough time is because they never get any oxygen. No one pays attention to what's going on the Republican line. The country will be obsessed with the Sliwa-Adams race.
There is one thing, though. I might not enter the race if I'm given. And you know this has bothered me.
Ratsar.
Yeah,
I saw that coming. Yeah, for sure. By the way, I mean...
If Eric Adams would swear on a Quran, the Torah, the Talmud, a Bible, and put it in writing that Curtis Sliwa will be the Ratsar, I would have to sit down and reconsider.
I want to tell you something, Curtis. I'm not just saying this to blow smoke up your ass. I am looking at running in a very progressive liberal district.
Yes.
There are a lot of people that if you walked around your old neighborhood of Tompkins Square Park and saw the two whole paths of Tompkins Square Park are now taken with pot dealers and drug, that would say, hey, Curtis, don't tell my neighbors I'm saying this, but I might vote for you kind of vibe. Now, you're not going to get a lot of votes in that neighborhood because there aren't a lot of Republicans, but I think it's Eric Adams will not win a Republican primary.
Thank you. Left versus right. Unfortunately, it's going to be James Flippin again versus Anthony, Saturdays 4 to 5. And unfortunately, James Flippin will be with me in the morning Monday. And I'll make sure that will never, ever, ever happen again.
Talk Radio 77 WABC.
This is New York's talk leader, the crown jewel of talk radio. WABC New York and 107.1 WLIR Hampton Bays. News first at 59 past the hour.
77 WABC News starts now.
77 WABC News, first at 59 past the hour, 39 degrees, mostly clear skies on this Friday, January 17th. Good afternoon, I'm James Flippin.
Winter weather alert, 77 WABC.
A large chunk of the U.S. bracing for below zero weather as a polar vortex dips into the lower 48 states. Forecasters say temperatures could plunge 35 degrees below average across the U.S. this month, starting this weekend. Below zero temperatures possible in the week ahead from Maine to Idaho. And freezing temperatures in the southeast could be a significant departure from the usual January weather. On Inauguration Day, Washington, D.C. expecting a high temperature of 28 degrees. And so that cold, bitter weather is forcing President-elect Trump's swearing-in ceremony to be moved indoors. Trump and Vice President-elect J.D. Vance will instead now be sworn into office in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda. It's the third time in U.S. history that step's been taken, most recently for President Reagan's second inauguration. And Trump will use a Bible from his mother, as well as the Lincoln Bible, for his swearing-in ceremony. His late mom gave him that Bible in 1955 for his primary school graduation, signed by church officials and inscribed with Trump's name. The Lincoln Bible was first used as President Lincoln's swearing-in 1861 and has been used 3 times since, during former President Obama's 2 inaugurations and Trump's first one. Back in New York, a Long Island man has been indicted in a high-speed crash that nearly killed a Suffolk County cop. The Suffolk County DA's office says Cody Fisher of Brentwood faces up to 15 years in prison if convicted on the top count of assault on a police officer. Investigators say Officer Brendan Gallagher gave chase while trying to pull the 29-year-old suspect over on the Long Island Expressway in Brentwood back on January 5th. Fisher, who was allegedly high and drunk, is accused of sideswiping the patrol car, causing it to flip over and smash into a tree. Gallagher was on a ventilator until his condition was upgraded to fair earlier this week. The $9 congestion tolls being collected above ground in Manhattan. Now, people who get to work below ground want to know what they'll see in terms of these promised changes.
Money is pouring into the MTA coffers now from congestion pricing, so strap-bangers really want to know when their ride to work will become more reliable.
We got to do better. As a city, why do we pay all these taxes? There's nothing works.
This week, there were issues with the third rail on the Upper West Side that delayed the ride home for hours for thousands.
It's like they're spending all of this money with congestion prices, and it's constantly breakdowns on the train. The trains are unsafe. People are sleeping on it.
Strap-hangers begging the MTA now to add more trains to lines that have become a lot more snug since congestion pricing began. Norm Layden, WABC News.
President-elect Trump says he won't rule out pardoning New York City Mayor Eric Adams, as Mayor Adams has indicated he wants to work with the Trump administration. Some speculate the Democrats could be hoping the Republican will pardon him on federal corruption charges.
I don't think that's right. But the mayor, nobody should be exempt.
Who cares? They're all in it.
Well, I don't know if you should pardon him because I don't know if that's the case. Well, I don't know, but I believe that if somebody committed a crime, should be punished for it. That's it.
President Trump has railed against the politicization of the Department of Justice, but he's only said he thinks Adams was potentially
Welcome back.
He doesn't know all the facts. And our meeting today at Mar-a-Lago.
North Street, downtown.
Come to the studio, hang with and watch live Sitting Friends in the Morning. Who knows who else might be there? Curtis Lewa, Mike Morano. Watch the show live and subscribers children to WABCRadio.com/live show. Donate and you're in. We'll see you at the station January 28th. WABCRadio.com/live show. WABC News Time 104. Sports weather in Wall Street next.
Every weekend, newsmakers are on 77 WABC. The Cats Roundtable. John Catsimatidis with Senator Jim Jordan.
The American people are looking forward to January 20th when Trump will be sworn in as the 47th president of the country.
Judge Jeanine Pirro on the Trump hush money case.
It was all a leftist conspiracy by Trump-hating individuals to lock Donald Trump up.
Roger Stone with Matt Gaetz.
When I was Attorney General designate, President Trump was weighing in his far down at the specific U.S. attorney in specific jurisdiction, and it shows the power and success of President Trump.
With Mark Stein of Vanilla Fudge.
We were playing just the elements of the music.
Listen to these mini-casts and more. Download this 77 WABC mini-cast. Everything you need to know in 10 minutes or less. 77 WABC News first at 59 past the hour.
77 WABC Chime Time 105 in sports. The Miami Dolphins will be one of the teams to play in Madrid next season, the first ever regular season NFL team in Spain. A video announcement has now gone viral, featuring Miami QB Tua Tagovailoa and Real Madrid's Vinicius Jr. happening.
Madrid, here we go.
See you at the Bernabeu, Miami Dolphins. Welcome to Madrid.
And on Wall Street, stocks are up. The Dow up right now, 444 points. From the 77 WABC Weather Center, today, mostly clear skies, a high near 40. Overnight, increasing cloud cover, a low near 31. Tomorrow, a chance of rain. Sunday, a chance of snow. WABC News Time 106. Greg Kelly next, 39 and clear in Midtown. And I'm James Flippin.
Everything all right? A little bit non-standard there. That's okay. And hey, Inauguration Day is going to be non-standard. You heard the news, right? Indoors. No outdoor ceremony. He'll take the oath of office. President Trump takes the oath of office inside the Capitol Rotunda. You know, I was going down there for the inauguration. I don't know if I'm even going to go now.
listening to Armchaster with Jack Stepper since it started in 2018, and I'm a huge fan, and I've always listened to the audio, and they've recently started and switched to video, and they're now on YouTube, and I'm completely refusing to listen to the video, to watch the video, because I love listening to it. For me, it's like the place that I zone out, and I like being able to picture things, and the problem with the video switch is that even though they're still on audio, they reference a lot of things that are clearly something you can see, and they try to go back, but I think there's a lot of content, and it's not growing as well, so I think that they need to go back to audio
more informative threads instead of these snarky in-group jokes, and people seem to like that. And yeah, over time, just more people followed because I was doing these threads.
We're already getting calls for you. This is Reed from Brooklyn. Hi, Reed. Thanks for calling. All of it, you're on with Derek.
Hi, Allison. Long time. And Derek, being also a long-time fan. And so I've got two questions. First, I'm a big thrift shop guy. Really like
Turn left on Mott Street.
do own a thrift shop. I'll find a shirt that I like and look for it on eBay for the same brand. Pure Cardin is great for that. Like blowing up and sponsoring that with the Jello Bean. I was wondering if you had any other
You been here before?
Yeah.
You've arrived at your
Where is
destination.
good for you? Any
Where the blue one is perfect.
blue one right here?
Yep.
You see, you can get a coffee too.
I know, right?
Yeah, it's convenient.
It is.
Welcome. Have a good day. Easy, baby. Nolita pizza. Nolita pizza. You got a pizza.
Scotland, Scottish, do a search, and then click, there's a checkbox for title and description, and then click search again, and that will pull up all the listings for that sweater that was made in Scotland or that was made in Scotland.
WCT Lending, Loan Approval Department. You are being transferred.
Easy, baby.
Felt very well. So, in Italy, for example, a lot of Italian production ran on being very fashionable, which sometimes just didn't age very well. And then in China, or some other places, you have a mix of really high-quality sweaters that were made in modern times, but a lot of bad stuff that was made also in modern times, but also in historical times. So an easy way is to search for a Scottish-made sweater, and you'll find a lot of good knitwear that way. As long as you double-check the measurements. Anytime you're buying online,
Easy, baby.
you want to check, its measurement, and measure it and compare those measurements to items that are already in your closet. That way you know whether or not it's going to have a chance of fitting.
We got a DM on Instagram that says about surgeon cuffs on blazers and suits, which they say could add a little extra pizzazz, and they want to know why designers stopped using them.
Well, I would argue it's the opposite. Designers actually started using them because consumers associate surgeon cuffs with quality. So let's explain what a surgeon cuff is. Surgeon cuff is on a suit jacket or sport coat. The buttonholes will be cut so that you can unbutton, the buttons. And historically, that was done on custom suits, so that supposedly, who really knows? But supposedly, like a surgeon could roll up his sleeves to wash his hands without ruining his suit jacket. The thing is that over time, people have started to associate that with quality and marketing.
Easy, baby.
But it has surgeon cuffs. You actually don't want surgeon cuffs on a ready-made suit. What you actually want is an unfinished cuff, and that means that the sleeves don't have buttonholes cut yet, and the buttons come in a little pouch that should be in the in-breast pocket. The reason is because when you're buying a jacket, oftentimes the sleeve has to be adjusted in some way. Maybe it might need to be lengthened, maybe it needs to be shortened, but it should be adjusted in some way to show about a 1/4 inch of shirt cuff. If you already have punched the buttonholes, then
think many people approach the process of dressing in terms of following trends, like a celebrity wore something, so now I have to wear something, or the trend is slim fit, or the trend is, very baggy fit, so I now have to conform to this, or they think of it in these pseudoscientific terms, like, oh, does black go with blue, or, I am this body shape, and how do I dress for this body shape? I don't think of dress in that sense. I dress in terms of cultural language. And going back to your first question, when I was into a certain music scene and going to dance clubs, there was a certain kind of look for that group. And if you went to a punk show, or if you went to the beach to watch surfers, or if you went to a skate park, all of these different groups had their own subcultural language for dress. And I think if you style in those terms and think, what are the kind of cultural languages that I want to emulate that I think are good and fit my personality and identity, it's much easier to answer those questions of how should something fit and what colors go with what. And I also think that's how we interact with clothing. Clothing is a way for us to identify ourselves with a group, but also express ourselves as individuals within that group. So it's basically the kind of social language, the way that we, use slang or communicate.
These are two different texts, but they go together nicely. The first one says, I learned so much from Derek and relied on his posts and his blog when I was shopping for a suit for my wedding this summer. Thank you, menswear guy. And then the other text says, hey, Derek, any thoughts on high-end pre-owned suits versus less expensive off-the-rack new? So give us some suit advice.
Absolutely. I think you can definitely buy a pre-owned suit. It's always better if you're shopping for that in person, because there are certain dimensions to any garment. I mean, this is true for any garment, whether you're buying leather jackets or shirts or sweaters. There are certain dimensions that will determine whether or not it fits you, but a suit is cut in such a way that it's much less forgiving. So small issues such as shoulder pitch, if your shoulders are pitched forward, or if you stand with a very straight back, all of these things can affect whether or not the suit hangs well on you. So I encourage people to, if you're shopping secondhand, it is better if you can shop in person at a secondhand store. And an easy way to find better suits or better made suits, frankly, is to find out where rich people donate clothes in your area. So often those will be located in wealthy neighborhoods, or sometimes they might be at charity shops that are benefiting some organizations that rich people care about, like the ballet company or the orchestra or whatever. Sometimes churches in rich neighborhoods will have really nice donations. If you have to shop on eBay, then obviously check those measurements and make sure you can return easily. I would never get too hung up on branding, especially since the market has so many diffusion lines. But generally speaking, if you see a garment made in America or England, historically it will be of a higher quality, although again, that's, I don't think, true anymore.
I'm talking to Derek Guy, the mastermind behind Dye Workwear, aka the menswear guy. We're taking your calls. Do you have a men's fashion or other style questions? Give us a call. 212-433-WNYC, 212-433-9692. We'll have more, including a question about suit vests.
WNYC's Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Day celebration returns to the Apollo Theater this Sunday in Sarasota. Unlike what is Jordan and Rollins Darling, they are aging 8th year. Our guest is drummer Sean Robinson, Color of Change, Christine
Easy,
Professor Political Science, and Mike Madrid, host of the Latino Vote podcast. Tickets are free, but reservations are required. Reserve your place now at WNYC.org/events. WNYC is supported by the Yale Philharmonic, joined by principal conductor Peter Unchin for a premiere by Joan Tower and a performance of Berlioz's January 27th at Carnegie Hall. Tickets at carnegiehall.org. Orion Pictures presenting director Ramel Ross's Nickel Boys. Inspired by real-life events, it chronicles the bond between two black teenagers who become wards of a juvenile reformatory, awards eligible. Carnegie Hall presenting Fragments 2, a multi-year series by cellist Elisa Rothenstein with transcendental connection with Bob and Charles Smith, and an immersive multimedia experience January
Austin Stewart. My guest is Derek Guy, the mastermind behind Dye Workwear, Easy, Menswear Guy. We're talking fashion. Let's talk to Mike. Hi, Mike.
Good afternoon. How are you?
Doing well. What's your question?
On suits, when you have a suit vest, the very bottom button, I was always told should remain open. Is that a hard fast rule, or what is the rule around suit vests?
Yeah, I mean, generally speaking, the bottommost buttons should not be fastened. That does come from this kind of antiquated rule that supposedly a king long ago got fat and unbuttoned his button, and all of his courtiers followed. It depends somewhat on how the vest is cut. Some garments are cut in such a way that you cannot button the last button without pulling the front. So on certain vests you can button the last button, but generally speaking, the last button should not be fastened.
I want to get to your Twitter handle and your blog name, Dye, Workwear. What does that mean?
Easy, baby.
Well, I started this blog in 2011, and I did not expect anyone to read it. And it was
Lunchtime.
in 2011, there was this like heritage craze for workwear, and everyone in the city is dressed like a lumberjack. I actually love and wear workwear, but I literally typed something into Tumblr, which was a Tumblr blog at the time, and it was a friendly jab at a friend of mine who really loves workwear, and I didn't think the blog would grow, and now I've been stuck for almost 15 years now with a really terrible name, just because I didn't put any thought into it. So that's basically the answer. I didn't think anyone would read the blog, and it was just a friendly jab at a friend of mine.
Let's talk to Jerry from Forest Hills. Hi, Jerry. Thank you so much for calling all of it. What do you want to ask Derek?
Yeah, so I'm a 50-year-old male, and I was wondering what style advice would you give in terms of wearing jeans with shoes? How did you feel about that? And also, what cut and style would work best in terms of, everyday casual?
vehicle? No, they're not competitors. They don't see it that way. They're actually doing very different things. They're landing on different spots in the moon. They just shared this rocket to kind of stay close. Yeah. Okay, what's the timeline here? When do they actually hit the moon? The American lander is scheduled to touch down in early March, and the Japanese one expects...
Set marks.
תוך מי זאת קשת? קשת אלף טוב קשת.
מי שואל מי זאת קשת?
זה מאזן, מחורה, בן 37, גרוש פלוס 2.
חיים שלי? אני בוכה. מה זה הקורות חיים האלה?
ויש איתנו הרצל, בן 63.
כן, זהו, הלכתי הביתה. אני עד עכשיו הייתי עם נדיה, שמעתי את כל השיחה שלכם, ומאזן, אתה לא צריך לפרט לי.
קשת, בת כמה את? בכלל עכשיו משהו רציני.
24.
את חברה של הרצל, מה זה?
אני לא חברה של אף אחד ואף אחד לא חבר שלי.
את אמרת בעצמי איפה כמו שאת... כמה זמן, עומר, כמה זמן זה מחורה לדימונה? חצי שעה.
וואי, איזה קוטק.
קשת, אני...
מה? גולדה? ממי, אני לא בחורה של גולדה, אני בחורה של... הדרומית, לפחות הדרומית. לא פחות מהדרומית.
וואלה, בכיף. דרומית, ואחר כך נעשה רק חינוך מנפס, ואחר כך נסע לאלדו לקחת גלידה, ונחזיר אותה, בכיף.
לאן?
נאכל לארוחה בשרית בדרומית.
כן.
ונלך לנפס נאכל סלט קיסר.
סלט קיסר? אני לא בקטע של סלטים, אני בקטע של חומוס צ'יפ סלט.
טוב, אכלנו בשר בדרומית, מה?
נו.
ואחר כך נסע לגולדה או אלדו נאכל קינוח או גלידה.
טוב, שמישהו יבוא לקחת אותי, למה קר לי.
ואם את רוצה להביא איתך שומר ראש, גם כן בכיף תביא.
שומר ראש? אני צריכה שומר ראש.
לא, כמו שנדיה לקחה את השומר ראש.
חיים שלי, אני לא שומר ראש ולא נעלה טובור.
עקב. דרך הביתה?
בטח.
לא, מה, תשארי אצל נדיה, מה?
יש לי בית ריק, מי רוצה לבוא?
לא, אני בדרך. תביא לי את הטיסה, תניע את הטיסה, אני אחזיר את הטיסה עכשיו.
וואי, זה קול.
אני 5 דקות אצלה בטיסה.
לא להמציא, זה היה בצחוק. יואו, אני לא מרגישה טוב. יואו, תקשיבו, שתיתי 2 כוסות אתמול וחזרתי לבית כאילו שתיתי את כל הבקבוק לבד. חזרתי לבית בנפש. אני לא אוהבת לשתות אלכוהול, אני לא בחורה ששותה בדרך כלל.
לא שותה בכלל?
לא, אני ילדה טובה. אני ילדה טובה.
אני ילדה של בית.
אין בית שלא הייתי בו, ממי.
לא של מעגלים.
לא, בכלל, ממש חם.
לא ילדה שלי. אני אוכלת שמנת.
אני בוכה. קצת... חלב. אני אוכלת לבנה.
עם שמן זית.
כן.
קצת טחינה מלמעלה.
וזעתר.
הרצל. הרצל. מה הרגע זוכרת?
אתה אחת.
כן כפרה שלי, כן מאמי שלי, כן חייל שלי, כן מאמי שלי, כן יפה שלי.
זה סתומים, אחד יותר שבוע שלי.
ביטוח לאומי פה, קשת.
יוסף, יא יוסף.
וחיית תראו יא יוסף. כפרה שלי. אני קורא עליך. אני חולמת עליך בלילות, הרצל.
הרצל, השמיע קול. וואי, תקשיבו שאם היה לי מצלמה, כמה צופים היה לנו? אני אפתח את זה שו, אל תדבר בערבית, אתה תדבר בעברית, למה אתה ככה?
אני אומר לו, אתה קרוב לדבר, ככה יש את הבית.
לא, אני יודע כמה בית. אני יודע כמה בית. אני לא גרה רחוק, אני גרה קרוב. אתם רואים, יש לי רישיון ואין לי אותו. תעשו מגבית עבור לי אותו. הבן והלבנה. לבנה, ליפודים מאור. איזה צבע האור. צבע חום. כולם מדברים ביחד, אני לא שומעת. חמודים, יש קשת לכולם, אחד אחד. מה יעזור לי שבוע חיים שלי? יש לך ילדים.
יש לו טלנט, אחרי שתרדים מאוד, את צריכה להחליט בדים.
איך היא תגיע עד לדימונה להעלה אותה?
בגרר, נקודה בגרר.
איזה גרר? אני לא בחורה של גרר.
לא, הרצל. אתה מבין את האות שלך לשבוע?
רגע, הרצל, עשית את זה פעם בגרר?
קשת.
רגע, אבל אני רוצה לדעת, זה מעניין אותי.
שנייה.
מה זה? תיזהר.
אבל שנייה, אני רוצה לשאול גם משהו.
נו.
הרצל, אתה מבין את האות שלך לשבועיים?
לחודש הוא אמר.
הרצל, תענה יא...
חלאס, אני לא בחורה של רכבים כאלה, אני בחורה של הביוקר.
לא, אני בא לעצור אותך עכשיו. את ונדיה, ניקח את האות שלי.
אל תדאגי, בעלי חוזר יום ראשון מטורקיה עם הבן והלבנה שלו. אני בטורקיה הלך להביא לי תיקים של חיילים.
שילכו עם מסים.
וואי,
שומע. אמרה שאני בבית הרצל, כשמפגשים עם בחורה הם מזנקים אותה, מביאים מתנה,
אין על הבדואי. אין על הבדואי.
מזמינים אותה למסעדה, לוקחים אותה לאכול משהו,
מפוצצים אותה מכות.
אבל הרצל? אני תדעתי מישהו מלא על האישה הזה.
סתם, אני אמרתי את זה בצחוק, מה פתאום?
לא גבר ואישה, יש לו חוסר אנושיות, זה בן אדם מנוול. בחורה לא מרימים יד, לא טוב לך, לא מתאים לך, תתרחק. לא, אמרתי את זה בצחוק, אבל יש אנשים שישנות שיש להם מחשבה כזאת, שבאמת הם בחורה ואחר כך חותמים המכות.
נתן, אתה רוצה שאני אגיד לך משהו?
תגידי לי שתי דברים, לא אחד, יאללה.
לא, יש יהודים שעושים את זה ויש ערבים שעושים את זה. אני יצאתי עם יהודי 5 שנים והוא היה מפוצץ אותי מכות, ורק עכשיו אני סיימתי את הזוגיות שלנו. והוא לא ערבי, הוא יהודי. זה לא ככה, זה סטיגמה, כל הערבים מרימים ידיים. לא, זה לא נכון. יש ערבים מאוד טובים. זה סתם גזענות, אנחנו במדינה של גזענים. וואלה, אחרי מה שאני עברתי עם היהודי, אני אומרת לך אחרי מה שאני עברתי עם היהודי הזה, היום אני לא מסתכלת על יהודים, אני לא אצא עם יהודי בחיים. אני אומרת אחרי אמיתי.
אני אומר ככה, מישהי, לא משנה איזה דת, איזה גזע, מישהי מרים יד על אישה, זה בן אדם מנוול, זה בן אדם, יש לו חוסר אנושיות, זה בן אדם...
בן אדם מסכן, הוא בן אדם מסכן.
חולה נפש שצריך לקחת טיפול. לא טוב לך, קום ותלך. ביי ושלום. למה להרים יד על בחורה? למה?
הוא ככה זה האופי שלו.
תחשוב ככה שאחותך נשואה למשל, ובעלה מרביץ לה.
נכון, גם אני הייתי אומרת לו את זה, אבל זה לא בן אדם עם לב. וואי, הגעתי לבית.
ولا حاجة خش خش دفع حالك تغسل كيف منفصل
איך המקום הרביעית? מי אמר? זה אישית, למה רביעית? אני לא שומעת אותך, חיים שלי, כולם מדברים ביחד. זה לא מעניין אותי לפי הדעת, אני מאמינה באלוהים, אני
הרצל, מה נהיית רב עכשיו?
הרצל, נהיית רב, אסור לך להיות פה בשישי. אבל לפי הדת אסור לך להיות פה, מה אתה עושה פה? כמו שבת קודש. שבת הכי חשובה בכל הדת, אתה יודע את זה? יותר חשוב מכיפור זה שבת. יותר חשוב מהכל.
הרצל התעצבן, לא חושב על כל דת.
שבת זה הכי חמור.
הרצל התעצבן, שיהיה פסלת היום.
אוי, הגעתי לבית. אבל יש הרבה דברים שאסורים ועושים אותם. כל אחד יעשה מה שטוב. בואו, אני אגיד לכם משהו. אני לא אתבולל בשביל, כן? אני לא אתבולל בשביל מישהו. אני יהודיה, אני אשאר יהודיה, אני מאמינה באלוהים שלי. לא, אני לא אתבולל, יחרה, אני לא אתאסלם. לא אתבולל, לא אתאסלם, לא משנה, זה הם הבינו אותי. אני להתבולל זה שיהודיה הולכת עם משהו שכבר מתבוללת. אז אני מתבוללת, בסדר, אבל אני אגיד לך משהו. אני אכבד את הדת שלו, הוא יכבד את הדת שלי, וזהו, אנחנו כולם נחיות בשלום. אני אוהבת.
שעה טובה. אני מדבר בטלפון, אחי. אוקיי. אני לא רוצה לעזור לך. אני לא רוצה לעזור לך. תעוף מהעיניים. תעוף מהעיניים. אין, אני לא יודעת איך לצאת לשידור. אני לא רוצה להתנתק מהשידור, איך אני זה? שלחת, תראי אחרי זה שאת
טייב.
طيب هو ماشي واجد ماشي طيب يمكن
ماشي.
ماشي بشدر
לא, טייב זה לא, טייב זה טוב.
טוב ומاشي זה בסדר.
אוקיי.
طب זה שתי طيب كيلو تمرت المشي طוב كيلو טוב לי
במשי זה בסדר. וואי, מזל חייב לרדת. עושה מלא רעש. הנה הוא ירד.
טייב זה גם בסדר בערבית.
לא, טייב זה טוב.
לא, טייב טוב. אבל רגע, הצפונים לא מדברים כמו הדרומים, זה שונה משונה.
כי יש בדואית ויש ערבית.
איואה. עכשיו אם אני אדבר בדואית או לא אדבר שפה, אבל זה שונה את ה... זה שונה.
אותו דבר, נכון?
לא, שונה קצת. קדש עמרק אותו דבר. קדש עמרק זה... يعني قديش عمرك؟ بتكامات يعني قديش عمرك بتكامات؟ بدوي قد عمرك؟
And they're talking about scuba diving, but I think they're also talking about being safe. And just the tip of the color blue, Nell agrees. Just the light, the color, the creatures, the coral, the sound, just everything.
לא, לא קשור. אני גם אם תשלם לי כסף אני לא אצא מהעיר שלי, אני אוהבת את העיר שלי.
But even though they're talking about what they see when they scuba dive, these are two people in space that I think emotionally
אני לא שומעת אותך,
are
פאדי.
expressing like where we are, the way we feel, everything from living here to
אמרתי שבצפון הערבים הכי חתיכים לפי דעתי.
everything.
לא משנה חתיך. עדיף שיהיה אנשים לבן.
אבל סתם אני אומרת מבחינת מראה.
אין, בן אדם שיש לו לב לבן ובחור טוב ונשמה, זה אחת יכולה ללכת טוב. בחור חתיך, כולנו חתיכים. לא, תשמע, זה לא נעים לא נדפק בחיים. ברי עולם למעלה.
So I have to ask him. So I know when I wrote my book, I actually was. I would think, what if other astronauts read this? Will they think, that's not exactly right? Will they think, that's too much to say? And I wrote this book with someone else, a co-writer, and she said, Katie, everyone wants that 100 people that they hear in their ear. Could you hear us in your ear? While I was writing the book, that I loved writing it, and although I was very committed to it, I also felt continually like, and I stressed off, that I was writing about something I had no right to write about, because it's something I had no experience. And that's a funny thing, because I've written, all of my books are about things I've never experienced. From the default. Feeling in the public consciousness. I think that's why it's so amazing to have this
אני חושבת שחיפה יפה, ואני חושבת שיש כמו לזה שהרצליה יפה. למה הרצל, אתה גר בנתניה? נתניה זה לא צפון, אבל זה מרכז. וגם חדרה היא יפה, יש שם את גבעת אולגה, ממש יפה שם.
Of course, we're not mythical beings, but there's something mythical about space travel. There's something in the public imagination there that seems sort of inaccessible, and I think I was picking up on that while I was writing the book. And at the same time, trying to use that, exploit that sense of dreamscape, the otherness of it, the extraordinariness, and to create a sort of narrative. So it feels like a real culmination of everything to be able to speak to you about it. And it's such a special world, and
גם באילת יש מלא צרפתיות וצרפתים, מלא.
What I love about this book so much, and what I love about the work that you continue, is that you're humanizing science, and science isn't always humanized very well, which I personally feel like is a big missed opportunity. Me too. And Sam, I wonder if, now that you've immersed yourself in this astronaut world, if you might take on another sciencey subject in a future novel, or how you think about this intersection. That's the question. I'm not prepared to say this twice with my novel, probably much to my editor's dismay. One of the joys of this book has been this intersection of sciences, which is the part of the process that daunted me the most, because I'm definitely not a scientist, but this scientific world has taken in, and been welcoming on the whole. People can correct me, and receptive to it, which I'm very generous experience in the sense because you have this impossible opportunity of coming in and making things up about your field. I think it's been an incredible amount of education for I don't know how I would do something like this again, but having done it this one time has been kind of the most expansive experience I've had with publishing. Before we go, you talked about how this book has been working for the ISS with almost at the end of its life. NASA has plans to decommission it in 2030, and then it will eventually break up from the atmosphere. After having spent so much time with it, would you be sad to see it go?
That's my favorite game. Have you seen it?
Absolutely. Well, it's the best puzzle game ever. There's no ads. I do everything.
Personal trainers. Oh, look at this beast right here. Absolutely insane. Right here. Here's another one. This guy's a monster. Another crazy transformation. Now, what do all these guys have in common? They all use AI to maximize their fitness scores. Specifically, want a big wiener? Then you should be taking rhodiola rosea. Too hard to concentrate? Take ashwagandha. Tired of no stamina? Take shilajit. Tired of no energy? Take...
Is New York City dating secretly designed to break your heart? But
This is someone who's not on shilajit. This is someone who's just on shilajit gummies.
imagine when your boyfriend kisses you and you smell his breath like something from the toilet. Can you continue? It's really unpleasant for both of you, but now there's a solution for bad breath. Use Hot Love Fresh Breath Oral Spray. Just 2 sprays, and you'll have a fresh, minty breath that makes intimacy effortless. Whether you've had bad breath for 5 years or more, this can solve it. It's portable. And with just 1 spray, your breath stays fresh for up to 12 hours. During the Black Friday sale, there's a 70% discount, and it's ending soon. Don't miss out. Imagine when your boyfriend kisses you and you smell his breath like something from the toilet. Can you continue? It's really
Your book is a timeless snapshot of different points of view of what it's like to be a human. That's a really wonderful coda, I think. And I
just got us a new business card. How much did you spend on it? It was like 30 for the designer and then like 30 for so 60.
$60. Do you know what a dot card is?
No, what's a dot card?
Dude, I already have it's a digital business card. You tap it in the back of someone's phone, it pulls up a card in your bank. You get unlimited taps. Look, see, it like pops up. Penis is filled with blood. When you don't have enough blood flow, your penis shrinks. I see many men complain their penises are not long enough, not hard enough, don't last long enough, and don't get hard as soon as
I think you understood a lot. I think that's the perfect place to leave it. Albert, so enjoyed this conversation. Thank you both for taking the time to talk to us today. Okay, so nice. It was, it takes me back, and I really appreciate both of you for your role in doing it. So thank you so much. Samantha Harvey is author of the Booker Prize-winning novel Orbital, and Kitty Coleman is a former NASA astronaut and author of the book Sharing Space, an astronaut's guide to mission, wonder, and making change. If you, like me, could listen to this conversation between Kitty and Samantha forever, we will put an extended cut on the Science Friday podcast on Tuesday.
Number 1 is deleting photos manually. Number 2.
Microsoft help make this show happen this week. Thank you, everybody. You can email us too. Our address is 55@sciencepriday.com.
So I tell you my story. So
I'm a reporter.
it's actually from Birch. It's from the Birch.
Science Friday is supported by Progressive Insurance. From the moment car insurance is quoted to the moment it's purchased, drivers can discover a variety of ways to stay protected. More at Progressive.com. Support for Science Friday also comes from the Allen Institute. They're diving deep into the mysteries of the brain, self-development, and the immune system to understand life and advance health. Learn more at alleninstitute.org/all-in. And from MathWorks, creator of MATLAB and simulated software for technical computing and model-based design. MathWorks, accelerating the pace of discovery in engineering and science. Learn more at mathworks.com. Science Friday is produced by the Science Friday Initiative. ScienceFriday.com.
Listener support. WNYC Studios.
Next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour, Secretary of State Anthony Blinken on a path to peace in the Middle East.
I've also had and when the conversation comes to normalization with Saudi Arabia, he knows that for Israel too, that would be an absolute game changer.
Anthony Blinken's exit interview. next time on the New Yorker Radio Hour. Listen tomorrow morning at 10 on 93.9 FM or on the WNYC app. WNYC is supported by Eastern Public, whose team of public adjusters manages property insurance claims and recovery for homes or businesses that have sustained significant property damage. More at easternpublic.com. It's WNYC. A reminder that our annual MLK event is taking place live in the historic Apollo Theater on Sunday. That's January 19th. It will be at 2 p.m. You can join WNYC hosts and panelists along with news guests for a celebration of Dr. King and a look at his legacy of leadership in troubled times. Tickets are free, but you have to RSVP. You can sign up at WNYC.org/events. It's cold outside, 41 degrees right now in the mostly sunny skies. We'll see temperatures tonight in the low 30s. WNYC on Friday at 3 o'clock.
This is WNYC, FM, HPN, New York.
As urban fires continue to ravage Los Angeles, how can we better protect ourselves from their growing threat? I'm Ira Plato.
And I'm Flora Lickman, and this is Science Friday.
With fires still raging, we'll look into the science of urban fires, why they're on the rise, how we can protect our community.
We can, as communities together, work together to become more fire safe and resilient.
Look, every astronaut talks about the magnificence of space. When you actually get in that rocket, you leave the launch pad, it's the most amazing thing. But if you haven't been to space yourself, can you really understand it? The author of a new novel talks with an astronaut about experiencing and imagining life in orbit.
Stay with us.
CBC News with Flora Lickman. Israeli cabinet has been meeting for several hours as Israelis and Palestinians await its ratification of the Gaza ceasefire and hostage release deal. Discussions have extended into Shabbat, the Jewish period of rest. Shara Fisher is following developments from Jerusalem.
Earlier today, we had the Security Cabinet, which is the smaller cabinet of more senior ministers in Mr. Netanyahu's government, which approved the deal with two far-right ministers voting against. The broad assumption is that we'll go down similar lines with the far-right parties voicing their objections, possibly even resigning from government rather than back it, but that in the big picture, the majority will be in favor of this deal, and that will be really the green light, the final green light for this process to start on Sunday, for that to be day one of the implementation of this ceasefire agreement.
The U.S. Supreme Court has upheld a law passed by Congress banning TikTok unless it's sold to an American company. The ban is due to come into effect on Sunday, a day before Donald Trump takes office. From San Francisco, Lily Jamali. The company's Chinese owner ByteDance had challenged the law on grounds that it violated.
Can you open the mirror? The mirror, can you open the mirror? The mirror on that side, can you push it?
Chinese ownership posed a national
Okay, come inside.
The Supreme Court said the scale and susceptibility to foreign adversary control justifies the law. It was also the incoming administration to implement the ruling. Donald Trump, who once called for a ban himself, said the law must be respected, but hinted he wanted more time.
You didn't understand me?
Yeah.
Why you said I cannot use the bathroom? I went to the doorman, he said no problem. He said no, the driver, let me in. It's all good. Did you went to that bathroom? It looks strange, huh? Strange design. So, for you wanna eat something? Yeah, it's the kind of Uncle Eli in love.
Preparations for the event outside the Capitol in Washington have been underway for weeks. The ceremony will be held inside the Capitol's rotunda. It means significantly fewer people will be able to attend. Mr. Trump said the nearby indoor arena will host a live viewing and also the presidential parade in which he will take part. The
So many airports today. I have a lot of airports today, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. Like wow. Look at that lady on the corner. 150. This job is not gonna be millionaire. Oh look, they're bringing ambulance to your building. Your building is also hospital. But sick, regular sick people too. I'm still in line. All day in line. Ay, ay, ay.
Prosecutors say the 48-year-old has pleaded not guilty. The lawyer did not respond to
Pick up Bambina, you have chocolate for her?
Officials are looking into an FTA bus crash in the Bronx this morning that left the bus and its driver dangling from an overpass.
What happened last
The
night?
driver was rescued from the bus, which had no
She was sleepless. She was keep coming to my bed, and she wanna talk until she get tired.
Because you make your night very active.
No, I was completely sleepy. I keep telling
No,
her.
you were telling story, make her hyper, make her happy.
We plan for the future. I told her the school not gonna prepare her for outside world. She need to be in real estate or a real estate broker or financial broker, you know. She talk like adult, is scary.
She's good at math.
Yeah.
Her. Financial is good for you. Finance.
So you need to talk to her. You have a little conversation with her until she get tired, you know, or you are tired too.
At first, she wanna be a teacher. Now she changed her mind. She wanna be an artist. There's a lot of competition.
She can use it for as a hobby.
Yeah. But you're good at math, so you can.
She can be good at real estate broking. Real estate is good. Or lawyer. Or skin doctor. She's skin doctor, she can take care of you for free. That was Slumpa move this morning. I thought the appointment today, but they said it's tomorrow. The office was empty and they didn't want to take me. They said they go by booking. It's okay, we go there tomorrow.
No, you go there. Then pick us up after.
No, it's better.
Why?
Because I want you to watch the car. It's only 5-10 minutes to go.
It's too early for.
No, look, like be there, 10 o'clock, 10:15. I finish, and by the time we go from all the way uptown to downtown, it will be 11.
But my time is 11:50.
11:50? Oh. Okay. I thought you said 11. Change it to 11. Okay, they're gonna take you if you come early.
No.
Change it. Okay, if you want. I mean, I could take Aya if you want. No, it's a problem. Kids not allowed to come to the testing room. So what happened? The labcorp was a black lady sitting outside, So I told her, can you watch my car if the cop come? She said, yeah, I'll watch your car. She said, if the cop come, I'm going to tell her it's my friend. But when I come, she said, no cops come. I said, yeah, I know. I was watching in my camera. She said, you have to tell me how you do it. I want to do it like you do. I said, you put YouTube, then with another phone, you watch your channel. Let me do it right now. But she have only 2 subscribers. And YouTube said you need to have at least 50, you know. Yeah, she said, oh, damn, I don't have 50. Do you have 50? Well, I have 32,000. She her mouth like that. What? She, you know, black people, the WTF, you know, yelling. What the heck, you got 32,000? I said, I don't know. I just do that. She was in shock. But she liked that trick. She said she's going to use it in the future. You know? When she go places to watch her car.
Watch your car?
The black lady was sitting across from the labcorp. You see the cleaning street, you have to sit in your car until they finish cleaning. You know, they say between 9 to 10. So all the drivers, they sit like until it be 10, then they leave the car. You know what I mean?
Where?
107th Street and 5th Avenue. The labcorp. It's the only place they do on Saturday, and I always ask Saturday because, you know, more parking. I'm off on Saturday. Oh, yeah. But then I use that trick all the time. It's to watch the car, you know, remote, you know what I mean? Go vacation to Florida. I'm bringing the camera that I can watch, that my car will be safe too. Not too cold today, huh? I think it's still cold. Did you walk?
Yeah.
Macy's and back? This is e-bike. Kids cute. Apple and banana. Oh, the sky look like gonna be rain. Go away. Come back in. Rain, go. Maybe I'll sell a bike, you know, this weekend. So I can clean the, you know, the storage. Yeah, Monday, it's Martin Luther King Day. That's cool. Do you have any plans? We should talk to Dr. Brescia. If I am sleepless sometimes, how to help her to sleep. Yeah, maybe it's medication.
No. Did you went to pizza place? Did you let her use the iPhone?
Yeah, of course.
So that's why.
No,
Yes. Screen. Remember what Dr. Brescia said? No screen time. No screen time.
she asked me what we're doing this weekend. I tell her, I don't know. Let me see.
No screen time. 2 hours. That's why. Plus you make her hyper, telling story that make her hyper, excited, make her...
It's like a bedtime story.
No, it's not, but it should be calm. It should be...
So we need to step in.
Oh, no. In my depression, it's completely
Out.
You can do anything.
She wants to sell our house and move to a different place. I tell her. I told her it's rent, it's not our house. She thinks it's like we own it. I told her, no. She's excited.
No, because last time we were planning to get free, we realized, oh, honey, it's
No, she will have fun, so she doesn't worry too much about it. She's excited, preparing her luggage. Food make me tired. Chicken teriyaki and lentil soup. St. Mark's. Yes, you know St. Mark's. Yeah, it was yummy. They had a soup also, and I told him soup.
stop by Korean deli.
You want to get the chocolate? The Arabic has the same chocolate for free. Arabic tea. The same one, what do you mean? It's the same kind. Like I pay with EBT. This is how I got 5, 10 of them last time. It's all in a bag in the house, all finished. Let's stop at Arabic tea. Then you want something from me? If they don't have, then we go to the Korean. Because we still have time.
Here, this is your hat.
I'm so full.
Then why you buy?
For you, mommy. For you. For Uncle Anna. Jill and what's her name? The other name, Jill and what? Lillian. Lillian is the mother?
Jill is the mother.
Jill is the mother.
Lilia is the kid.
Yeah. So where did you see them lately?
Yeah.
Right, yeah, where is it? In the school?
Yeah.
You say hello?
Yeah.
Because since Hanukkah, she's not in touch with me. You know, like Hanukkah, we say hello to each other. But she's no, not responding. That something happened to her.
No, her father died.
Her father died? She told you? Oh, that's why she's so sad. She was so proud of him. She bring him to school one last time, remember? Oh my goodness. She told me? She told you to tell me anything? Maybe what?
Did he not tell me?
No.
Yeah?
Did she tell you to tell me?
I don't know. She just told me.
Okay, you go to the Korean deli and choose all the kind you like. It's in the front. And pay with the EBT. If they don't have, then you go to the Korean.
They accept everything?
No, I said go first to the Arabic.
Ah, you go with the Arabic.
Why? What's your problem? What's your problem? You have to practice your confidence. You know? Remember the Arabic deli was like a meat store, remember? Okay, go. I don't want to get...
I'm going to sit in front.
No, just go.
Ah, you do?
Come on.
Oh, come on, it's good for your exercise.
Yeah, just in case you don't have it, go to the other one. I'm afraid to put money here. I always take it.
Come on, you go.
It's cold. They have to wear a jacket and hat.
I can sit in front.
No, okay, you wait. Oh my goodness. Give me so much work.
Get me green too. Green, yeah, green. Green, thank you. Okay.
test the red. The red, you test the red?
Yeah, she liked the red too.
Oh, okay. The Arabic deli don't have
They don't have it?
finish. You can check online, see if you have it on Amazon.
Oh, yeah.
Because here is almost $1 each. Amazon you can get a good deal. No, I'm busy.
It's gonna be for dinner. Oh, we prepared that.
We have fish.
The fish, yeah.
And salmon. Yeah, what's the beef? I got a phone call from a 3-flight attendant yesterday. Ladies from Israel. They want 3-bedroom. They're willing to pay up to like 4,000 to 5,000. So I offered them both apartments for 6,000. You know, C and D. You know what I mean? They said not too much. They also said they want each one want her own room. You know, privacy. This one they want 3-bedroom. I offer them Queens. They don't want Queens. Manhattan. Handle. You got ice cream for you too?
Mm-hmm.
What flavor?
Nutella.
Nutella? What flavor she got? Chocolate?
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon, MJ. This is Ray say good afternoon. You know, Jill, father was like 95 years old. I don't know, he was 90 something, you know. Oh, shush.
Oh, they closed it.
What happened? They opened, you know what, I go around. Because 3:30, they opened it. 3:34, they opened it. Huh?
Right brown.
Now? Right now?
You can look over there.
You know, I used to see car over there for rent. I don't see those cars for rent much. 2 cars was there. Do you wanna go? What you call that place in Queens? Giraffe place, you know. But I can do free stuff, like Children's Museum, Columbus Circuit. Let's see if Crystal available this weekend. Or Martin Luther King Day.
Martin Luther King. I might have a date with him after.
Oh, okay, so keep her busy.
Oh no, Lunar.
Luna?
Yeah, Lunar.
What is
29.
it? Luna 29? 29 what? Huh? 29 January?
Yeah.
That's the Philippine Mafia? Is anything happening on that date?
Oh, she wanna go to Central Park where the total.
Maybe a bit too cold.
Yeah, that's what I told you.
Yeah, 29, it's regular day. Why
No, it's lunar New Year.
Chinese?
Mm-hmm.
But what, no school?
No school.
Okay. 29. Ay, ay, ay. You know, this guy open, I feel sorry for him. He's super empty. Look, he's empty all the time. No, this one, yeah, I see somebody now, but they're always empty. I know, because I drive by, walk by. I mean, 7-Eleven was busy because they have a name. That was 7-Eleven there before. Jill used to tell us in the beginning, a car to bring Aya to school or pick up Aya from school, you're a block away, I can't believe it. Jill, you know. I told her
Somebody took your spot.
I told her I used the, it's okay, they open up now. Yeah. I told her I drive anyway, so might as well. Yeah, 3:30 they open because parents come picking up the kids, I guess. But you see, Jill, she's another one that, like Christina, she's very cautious about the activity, you know, movies, like the ice skating. She was complaining, so move more well. She was complaining. She was complaining cost so much, you know. Yeah.
More, a little bit. So that she can see you right away.
Remember we went to the ice skating? She said they charge me for this, that. Like I told her to get the penguin, you know. She said, no, my daughter, she know how to do it and it's too expensive. Her daughter, she's cute. She's smart and she's cute how she's teaching Aya how to, you know, how to go skate, you know. Yeah, picking up Aya time. Who is in the building? Anybody in the building? Let me see. A little early, Miriam? Yeah, you want to join? You want to say hello? Heart. You're funny, huh? Share, like, share, subscribe. Okay, I'm going to take a nap. You can put the music.
Traded for a long time.
Oh, no music.
Is another massive publisher. They just had an initial public offering, an IPO, last fall. And it was kind of the third time around. They've been trying it before. But the reason I mention that is that if you read their initial prospectus and then now they've had one quarterly earnings call, they're clearly signaling to the market that they can suffer reputation damage in any number of ways. I don't think they called out resignations specifically, but it to me that's keeping with other things they mentioned, like
כל מי שמכיר אותי יודע שאני בן אדם מאוד חם, מאוד אוהב, אין לי בעיה. מבקשים ממני תמונה, חיבוק על העיני וואלה רסי. התקדמתי, קניות, תמורה, יפעתי לי רק להגיע לאוטו. ומי שצעקה הזוז אותי מהפייסבוק. לא התייחסתי, תגלה, אני רואה שאני אשים אותה, אני מנסה להפגש אותי. גדל, תשחררו אותי. ואז היא צעקה, אמא שלה זונה. מה שהיא לא שמה לב, שאמא שלי, היה לי ידה. תקשיבו לי טוב, כל האלה שחיים בסרט, שאתם חושבים שמקללים אותי ומה זה עושה לכם? הדבר היחיד שזה עושה לכם זה שתחשבו יום אחד, תהיו במקום כל כך חרא בחיים שלכם, אתם תרצו לבוא אליי לקבל עזרה? עם איזה פנים אתם תבואו לקבל עזרה ממני? כמובן שאני לא נשארת חייבת, נכנסתי פה את הילדה, לא טעית. שיהיה לנו שבת שלום.
Any thoughts of going off independently?
We've had this question before, and the answer's been we're having conversations about having conversations.
And I mean, we've seen some of these nonprofits popping up in recent years. I'm thinking specifically like Plus One, right? Has that not been successful?
Plus One, obviously successful is in the eye of the beholders, but it's certainly grown, but then it has shrunk a bit in terms of volume of papers. They, like every nonprofit and even like every for-profit company, go through not boom and bust necessarily, but sort of ups and downs. That's a major one that is sort of particularly focused. But there's also operations like MIT Press, obviously associated with MIT, and they've done some really interesting things in terms of this space and making everything open and not necessarily, for example, relying on article processing charges. So I think what we're seeing is a sort of set of experiments, some which will be successful, some won't, that have to do really with the business models, but also with the mission of what publishers are meant to do and what we hope they will do. But it's too soon to tell. It makes a very interesting time for journalists like me who focuses on these issues. But, not sure what will happen yet.
Well, Andrea, good luck to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Andrea Taylor, former co-editor-in-chief of the Journal of Human Evolution and biological anthropologist and professor of anatomy in Vallejo, California. Ivan Aransky, co-founder of Retraction Watch, editor-in-chief of the Transmitter, distinguished journalist in residence, New York University's Carter Journalism Institute. We have to take a break, and when we come back, the Planet Parade happening now in the 99th Regan is our Sky Guide in Winter.
They always fight and argue. She's checking the receipt. She said, $39 pizza? What? And the Indian lady, yeah, I got pizza for the kids, for a teacher, for everybody. And she said, I need to pay for the teacher too. They always argue about money, you know. Wanna listen? See this lady, she calling herself Trump. And anybody who call himself Trump and they know Trump, Trump sue them and make them take it out. These guys so funny.
What do you think about this? Pull out on it, suck in on it, hey, you know what I mean?
He's the guy who asks for $1 all the time.
Excuse me, bro.
As a society, we are not talking about half-price pieces. Got a classic pepperoni. Got some of the ranch. Next, I got a supreme pizza. They saved 50% off all these pizzas. Just can't pass up on this deal.
You dance to this song. You can sing that too. Tell me say I love you, you don't love. And then you have a lyric. Can you sing the lyric? No, 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 no. It's some kind of song you like to sing. No, 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 no. You see this party? You wear yellow. Every other girl, they're mellow. Mellow. Finally, they talk, why to sing so fast? How they do it so fast? Bum bum bum. Small, 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 small. Bum bum bum. Bum. These people, unique people, the way you see. Baby, come down, come down. Lag down, lag down. I need the train to sing. I need to sing in train. I'm not singing like him. They go so fast.
יש בריזה, נכון? אתה מרגיש קצת בריזה? אני לא יודע, שולי. לך, מדי פעם יש איזה משאב כזה קטן, לא? שולי, חלאס, אין שום בריזה, אין כלום. לך תקנה איזה מאוורר משהו, אני נמס כאן. לא צריך מאוורר. ונדליק את שלומי. עזוב את שלומי. שלומי לא מקרר בשיט.
אתה לא מקרר. אתה לא מקרר.
חבר'ה, די, באמת.
אני לא מקרר. מה, אני כמוך? אני מקרר 2 שניצלים? אני מקרר את כל הבית, חוצפה!
שלומי, די, בחייאת. 40 מעלות כאן. כולם עצבנים. בוא נעשה אווירה נעימה, באמת.
צודק, צודק, חבל על העצבים, הוא לא שווה את זה. יאללה, בוא, נתפנה קצת, נעשה נעים?
יאללה. תגיד, אתה מקרר אבל?
תגיד לי, גם אתה עכשיו ליצן? לא הדלקת אותי חצי שנה, תן לי קצת להניע.
לא, צודק, פשוט חבל על החשבון חשמל. אני בתקופה קצת חלשה עכשיו.
אז מה עם תקופה חלשה? אתה תצא מזה כמו ענק.
אתה חושב?
תקשיב לי טוב, שולי. אני, חוץ ממיזור, אני עוד פעם ככה, איך נגיד, לתת קצת פוש לאנשים.
אוקיי.
אסור לוותר, תאמין בעצמך. אני אתן לך דוגמה. לפני חודש מתקשר אליי בן דוד שלי צחי. הוא מזגן של אוטו בכלל. לא בחור צעיר, בגיל שלי.
אוקיי.
מתקשר אליי, אומר לי, שלומי, יש לי נסיעה לאילת מחר. אני לא סוחב את זה, אני שובק באמצע. אמרתי לו, צחי, קטן עליך. קטן עליך. מתקשר אליי בערב, הכדור של הנסיכה, מוכה באושר. הוא גדול אבל, זה 7 שעות, קילר על הכי גבוה. הכל בראש שולי.
כן, תגיד, אתה מקרר, אבל לא בטוח.
אתה ציוויתי עכשיו, אתה לא מרגיש?
כן, אני לא מרגיש, כן. הרגשתי אוויר, לא הייתי
Ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Look. Under here. They're here already?
Included in trade negotiations with pharmaceutical companies. Millions of Americans who are part of Medicare will save from their own pockets about $1.5 billion in a year. But those negotiations will happen under the Trump administration. We'll have the story just ahead. Also this hour, President-elect Donald Trump says his inaugural address will be about unity. That was how he described his first inaugural address too. We're going to hear more about it and much more this hour. Stay with us. News headlines are next.
Live from NPR News, I'm Lakshmi Singh. The U.S. Supreme Court has left TikTok on track to be banned as of Sunday. NPR's Bobby Allen reports the justices found TikTokers' free expression does not supersede what the court called well-supported national security concerns that derive from the short-form video sharing app's relationship with a foreign adversary.
The court ruled that Congress acted lawfully when it voted to shut down TikTok if the app didn't shed its China-based owner. The ruling represents the culmination of years of concern about the hit video sharing app and the most serious threat to the app's existence in the U.S. It's unclear what TikTok might do come Sunday. It may hit the kill switch on its servers or not. The incoming Trump administration has indicated that immediate enforcement of the law may not be coming. That might be cold comfort to Apple and Google, which could face billions of dollars in penalties if they ignore the law. Bobby Allen, NPR News.
Ministers are hoping the fighting in Gaza ending their 15-month-long war. Israel's full cabinet has yet to sign off on the Security Cabinet's recommendation to back the ceasefire agreement. Yesterday, outgoing U.S. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said the deal was based on a proposal President Biden set out months ago. He also said it was very important to involve the incoming Trump administration team. ProPublica investigative journalist Brett Murphy spoke with NPR's Here Now about the process that resulted in a ceasefire deal just as the Biden administration comes to a close.
We wrote about sort of the past year in Biden's foreign policy and gave an accounting of the various threats, admonishments, warnings, red lines that he drew throughout the year, only to ultimately sort of withdraw those threats after the Israelis, crossed those lines. As a result, a lot of the people I talked to told me that Netanyahu came to see President Biden as someone who was unwilling to follow through on threats, and therefore there was no cost to saying no to him.
ProPublica's Brett Murphy. President-elect Trump's inauguration events are moving indoors because it's going to be really, really cold. Trump announced the change on his social media platform. Here's NPR's Lexi Shapittle.
Trump announced on social media that his inaugural address, prayers, and other speeches will take place in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda, citing, quote, dangerous conditions. The events will be live-streamed at Capital One Arena in
נקודה ראשונה, עושים חוזה של 2.4, כאשר 900,000 הם בעצם מתנה, 1.5 מיליון הוא בכסף, משכנתה, מוסר עצמי שאתה שם, בסדר? זה מאוד מאוד מקובל, אבל החוזה אמור להיות על 2.4, לא על 1.5 מיליון. עכשיו, במקרה ונפלת על בנק שמתעקש לראות את כל ההון העצמי שמשולם, ויש לפעמים בנקים שמתעקשים, אז תניח לזה. יש בנקים אחרים שבכלל לא נכנסים לכל הדבר הזה. כל מה שהם מבקשים זה שהמוכר יאשר שהוא קיבל את כל ההון העצמי, בסדר? אז יש לך שתי אופציות, או לעשות חוזה של 2-4 ולרשום ש-900 זה מתנה, או שפשוט הוא יאשר שהוא קיבל את כל ההון העצמי מתוך ה-2.4 וישאר לך רק את המשכנתא. בסדר? זה רק צריך לראות עם איזה בנק אתה עובד. אבל בגדול אין עם זה שום בעיה, זה מאוד מקובל בעסקאות במשפחה. בסדר? בהצלחה תותח. מגיב בפרטי אומר, אבא שלי יש לו בית של 2-4, הוא כרגע עוזב את הארץ והוא רוצה למכור לי את הבית ב-1.5. אני אשים 500,000 הון עצמי ואני צריך משכנתא של 1 מיליון. איך מגשרים על הפער? כי הבנק אומר, הרי הבית עולה 2.4, לא ל-1.5. אז איפה כל שאר הכסף? מגיב לכאן, תראה, יש פה שתי נקודות. נקודה ראשונה, עושים חוזה של 2.4.
Good afternoon. How can I help you? I'd like to check in. I have a reservation. Very good. Can I have your last name, please? Yes, it's Duncan. D-U-N-C-A-N. Let me see. Miss J. Duncan? That's right.
Hello. Hello, Aya. How you doing? Hello. Well, you got a big painting? This is a new project? It's a big project, Aya. Where you got it from?
Oh, I made it.
You made it? Oh, this goes there too? Oh, okay, hold it. We're gonna finish. No, don't leave there my coffee.
Here, I have something for you. Your eyes.
Where's the Russian? I didn't see it. What?
Eat it?
You said you don't like green.
I do like this one, but I don't like
Mama
the other one.
eat it. Mama eat it.
I like this one.
Oh, you like the green one?
Yeah.
That's a peanut.
I have the red half off. Look, I test the red.
Give me the
No,
one.
you have the blue. We share. Miriam, no, what is there on the table? No food today? Oh no, what?
Oh, no.
Hey, what is that? That's my secret location. How she got there, Miriam? You tell her?
Secret.
Give me. That's my secret location. I don't touch that. Give me $5. Yeah, I think I have $10.
Oh, you get the share.
Give me.
One for me, one for you.
What's up with that?
That is 5 extra.
Yeah.
What about me?
We both have mine.
Nothing for me.
Put it in your box.
This is unacceptable. My secret location.
What do you want to eat for tonight? Oh, you have fish.
Apple and banana.
Better.
Yes.
The wrappers.
Let me check. Is that good for me?
Yeah.
Wrapper? That's a wrapper for me. Half off wrapper. Apple and banana. You have something in the lobby, Miriam. Take it.
I got it.
But this guy selling socks. How much? I asked him how much, Miriam. Maybe we can get one of the scooter now. We go places. You can pick up I or the scooter.
have it.
No, like this one. I had one, I give it away. Give away now. Please stay clear the closing door. Police activity, Mary. Police activity. 911. Apple and banana. It's gonna be rain later.
Here you go.
This money I got a tip somebody gave me from the airport.
Oh, yeah?
He gave me 15, I think.
20.
Eli, or 5 others.
20? Why you said 20? Because 5 for the chocolate and I had 10 here.
Oh, okay.
So that's 15. Why you said 20? שבת שלום, איפה אתה?
שבת שלום.
אנחנו לבית כנסת? שבבית תנוח, להסתובב ברחובות, בלילות, בקורות, בקיירות, על מה תרד גשם נראה. נו. מרגיש יותר טוב? כן, מרגיש חלש, חולה, אתה צריך לאכול. לאכול הרבה. זה הוויטמינים שלך.
מה קורה?
השבח לאל, תודה לשואל.
מה קקקה.
Aya. Say makore, don't say makaka. Why you say makaka?
Aya.
Makakaka.
Makore, it's how you do.
Makakaka.
There's no makaka.
Makakaka.
Makakaroches. Makakaroches?
Aya.
Why you say makakaroches? Why you say makakaroches?
Look who I have. Day.
What do you have, Aya? You got big doggy? Aya, beautiful Aya. Look so beautiful. Dress so nice. Aya, you know I don't feel it good,
Are you
Aya.
gonna take the stuff from the building?
What stuff?
A lady walk in front of the police. מה קורה, Uncle Ali? You sick?
Yeah.
You feeling better?
Now, so Aya feel better.
Take this with you, it's too much.
Oh, nice. I like this.
Yeah, she made it in
I
school.
like this, Aya.
Do you want me to put a rubber around or leave it like that? Because I can put a rubber. Like that to be safe, no?
No.
No good.
No. No.
Let's go. What are Let's go.
Are you gonna take stuff from the lobby or too much? תאכל. מה?
סוגרים את טיק טוק ביום ראשון.
שמעתי, איך תדע. הם כבר יש להם בקאפ הסינים האלה, רד נוט. Miriam, deliver today. You want me to get or you gonna get it? Toothpaste.
Let's see if they're gonna give it to us.
Okay.
Okay, let's go.
תמים האמריקאים. היו צריך לעשות את זה על ההתחלה.
תראה לך ש... פייסבוק, פייסבוק וגוגל ויוטיוב, אני חושב שהם יותר גרועים מטיק טוק, מה אתה מדבר שטויות? הם אלה שהפילו את טראמפ ב-2020, לכלכו עליו, אמרו הבחירות בסדר, למרות שבחירות לא היו בסדר, כיסו על ביידן. כולם מלקקים לו. אתה מבין? גוגל, יוטיוב, כל אלה, טוויטר, הם החביאו את, אתה יודע, מה שהלפטאפ וכל הסמים והסין וזה, אומרים לא, הכל לא נכון, לא נכון. כי אם זה היה יוצא לאור, אז אנשים היו פחות בוחרים בו, מה? יותר גרועים, טיק טוק בכלל לא היה מעורב בזה. מה שאני אומר לך ש...
אז טיק טוק לא היה, טיק טוק.
לא משנה, אני אומר, היה כל הזמן, פשוט הפרופיל נמוך.
היה מההתחלה שלו.
גם עכשיו, אתה חושב, תרשום משהו, אתה יודע שגם אם בארץ הספרדים טיפה מצייצים, אומרים משהו על האשכנזים שמורידים אותם מיד, מיד מורידים אותם בטיק טוק, טוויטר, לא משנה מה, הם אומרים משהו, מיד מורידים אותם. אין חופש דיבור, מה אתה חושב? רגע, קיבלתי עבודה.
Head to your pickup at 20 seconds.
אני הורדתי אותם. היה להתראות, שבת שלום.
In 800 feet, turn left on 6th Avenue.
Apple and banana. Delivery.
Eli or 5 others.
הורדתי אותם בבית. הורדתי אותם בבית עכשיו. אספנו את הילדה מהגן. זרקתי אותם בבית. צריך לאסוף את דניאלה, נראה לי נוסעת ל-JFK.
ולשבת עוד מעט.
שבת. לא יודע, ל-JFK או לגוארדיה.
מה נכנסת שבת, אז תנוח.
כן. שבת קודש. מה עם שמעון? קשרו אתמול 3 דיילות אל על. רוצות להתגורר באיזה מקום. יש לך מקום בשבילהם? רוצות 3 בדרום ב$4,000. אמרתי להם, אני יכול להביא להם $6,000. זה מנהטן לא תמצאו 3 בדרום ב$4,000. רוצות כל אחת חדר משלה. אמרתי לו, תחפשו בקווינס, הם לא מחוברות לקווינס, רק מנהטן.
למה אין מנהטן?
אמרתי, תן להם את 2 הדירות, C ו-D, $6,000. רוצות ב$4,000. אנחנו משלמים $5,000 לבעל הבית, איך ניתן להם $4,000?
כן.
חושבות שהן דיילות אל על.
רגע, השאלה לא מסדרת להם חדרים במלון? יודע שאתם מסדרים להם חדרים במלון?
במלון עכשיו, אבל הן רוצות לגור ביחד. המלון עולה יותר יקר, לך תדע.
אבל זה החברה משלמת, זה לא משלמת.
לא משנה, אתה יודע, אל על זה קמצנים אלה. חסכנים, אומרים למה שנשלם $10,000 בזמן שיכולים לקחת להם דירה ב$4,000.
יש להם דילים עם מלונות, יש להם מחירים אחרים, מה אתה
הם עכשיו במלון, והם רוצות לגור בדירה של 3 בדרום.
כל חברות התעופה יש להם דילים עם כל בתי המלון, ויש להם מחירים אחרים לגמרי ממלונות רגיל. כזה אתה רגיל לשלם $400, אלא לשלם $100.
לא נכון, אתה טועה, אתה יודע למה אתה טועה? הטייסים והטיילים, הם לוקחים דירות על יד שדה התעופה לגוארדיה או JFK, והם קוראים לזה קראש, אתה יודע, זה נקרא קראש, כי הם לא תמיד נמצאים שם. הם משתתפים 10-15 אנשים, הם לוקחים לקראש פאד.
לא יודע, אני תמיד רואה את הטייסים במזוודות שלהם עם הטיילות מסתובבות בעיר, כל המזוודות.
נאסוף את המנדה עכשיו. נאסף את המנדה עכשיו, אבל מה, אני אגיד לך שלום. שבת שלום.
אני אומר, אני רואה את כל הטייסים והטיילות מסתובבים בעיר. כאילו בסוף אני רואה אותם.
כן, נכון, גם אני רואה אותם, אבל איך תדע.
אז בעיר יש להם זוללות בעיר, יש להם סידורים בעיר. אתה יודע כמה אני רואה טייסים בסוף נוסעים?
למה לא לוקחים אובר?
אובר סבו יותר מהר מאובר, מה אתה יודע? לוקחים את האטרן, 5 דקות בסוף.
לסחב עם המזוודות וזה.
לא, זה טיק-טק, זה אין למה לסחב, זה... אתה לוקח את האטרן, לוקח אותך בדיוק עד התחנה של האטרן, לוקח אותך בדיוק עד האטרן. האטרן חצי שעה אתה במנהטן, מוכן לחצי שעה. מה, אני נסעתי את זה כמה פעמים, ראיתי בנסיעה שלי הרבה טיילות עם טייסים עם המזוודות שלהם. רוב הנוסעים היו טיילות וטייסים.
ישראליות מפונקות. טוב, אני מדבר לך על מעט, אני חושב שיום מה תגיע.
כן.
המנדה.
ה-FBI אמר לסגור את טיקטוק.
מה קרה?
ה-FBI אמר לסגור את טיקטוק. טיקטוק אומרים מה עם חוק הפרט? אתה אומר לה ביטחון קודם לחוק הפרט.
אתה לא יודע שבהתחלה ביידן חשש שילכלכו עליו כל מיני לכלוכים, אתה יודע, חופש דיבור, צ'יינה, זה הבן שלו, זה, אז הוא אמר נסגור את טיק-טוק. הוא רוצה גם לסגור את טוויטר, מה אתה עושה? כל מי שמדבר עליו הוא רוצה לסגור. אתה לא יודע, השמאל אפשר לדבר עליהם?
טיקטוק זה אמריקאי, לא טיקטוק, טוויטר זה אמריקאי, הוא לא יכול לסגור את זה.
יכול, מה אתה עושה? כבר טובע. טוב, נדבר לך על מה, נראה לי שהיא פה.
יאללה, שבת שלום.
שבת שלום.
הביתה שבת, ביי.
אוקיי, ברדה. איפה הזונה הזאת? איפה הזונה הזאת? Hello? Oh, okay, see you soon. Thank you.
Hi. Oh.
How'd you get in? Amanda, right? Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, another girl left from this building with the luggage.
Oh.
What happened?
It's a long weekend.
Everybody leaving this building?
Head to your drop off at Delta.
They're going to Trump engarulation.
Let's take I-678 South, Van Wyck Expressway, Queens. This is
JFK Terminal 4, yeah?
Yes,
Delta. Route is 14 minutes
You're
slower.
going to one place like Miami or something.
I'm not.
Not today, not today.
Not today.
In 1,000 feet, turn left.
One hour and 15 minutes. You good with timing?
Yeah.
Good.
But cutting it a little close.
5:40, they say.
5:40 is perfect. Any later, a little scary.
Sure. Try to get LaGuardia or Newark. It's much better.
Yeah.
But sometimes the flight different.
Turn left on Park Avenue South.
Police activity.
And my thing is telling me it will be there at 5:30.
Yeah, that's why I say more or less. What are you using? Google Map? Or
Yeah.
Waze? Google Map, they
Map.
don't have traffic notification.
Shoot, even on Uber it
Really?
says 5:30. 1 hour and 5 minutes.
Okay. That's why I said more or less. Get you safely as soon as possible because today is the Shabbos. I want to come back. Friday is a short day.
In a quarter of a mile, stay to the right to Park Avenue. In 1,000 feet, use the right 2 lanes to stay to the right.
Staff here has time to make plans for the next school year. Darius Radley, 10 wins at 92.3 FM in the Concord section of the Bronx.
One time now for expanded traffic and transit here, Sue Aller. Big problems in North Bergen, New Jersey. Tunnelly Avenue is closed both ways between 59th Street and 83rd Street. This is all because of a collision involving a dump truck and a Target. So definitely avoid this altogether. Apparently it looks like the dump truck went into this Target building. So we've got lots of activity over here, lots of EMS on the ground. So definitely avoid this. Speak with JFK Boulevard or the New Jersey Turnpike Eastern Spur. Now let's go to Queens, northbound side of the Small Island Parkway in front of Bayside Marina. So working on this collision, you got one lane down. Here you want to go to Clearview, and the Van Wyck is planned.
Stay to the right to Park Avenue.
From College Point Boulevard to Atlantic Avenue and northbound, you've got delays from the Build all the way to Queens
In
Boulevard.
900 feet, turn right on East 36th Street.
In great shape inbound at the George outbound, about a 60-minute delay, and no approach is better than the other. They're all slam-packed. You've got 30 to 35 minutes both ways at both the Lincoln and the Holland tunnels. Plus, we're very slow all around at the RFK Tri-Bar Bridge. You've got delays heading into Manhattan at the Brooklyn Battery Tunnel and the Queens Midtown Tunnel. Slow into Brooklyn at the Brooklyn Bridge. So 59th Street Bridge looks good, and you're good both ways at the Williamsburg Bridge and no problems at the Manhattan Bridge. Traffic is sponsored by Chef IQ Cents, available at Costco. Traffic and transit every 10 minutes on the ones and breaking traffic alerts whenever they happen. I'm Sue Aller, 10 wins on 92.3 FM.
Chef IQ Sense is a wireless cooking thermometer everyone should have. It eliminates under or overcooking your food. The Chef IQ probe is inserted into your food and connects to the Chef IQ app. Order one now on chefiq.com. That's chefiq.com.
Now the AccuWeather 4-day forecast. Here's meteorologist Brian Thompson.
Morning after a warm day across the air, at least mild compared to recent days. Temperatures have gotten into the lower mid-40s.
Turn right on East 36th Street.
Start off with a mostly clear sky early on tonight. We have had some clouds build in over the last hour or so, but we will see clouds increase even a little bit more as we head later on into tonight. Low 33 in Midtown into upper 20s in the colder suburbs. Now tomorrow we'll have a cloudy sky. Will be rather
In a
breezy,
quarter of a
mild, with a bit of rain
mile,
around
stay
in
to the left to
afternoon.
Queens
High
Midtown
temperature
Tunnel,
45
left lane.
tomorrow, so maybe even a touch milder than today. Just not feeling quite as nice as today. And with that rain around and certainly more cloud cover tomorrow. Maybe an early shower tomorrow night, otherwise turning out partly cloudy, low 32. Then clouds roll in on Sunday. We'll see some snow arrive pretty early in the afternoon. That'll become, could be mixed with some rain at the onset. High temperature 38, and then it will become all snow into Sunday evening before it tapers off. 2 to 4 inches of snow expected, but 4 to 6 inches likely across North Jersey, the Hudson Valley, Connecticut. Expect some slippery travel into Sunday night, the low of 18, and blustery, much colder Monday with some sun, high 27, and Tuesday.
In 1,000 feet, use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left.
We're going down to 33. I'm AccuWeather meteorologist Brian Thompson on New York's weather station, 1010 Winds on 92.3 FM.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural hair products from New Nordic. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or CVS.
Wednesday time 4:34. Israel's Security Cabinet recommends approval of the Gaza ceasefire, which could start this weekend. Secretary of State Blinken says he's confident the deal will go into effect on Sunday, and humanitarian groups are gearing up. Margaret Finlaw of Doctors Without Borders.
There are so many things to do. It is overwhelming, but you can bet that we're making all the plans necessary to be able to seize the opportunity of these precious weeks And of course, what we're calling for is for the ceasefire to be sustained, for this to be the end of this horrific war. Israel says it hit 50 targets across Gaza in just the past day. The ceasefire would take effect on the eve of Donald Trump's inauguration. 90 people are reported dead in those strikes. Correspondent Kenny McCormick. Iran's president, Masoud Pezeshkian, is in Moscow today, meeting with his Russian counterpart, Vladimir Putin, the leaders have signed a cooperation deal as both countries struggle
Use the left 2 lanes to stay to the left to Queens Midtown Tunnel, left lane.
Say the president-elect spoke today with Xi Jinping. The Washington-Beijing relationship is expected to be a top focus of Trump's second term. During his first term,
I stood up to China like no administration has ever done before.
Today, Trump writes on social media the call was a very good one for both countries, saying they talked about trade, fentanyl, and TikTok, among other things, and that both men will do everything possible to make the world more peaceful and safe. Sagar Meghani, Washington.
42 degrees now, mostly cloudy here in the city. We are going down to 33 degrees tonight. Wind news times 4:36. Stereophonics goes out with show-stopping numbers. 1010 Winds Entertainment is next.
Congestion crisis now in effect. Drivers are charged to toll when entering the congestion relief zone in Manhattan at or below 60th Street. Avoid higher toll rates by updating your Easy Pass account with your current license plate today.
Continue straight for 30 minutes to exit 23 Main Street.
Vehicles applies from 5 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays and 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on weekdays. Congestion relief from MTA.info.
17 minutes.
Northbound side of the Cross Island Parkway, right in front of the Bayside Marina.
He said the accident.
Here's what you need to know about the bridges and tunnels. The inbound doors still look great. Outbound, not so good. You're jammed from all of the approaches. About 60 minutes right now. Inbound Lincoln and Holland, that's about 30 to 35. Outbound Lincoln and Holland, also a 30-minute delay. Here's what we see along Island Speed 3. You have a slow ride heading into Queens at both the westbound LIE and the northern eastbound. You've got some pockets of volume into the Cedar River Expressway, and the sun is slows down in both directions, and that's from Peninsula Boulevard to the Wausau Parkway. I'm Swaller, next report at 451. 10 winds on 92.3 FM. As we head into the holiday weekend, we have a storm brewing ahead of some Arctic-like temperatures. Let's check in with AccuWeather's Brian Thompson.
After one more mild day tomorrow, we're going to see some wintry weather return on Sunday, and then it gets bitterly cold early next week. The coldest day of the season so far, coming our way by Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. But Sunday, we're going to be watching the snow, which will likely be arriving in the afternoon. We'll start with a bit of rain in some areas. So snow will continue into Sunday evening. It's going to be a relatively quick hitter, but it will drop to about 2 to 4 inches of snow across much of the area, and the potential for 4 to 6 inches across parts of North Jersey, the Hudson Valley, and Connecticut. So some slippery travel expected later Sunday into Sunday night. Then it gets really cold, highs in the 20s Monday, and then highs in the teens Tuesday and Wednesday of next week.
Make sure you stay with 1010 Winds and 1010winds.com for the very latest on the storm. As of this afternoon, no hires for TikTok after the U.S. Supreme Court upheld the law banning the platform in the United States unless it's sold by its Chinese parent company by Sunday.
Setting aside the concerns of users who argue the divestiture law violates the First Amendment, the court unanimously points to what it calls Congress's well-supported national security concerns over the app's Chinese ownership. Justices cite lawmakers' fears of Chinese data collection. They point to the fact that the bill passed both houses with striking bipartisan support. President-elect Trump has said he has a soft spot for the app, but with this ruling, all three branches of government have now spoken in support of the law requiring TikTok's removal from the app stores come Sunday.
Correspondent Stephen Portnoy, among those small business owners is Antonio Esperanza. He runs a TikTok shop selling his candy out of his shop based in El Paso, Texas.
Not only is it affecting me as a small business owner that's on TikTok shop, but there are other businesses here locally like Mexican Candy Lady, Nibble Munchies Market that's in Los Cruces.
On Sunday, Apple, Google, and other sites will not offer TikTok anymore. If you have an account, though, you will be able to operate it. You just won't be getting any more updates. Winds based on 444. 11 children and 2 adults suffered minor injuries when a yellow school bus flipped over on Staten Island this morning after being T-boned by a car. It happened just after 8 in Dongan Hills at Lacombe years old. And the adults who were injured were the school bus driver and the matron. No word on why the Lexus hit the bus.
An hour getting here is going to take an hour, 2 hours and a half to get here.
inviting Kyle McMorrow into at the editor's desk. I'm Lori Nesson.
All news, all the time. This is 1010 Wins at 92.3 FM, New York. Good afternoon, 40 degrees and partly cloudy skies at 5 o'clock. I'm Larry Mullins, and here's what's happening. Yeah, you'll soon find out if that new jacket you got for Christmas really works. Old Man Winter's gonna put it to the test on Monday. Oh, it's gonna be cold, folks. We're
Speed camera ahead.
And we're hearing there's going to be a whole bunch of other, obviously, international leaders are descending on Washington, D.C. By the way, guys, the other big news is Eric Adams is meeting right now with President-elect Donald Trump. He is at the summer White House, the area in Mar-a-Lago, and he's meeting with them. And I think it's a great idea, John. What was your reaction when the news broke? Because apparently Adams' office, the mayor, and we all know him here, you know him super well, John, and the mayor's office came out and said he's meeting there to talk about crime, talk about fentanyl, talk about the economy. What are your thoughts? I think it's a good idea. And wait, the governor has something you wanted to say. Go ahead, Joe.
No, I just thought there were other things that could have been on the list that have been left out so far.
And he's smiling big time, John. Go ahead. All right.
Check out conditions in Siberia. But my advice to the president and Eric Adams is that they should put Eric Adams in charge of bringing back all the inner cities from the other black cities that are suffering right now.
Yeah, that's a smart idea. And also,
Estimated time in traffic, 12 minutes.
Remember Trump on the first go-around, Trump 1.0 was all on the empowerment zone. Put him in charge of the empowerment zone. Ben Carson played a big role the first time. Eric Adams would be brilliant, I think, to help him with that. And maybe he can inspire, by the way, John, some of these other sanctuary cities to have a wake-up call. Maybe some of these other mayors will take suit.
I give up no more.
Yeah, and that was sort of the make my day moment. Remember Tom Oman said, yeah, I can't wait to basically put him in there. If he needs to go there, I'm ready to put him in there. By the way, one of the other cases, you guys, that's making so many headlines is it's just coming out that Biden's Department of Justice has given a sweetheart plea deal. If there's ever an example of the whole sanctuary city and soft on crime policies that it don't work, there's this notorious M13 gang member who is wreaking havoc all over the country, including in Suffolk County. He killed, by the way, a whole bunch of teenagers. He admitted to 7 killings, laughed in court. And it turns out that the Biden Department of Justice, A.G. Garland, ordered the assistant U.S. attorney there in Suffolk County to take the death penalty off the table. The guy's 28 years old. Judge Weinberg?
Absolutely reprehensible. For a man who's a step away from going to the Supreme Court of the United States, he verges to this reputation. He's probably the greatest victim of reputational damage in the entire capital of Joe Biden. I think this is absolutely awful. You're talking about Garland. Absolutely, John. I think it's awful what Garland did to himself. When he led himself to, he should have resigned. He should have resigned from the very, very beginning when they were using him, misusing him, in his whole welfare campaign and soft on crime issues.
John, your reaction?
I think that they're doing some stupid things, but it could be worse.
Yeah,
They're not letting him out of jail. They're just taking the death penalty away.
Yeah, thank goodness at least he isn't going to be behind bars, hopefully, for quite some time. The other thing, too, guys, did you hear the big news? Obviously, we're going to get into TikTok in a moment with Professor Alan Dershowitz. Obviously, some big news on Israel. But in Ohio, Governor Judge Weinberg, big news broke. It's not Vivek Ramaswamy, but...
Which I think is good news. I think lieutenant governors could be moved into the United States Senate. I think that's an excellent choice. He's very distinguished state legislators. The Speaker of the state obviously knows the legislative process.
And fills the slot by J.D. Vance.
Exactly
That's
right.
the key there in Ohio.
And did Vivek say he's going to try to run for Ohio governor?
That's the rumor.
That's the rumor mill is circulating, John. That's 2 years. That's 2 years away. And as you know, in politics, 2 years is a very long time. Governor Vance knows that's a long, long time. Let Vivek do what he's supposed to be doing with Musk, which is cleaning up our economy and overregulation.
And Your Honor, I understand the Attorney General in Ohio, right?
Dave Jobs, the very good man.
The very good man. Would be an excellent candidate for governor.
But don't rule out Vivek because he has the endorsement and support of President Trump. Don't rule out that powerful
Biden. It's not good for Israel. It compromises the security of Israel considerably, but nobody should ever use the word deal to describe this. Would you use the word deal if somebody put a gun to your head and said your money or your life? All right, I'll make you a deal. I'll give you the money. But they kidnap your daughter, and you have to pay $100,000 to get your daughter back. Is that a deal? No, it's extortion. So
It's a bad deal.
Manipulate to extortion because it's a country with a soul and with a heart, and it's a democracy. 74% of the Israelis want it to be done. But in the end, when you make compromises on your security with terrorists, what you get is Sinwar getting out of prison and then killing 1,200 people. So, you know, it's a bad deal for Israel, but it's an inevitable deal. It had to happen. You have these understandable pressures by the family, and, you know, we all hope that as many as possible come back alive and in good health. But, you know, you asking me, is it good for Israel? No, I don't think it's good for Israel. Do you think it's good for the war against terrorism around the world? No, I don't think it's good for that either. But, you know, it's a mixture and a choice of evils.
Yeah, that's a great way to put it. It's a gut-wrenching decision, and
whose fault it is that these hostages didn't get out sooner. Your children and your nephews and your nieces who are parading at Columbia and at Harvard and calling for jihad and calling for revolution and strengthening the hand of Hamas. These kids, I don't care if they're 18 or 19, they have blood on their hands. To me, they're no different than Hitler Youth in 1933, than Stalin, than Castro supporters. Young people supported all these tyrants, and these young people support Hamas. And anybody who supports Hamas has blood on their hands, because we know from interviews with Hamas people that anytime they get that kind of support from the International Criminal Court, from the UN, they get emboldened, and they wouldn't make a deal. And I think the reason that the deal came so late was largely because they thought they had support. And they do. And that's the great, great tragedy.
But you know, Professor Alan Dershowitz, also, let's not forget, President Biden, who is still the president until Monday, he sat there and almost coddled them too.
The Democratic position was, we have to listen to them. They ever said that to the last time calling for the lynching regime?
Yeah, absolutely. Governor Patterson.
Professor, I think I'm as incensed about this as you are. A deal is when parties come together, and the signing of the deal really is memorializing the oath that you took when you agreed to the deal. And what's happened here is that, you know, you can sign any piece of paper. That's easy. Anybody knows how to sign a piece of paper. But it means absolutely nothing. I predict that within a month of this treaty, there'll be a violation.
You're optimistic. Look, remember on October 6th, there was a deal. There was a treaty. There was a peace agreement. There was a ceasefire. And look what happened. Both Hamas and Hezbollah violated the ceasefire. Almost every one of the breaches in the past have occurred on the other side, and it resulted in massive amounts of death. But you can't trust Hamas or Hezbollah or Iran to do anything. It all has to be based on strength. You have to, and that's why I think the hostages are coming back. A few, who knows how many, because Trump said they'll be held to pay if you don't.
Judge Weinberg.
That's the key.
Your column in Gatestone was absolutely outstanding, Alan.
Thank you.
And the fact of the matter is a couple of things. Number one, Biden, day one, troops said we want the hostages back now. It's not going on and on and on in an Arab bizarre negotiation for all this time. That's number one. You demand them back now or else, which is exactly what they should have done. And you're absolutely right. A gun to the head is extortion. It only encourages more hostage taking. So
testimony. So how do we turn this around? How does Netanyahu turn this around?
Look, anybody who claims to be pro-Palestinian should be anti-Hamas. It's the only way of getting anywhere for the Palestinian people is to see the end of Hamas. And perhaps, who knows, maybe some leader will emerge. You know what Bill Clinton said? He made a deal with Arafat, and Arafat broke the deal. They could have had 101% of what they had. 96% of the West Bank plus 5% of Israel, capital of Jerusalem, and they turned it down, and now they're coming back and saying, we want a state. But you know, Hamas doesn't want a state. The Palestinian leaders in the past haven't wanted a state. They just wanted to end the state of Israel. And it's been so negative. You know, I've coined this new term, I'm writing a book about it, called Palestinianism. And it's the central focus on only the rights of Palestinians and the wrongs of Israel to the exclusion of everything else. And it's done an enormous amount of damage to the prospects for peace, to truth, to human rights. And it's the great villain of the world today, Palestinianism. I'm not talking about the Palestinian people. I'm talking about this exclusive focus only on the claims of the Palestinians and only on the alleged wrongs of Israel.
Well, bravo to you. This is what, your 51st book or your 57th?
57.
Oh my goodness, bravo to you.
And all on my ballpoint pen. I don't own a computer. So
oh my goodness.
I have made the 10 companies really rich. So
you're terrific. Well, Professor Dershowitz, thank you so much. Such an important topic to talk about. And we are praying for Israel and praying for peace. Thank you.
Me too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And guys, now let's go to Art Del Cueto, who joins us. He is the spokesperson for the National Forecast, is also with us. Judge Richard Weinberg and former New York Governor David Patterson. And Art, you know, big news today because it was a big hearing for the Homeland Secretary nominee, Homeland Security Secretary nominee, Kristi Noem of South Dakota. I don't know if you saw, you probably did, because she's obviously in charge of border, FEMA, Secret Service, a huge responsibility, but there was a lot of talk about border. She was superb. And
mission in Afghanistan, Brett's vehicle was blown up by an improvised explosive device. In that instant, his life changed forever. The blast left Brett, a T4 paraplegic with traumatic brain injury, compartment syndrome in both arms,
Important directions.
unable to use his legs,
Using the
and
right two
severe
lanes, keep
internal
right.
injuries. He even needed a total face reconstruction because his bones and teeth were shattered in the explosion. Despite his overwhelming challenges, Brett's spirit remained unbroken. Because of the support of friends like you, Tunnel to Towers built him a specially adapted smart home that allows catastrophically injured heroes like Brett to live more independently.
Getting close.
Thank you.
You good timing?
Yep, good timing. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Good flight. Thank you for choosing us.
Yep, of course.
In
Give you a
0.6
million
mile
stars.
drop off Amanda on the right.
See, they're doing a lot of construction, JFK.
Yeah.
Yeah, after you, I'm gonna go home. I don't wanna stay all night.
Very nice.
Police, it's annoying that the police reroute you, you know, it's making no sense. Why are they doing that? But that's the thing. You wanna ask him where he's supposed to get dropped off?
Where do you go for Terminal 4?
You have to go to Arrivals for drop off.
Okay, thank you. Arrivals.
Then you just go downstairs or something. See the sun? Or the right lane, keep right. Keep right.
Keep right. Just ahead, turn left. Turn left.
Yeah. I can go the left lane. See which one is open.
Important directions. In 1.2 mile, take right exit A toward A terminal JFK parking.
Anywhere here?
Yeah, anywhere is okay.
Okay. Maybe have a little
Perfect.
opening here. We have something in the back. God
Yes.
bless. You have a good day.
This is
Thank
great.
you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck. You're welcome. Safe trip.
because they're constantly saying black is white,
Delivery.
up is down, and this has been the great sham of recent years, saying Republicans don't care about institutions, Republicans are breaking our democracy. It's the other way around. It's what's called a mirror accusation, where you are doing something terrible and pointing the finger at somebody else to deflect blame. And you know what? Democrats are also exceptionally lucky that Republicans aren't the people that they say they are. Because if Republicans did have no convictions and no principles, they'd be running into office right now, picking up the mantle where Democrats left off and getting rid of the filibuster and passing their legislation with 51 votes and stacking the Supreme Court with more conservative justices. All Democratic ideas for dismantling our institutions, which Republicans, to their credit, are not following, but that's what the other side
Oh, or dividing up North Dakota and South Dakota into separate states to pick up some more U.S. Supreme Court, strike that, more United States Senate.
Yeah, and were they doing this and pretending they weren't doing it? But to the extent that they acknowledged it, it was on the basis of a falsehood. They said, we're doing this in order to save democracy from itself or from Republicans or Donald Trump. No, they were always doing it for their own political partisan advantage. Getting rid of the filibuster, they weren't doing it because it was a legacy of Jim Crow, which is all the history shows that's nonsense. They were doing it because they wanted to impose their agenda, and they weren't willing to work with Republicans in the Senate.
Yeah, it's unbelievable, Where does this go from here? Because, Kim, you also have, look at California. California is dealing with all the wildfires, all the problems, and all the, ineptitude that we've heard of, the warning signs that they ignored and didn't do. And what do? They call a special session to Trump-proof California, and $50 million they're allocating to, quote, Trump-proof Florida. As John so eloquently says, and he's with us here on the show, John, you always say what they should spend money fireproofing, not Trump-proofing, right, John?
Absolutely. I mean, if they would have spent a few dollars fireproofing California, they wouldn't have a disaster they had.
Yeah, it's incredible, Kim. I mean, when are these state officials going to wake up? It seems like some are having a bit of a wake-up call. You got Eric Adams right at this moment. Look, he's meeting with President Trump in Mar-a-Lago. There's some of the others who are saying, yeah, we got to figure out a way to secure the border. But then some of these others are like in la-la land, Kim. They still don't get it.
I'm a big believer that this country, one thing it does beautifully is the pendulum swings here. And the American people will sometimes tolerate experiments with certain things, but we remain a center-right country, and when things get out of control, we make the pendulum swing back. And we just saw that in the last election. We're seeing it with some politicians on the left, as you know, Eric Adams, John Fetterman going to meet with President Trump, some Democrats in the House and the Senate saying they'll work with Republicans. I think California politicians are going to need a few more reminders from the electorate that they're not tolerating this lurch to the left that continues to go out there. And we've already seen it with some recall elections in California. But this fire season, this could be the moment at which voters say enough and send a really sharp message to those politicians.
Yeah, I mean, if there's ever a moment, John Katz, your thoughts too. I mean, my goodness, between all the stuff with Gavin Newsom and with Mayor Bass, if there's ever a time for a wake-up moment, don't you think it is for California?
I think California has woken up. I think a lot of the people that were middle left realize that these people don't know what the heck they're doing.
Yeah, there's no question. And people just want to feel safe. They want to feel secure. And you're right. I think so many people are waking up and realizing that these people are out of touch. And all they keep talking about is also spinning it. In the latest interview that Newsom did, all he was talking about was misinformation by Trump as opposed to focusing on the real facts.
No taking of responsibility for the incompetence, the failure, and the fact that they're driven by ideology that does not work.
Yeah, there's no self-reflection. Kim Strassel, thank you very much. Such an important topic. And boy, it's going to be interesting to see what the Trump administration unpeels when they get there, because they keep saying, we want to keep these documents and these things to see what maybe has gone on behind the scenes at the DOJ under Merrick Garland and Biden and others. Boy, Kim, thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you for having me. Have a great weekend. Thanks so much. And everybody, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, big news on TikTok. We're going to be talking to former Army Intel officer Tony Schaefer on how big of a threat TikTok is or isn't.
77 WABC Suffolk County Police Benevolent Association chime time is 5:41.
Police officers are the thin blue line that stand between your family and the criminals that would do them harm. They are your neighbors, protecting your neighborhood. Support law enforcement and stand with the Suffolk County PBA.
This is the 77 WABC update on real estate with Suzanne Miller of the Miller Report.
Who wants to hear a secret? I've got a secret for you. How would you like to wake up every single morning and go for a walk or a jog on the beach in New York? How would you like to read a book on a sunny veranda and look at the ocean every morning? How would you like to do that in New York and be able to get to work within an hour? And listen, guys, if you have trouble sleeping like I do, can you imagine being lulled to sleep by those ocean waves? The secret is Coney Island. You could live on the beach. You're going to live 10 years longer. I suggest you all go to One Ocean Drive because it's nothing like waking up with that ocean air. It's the best secret in New York. Never been against New York. I'm Suzanne Miller.
Keep listening for more on real estate with Suzanne Miller on 77 WABC. WABC Traffic and Transit.
Outbound GW Bridge heavy at the outbound Lincoln. It's a 15 to 20 minute delay and 30 to 40 at the outbound Holland. West on the Grand Central Parkway at Astoria Boulevard, a crash blocks 2 lanes. And south on the New York State Thruway at exit 10, there's an accident. Also in Jersey, Route 1 and 9 closed southbound 74th to 69th Streets where a truck
Yellow submarine.
There are delays on the 4, 5, and 6 because of a person struck by a train. That's 77 WABC Traffic and Transit. I'm Lisa Ritchie.
Yellow submarine.
Music is our message on Music Radio 77 WABC. Tomorrow at 5 p.m., Eddie Mazzugno kicks off Music Radio,
leading you up to Cousin Brucey is Sick with the Saturday Night Rock and Roll Party.
Then at 10 p.m., Saturday night with Tony Orlando.
WABC.
You're commuting home with Katz and Cosby. Now here's John Catsimatidis and Rita Cosby on 77 WABC.
And we are back here on Katz and Cosby. Well, the FBI, it just came out that they are canceling their DEI program. And who better to talk about that and everything else about go woke, go broke than our favorite Fox Business expert, legal, and also very much a business guru, Charlie Gasparino. Charlie, we're so happy to have you here. Charlie, first of all, it seems like there's this trend of a lot of big companies are canceling DEI because they know it's dead in the water Monday, especially as soon as President Trump takes the oath of office, right?
Yeah, and I think this is even bigger when it is happening at the federal level, because a lot of the big companies went woke, went into DEI primarily because the federal government was pushing it, and the federal government through the administrative state was demanding DEI from companies it regulated. You saw that with the SEC, with the FCC, FTC, go down the line, and even the law enforcement agencies. And so the fact that the federal government is backing off this now is obviously a huge thing if you're against wokeism in this form. Rita, we have to point out 2 things of why this is happening. Number one, it's because of Trump, right? Kash Patel is going to come in to the FBI and he's going to de-woke it, just like Pete Hegseth is going to de-woke the military. That's number one. But number 2, the law is against DEI. This stuff, and it's a conversation that I had today with a CEO of a company that went big into DEI. I said to him, I said, do you know that this stuff is illegal? The Supreme Court ruled on affirmative actions at universities, that's public accommodations. I believe that's Title VI of the Civil Rights Act, check me. It's written exactly.
By the way, Judge Weinberg's in studio and he's shaking his head agreeing, so you're correct.
So it's written the same way as Title VII of the Civil Rights Act, which involves employment, and the interpretation from this Supreme Court, and it should have been every Supreme Court, is you cannot discriminate based on race, sex, gender, or anything else. You know, hair color, bad breath, or maybe bad breath. But anyway, you get the point.
Yeah, bad breath you can definitely discriminate
And
against.
Charlie, it's Richard Weinberg. Good to talk to you again. And by the way, isn't it wonderful that you have the wonderful coincidence that Monday is Martin Luther King's birthday, a national holiday, the same day that President Trump is taking the oath of office again. And what do we remember best of all about Martin Luther King? Judge people by the content of their character, not the color of the skin. So I think that symbolism is enormously important.
I mean, people forget the Civil Rights Act that Martin Luther King embraced. The part of the Civil Rights Act that he wanted before he was, viciously murdered was a colorblind Civil Rights Act. It was, he was in many ways a socialist. Now work with me here. This is not a criticism, but he was demanding a sort of workers, a rebellion of the working class that he believed was put upon by external forces, by the government, by big business. It was very much a colorblind movement. It was not a movement that you hand out everything based on race and sex and all this other stuff. He was demanding that, and by the way, so was Malcolm X. If you go back and read his stuff, Malcolm X talked a little bit about reparations, but for the most part, he was like, "Listen, I just want everything to be equal, and if you don't give us equal, we'll separate." That's the way the Civil Rights Act manifested at first. How we got into this thing where you get extra, at the expense of poor white people, and then the fact is, this is a different country today. We're literally, we have immigrants. I mean, in a sense, we import people from various countries that get extra benefits in terms of DEI over American citizens. I mean, you can't have something like that. That's a recipe for disaster.
Yeah, kind of like the migrants over U.S. veterans. Yeah. Charlie, hold on. We got John Katz joining us also. Go ahead, John.
Well, the only thing the American people want is a country that we grew up in. And we grew up in a country that was a lot different than it was the last 3-4 years. We used to call it on the 5 o'clock show, Bizarro World. Well, we don't want any more Bizarro World. Well, we want the country that we grew up in.
Great point. It's a great point, John. It is so odd that some guy like Joe Biden, that was considered, Amtrak Joe, regular guy, bring back normalcy, long legislative record of, theoretically, I mean, this was Lisa's rep. I don't think it's totally the reality to go into what he stood for. Just average values. That this guy would turn this country's culture on its head. Celebrating transgenderism on Easter Sunday. I mean, he did that. I mean, the Trans Day of Visibility fell on Easter Sunday, and they couldn't wait to put out the press release about it. And I could go down the line, including this sort of weird DEI-ness that they pushed, in just the weirdest way. I mean, that, Rachel Levine somehow, had extra sort of qualifications, because Rachel Levine used to be whatever, it was a guy named George, for all I know. But you see what I'm saying here. That's bizarre, and the country revolted against that, and the courts actually revolted against that as well. And I really do think that Trump, from what I keep hearing, is going to do some executive orders on DEI. To sort of outlaw it. I know the people in place are going to do it as well. I mean, Brendan Carr is going to be the head of the FTC.
So we just have literally 30 seconds left, real quick.
He's going to fix CBS.
listen to the music.
Talking about it, the Supreme Court opposed the TikTok ban because they say it could be a national security risk. Your thoughts?
Well, thanks for having me as always. And look,
Tony, we're losing you. We're losing you, Tony.
can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little better, Tony.
Right. So anyway, so BitDance, who owns the technology, they're Chinese. They're the Chinese communists. So I think the one thing that people have to recognize, as much as a lot of people love the technology, they love TikTok. President Trump used it very effectively for his campaign. The problem is it's still owned by the communists. So this isn't national security. And anything you have on it, essentially the Chinese have, well, and if you will for a second, it started
Oops, we're losing you. We're losing you there, Tony. But, you know, your point's a good one. And Judge Weinberg, as we were talking with Tony here, the information, people put a lot of very personal information in there.
This is good to talk to you again, Tony. The problem is that our enemies use it against us.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I forget about the convenience, forget about your social networks. Our enemies who are dedicated to our destruction are using it against us. It's time we grew up, and it's not a First Amendment issue, it's a national security issue.
Yep.
Tony, do we got you? We're losing you, Tony. Governor Patterson, your thoughts?
Well, I think it was a great decision by the Supreme Court. I know that 175 million people use it, and it's been very effective to a certain degree. But the point is that the ownership is the issue, not the speech, but the ownership. And the ownership, clearly, China has more technology that is involved in finding out information about other countries than all the other superpowers combined. And I think people, look, start another service like it, but don't let the service be run by people who really want to get all the information out of us, and the next thing we know, they'll be invading us.
Yeah, no, that's a great point, because it is that, and we still look at the way that the Biden administration has handled China. I mean, they've just been given a green light by him. You know, I mean, they haven't done really anything to crack down, and John was just so eloquently talking about with fentanyl in China. They let the spy balloon go across. So I feel like China feels emboldened, don't you think?
And they're constantly hacking us. China and the Russians are constantly hacking us. And where's our protection against that? One of the threats there, which was China or Russia just the other day, hacked into Janet Yellen, the Treasury Secretary's emails and files.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no, absolutely. John Cass, your thoughts about this? John, are you there? We're losing John. This is a
John's
travel
been
day.
compromised by the Chinese. I knew.
Maybe the Chinese tuned into him.
We should have tried to shut them before.
I was in the elevator and everybody was talking.
Oh my God! So John, we're talking about ByteDance, and we're also talking and TikTok. Of course, ByteDance, the parent company. What are your thoughts about all this stuff? Because the CEO of TikTok is going to be at the inauguration also for President Trump, and he's saying, give us more time. But the Supreme Court just said, you know what?
Time is up.
Time's up, right?
Yeah, well, everybody's telling us history, and that's what's going on. But right now, the current members are not being turned off. Until things are straightened out, they're not being given any upgrades, or new members can't sign up. So that's all. The current members are not being affected much.
Yeah, that's the interesting point, because some people are saying whether, if it is or not. You know how many users it is? It's an amazing 170 million just in America alone. I think Trump came out a little bit ago. Did you see this, John? And he came out and said that he's going to try to find something. He said, stand by, I'm going to have an answer. Obviously, this deadline's supposed to be on Sunday, but he's saying he's expecting maybe in the next 24 hours or so, or earlier, he's going to have some sort of an answer. So my bet's on President Trump that he's going to come up with something, right, John?
Trump has the ability to extend it 90 days while they're trying to make a deal. I understand there's a $20 billion deal on the table. Yeah, probably from Musk. And, he could write a check. He has the money. So I don't think anybody should panic. Things will How do they say it? They'll sort themselves out.
I knew you were going to go to the British saying. I know you, John. I knew that. Stick with us, everybody. Much more after the break. We're going to talk to Congressman Peter King about this big meeting. Eric Adams and President-elect Trump meeting at Mar-a-Lago. Stick with us.
And now, Janine Pirro sounds off.
For those of you who think that the LA fires are really about rich people's homes being destroyed.
More after this.
Janine Pirro here with an urgent warning. Inflation is killing the dollar, and Washington is coming for your savings to pay for their spending mistakes. That's why thousands of Americans are shielding their savings with gold. For a free gold guide that explains everything you need to know, go to colonialmetalsgroup.com/Pirro or call 800-965-8004. That's 800-965-8004 for your free gold guide and learn if you qualify for up to $7,500 in free silver now. This is Judge Janine Pirro with an important message. A mom and her son were being followed by a man in a parking lot. As he approached their car, she pulled out her Berna launcher, and the sight of it was enough to make him flee. Berna gives you the power to protect your family without lethal force. No permits, no background checks, just peace of mind. Visit Berna.com and use code Janine for 10% off. Remember, Berna isn't legal in New York City or Yonkers. Stay safe, stay prepared with Berna.
And now, Janine Pirro sounds off.
A 67-year-old man was killed standing behind, waiting for an ambulance for his disabled son, who was also killed. The 67-year-old father was an amputee. He stayed behind when the fire started to make sure that his disabled son got into the ambulance. He was found by the side of his son, who was in his early 20s, suffered from cerebral palsy. His family said he tried to protect the both of them. What has gone on in California because of the ineptitude? There has to be consequences, folks.
Keep listening for more entertaining and informative opinions from Judge Janine Pirro.
Divorce is not a personal failure. It's an opportunity for a renewed life. Happy New Year from the Staten Island law firm of Anjuli and Gentili, helping people just like you reset their relationship. Call 718-816-0005 or visit aglawnyc.com.
The Tunnel to Towers Foundation gave the Chafin's family the gift of a mortgage-free home. Police officer and canine handler Jacob Russell Chafin was fatally shot while attempting to serve warrants for domestic violence offenses. Jacob had a deep passion for helping others and making a difference in his community. His passion for his family, community, and for his first responder family will always be remembered. He loved well and had a servant's heart. Jacob's wife, Savannah, will forever miss her brave and strong husband, and his little daughter, Paisley, longs for her father's hugs and kisses. But Savannah and Paisley are so grateful for the kindness of friends like you. Through Tunnel to Towers, the loss and hardship of heroes like Jacob is being turned into hope for their families. There's so much more to do to say thank you to our nation's heroes and their families for their immense sacrifices for us. Help Tunnel to Towers to lift up these heroes and their families. Donate $11 a month at T2T.org. That's T, the number 2T.org.
You're listening to the #1 Nielsen rated Gadsden Cosby. Thank you for listening. 77 WABC.
Part of the ceasefire agreement between Israel and Hamas involves the return of Israeli hostages that have been held for more than a year. They'll have a long road to recovery once they get home. I'm from Carlton, Israel. You're listening on WNYC. Also coming up, the Biden administration has announced 15 drugs that will be included in price negotiations with pharmaceutical companies. Millions of Americans who are part of Medicare or saving for the real profits of $1 billion in a year. But those negotiations will happen under the Trump administration. Well, that story just ahead. And later, President-elect Donald Trump says his inaugural address will be about unity. That's how he also described his first inaugural address. We'll explore that and much more this hour. News headlines are next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Jack Speer. Governor Kristi Noem was questioned by lawmakers at her confirmation hearing to be Secretary of Homeland Security. NPR's Amanda Basile reports she's not expecting to face any hurdles.
Noem testified before Congress about her goals to help President-elect Donald Trump increase border security measures and limit immigration.
The challenges in front of us are extremely significant, and we must secure our borders against illegal trafficking and immigration. We must safeguard our critical infrastructure to make sure that we're protected against cyber attacks, respond to natural disasters, and also terrorism.
During the hearing, she vowed to revoke several Biden-era programs, such as the CPB-1 app that allows migrants to apply for asylum, and to revoke a parole program for certain Haitians, Cubans, Venezuelans, and Nicaraguans. Unlike other nominees, Noem has not faced much criticism from Democrats. She's expected to receive enough votes to take up the post. Jimena Bustillo, NPR News, Washington.
A former CIA analyst has pleaded guilty to leaking classified information related to Israeli plans to attack Iran. Pastor William Rahman entered his guilty plea today at federal court in Virginia. Here's NPR's Ryan Lucas.
The 34-year-old pleaded guilty to 2 counts of willful classified national defense information. Pastor William Rahman leaked 2 top-secret information about Israeli preparations to attack Iran. At the time of the leak, Israel's intention to conduct military strikes was well known, and it did later hit Iran with airstrikes. Court papers say the former CIA analyst took steps to cover his tracks, including deleting journal entries and destroying his cell phone and an internet router he used to send photos of classified documents. Rahman faces up to 10 years in prison for both counts. He's scheduled to be sentenced in May. Ryan Lucas, NPR News, Washington.
As President-elect Trump prepares to take office, U.S. Customs and Border Protection says apprehensions are down, but NPR's Jasmine Garst reports the reality on the ground is more complex.
Cindy Alamy is from Colombia. She and her husband owned a small store there. She says the local gang extorted them, so they headed north. The plan was to hire a coyote, that's a smuggler, to get them over the U.S. border. They were encouraged to instead try getting an appointment using CBP-1, an app to legally request entry into the U.S. She says they've been trying to get the appointment for 5 months. January 20th is almost here, she says. When President Trump takes office, he's vowed to shut down the CBP-1 program and reinforce the border. She's starting to reconsider hiring a smuggler. Jasmine Garst, NPR News, California.
Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen warns Congress the U.S. will hit its debt limit next week, but says the agency will take measures to stretch out the government's cash. You're listening to NPR.
And it's on WNYC. In New York, I'm Sean Carlson, 39 degrees at 6:04. Some drivers on the Queensboro Bridge are furious. They're being hit with new congestion pricing charges even when they don't want to enter the toll zone. That's because vehicles that take the lower roadway briefly cross 60th Street before heading north. That fleeting moment on the boundary of the toll zone equals a $9 daytime fee. Public advocate Jumaane Williams says he supports congestion pricing, but is calling on the MTA to change the tolls around the bridge.
People are calling it the most expensive spot in Manhattan. You literally cannot get on the bridge without that roadway that you have to get on. They're not giving you an option to avoid getting hit.
The MTA says the 2019 congestion pricing law sets the toll zone boundaries. State lawmakers would have to amend the law to make any changes to the zone. Officials are looking into an MTA bus crash in the Bronx this morning that left the bus and its driver dangling from an overpass. Officials say the driver was rescued from the bus, which didn't have any passengers at the time. According to police and the MTA, the crash happened at about 8:40 on the Henry Hudson Parkway and Kapok Street in Spuyten Duyvil. Officials say the driver missed a turn, skidded into a wall, and ended up hanging over the side of the overpass. It was a BXM-1 bus traveling between the Bronx and Manhattan. An important transit alert for Rockaway A train riders. That line will be shut down to and from the Queens Peninsula starting tonight at 11:30 and lasting until May. The MTA says the month-long closure will allow for critical upgrades to the viaducts and bridge that carry trains across Broad Channel. Rockaway Park shuttle trains also won't run over the channel during the work. The MTA says the changes are expected to disrupt travel for 9,000 daily commuters. It says the work is necessary to protect the line from future storms. Free shuttle buses will run along the Q97 and Q109 routes. A look at our current transit situation. Right now we have delays on 4 and 5 trains in both directions as emergency teams respond to someone struck by a train at 86th Street. 6 trains are running express right now. On the roads, we have a vehicle fire on Harlem River Drive southbound at 163rd Street. 2 left lanes are currently blocked. 39 degrees right now. We'll see temperatures in the low 30s overnight tonight. It'll stay partly cloudy. Tomorrow, mixed bag. Temperatures in the mid-40s, but rain is expected, probably more so in the afternoon. We'll see lows again around 32 tomorrow night. And then on Sunday, snow is possible. Temperatures in the mid-30s. 6:06.
Support for NPR comes from the Doris Duke Foundation, which aims to support the well-being of people and the planet for a more creative, equitable, and sustainable future.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Mary Louise Kelly.
And I'm Ari Shapiro. Israel's government is in the process of voting to approve a ceasefire deal with Hamas that would halt more than 15 months of fighting in Gaza. The deal will allow for the staggered release of some of the remaining hostages being held in Gaza in exchange for Palestinian prisoners and detainees being held by Israel. There's been little information available about how the hostages have been kept in Gaza and what their condition might be. Israeli health officials have been working to come up with a plan on how to best treat them physically and mentally. As NPR's Kat Lonsdorf reports from Tel Aviv, it's a complex issue and the road to recovery is long.
70-year-old Louis Har stands in what's become known as Hostage Square, a place where the public comes to show solidarity with and remember the hostages still in Gaza. He says he's hopeful, hearing that some may be released soon, but he says it's going to be hard. They'll need a lot of support, he says. Har would know. He was also held hostage in Gaza and rescued by the Israeli military in February of last year. He thinks about those who have been held hostage now for more than 15 months, how they'll handle coming home. Every day spent there makes it harder to return to life, he says. Israeli health officials are thinking about that too, trying to figure out how to best prepare for a situation that's almost impossible to prepare for.
This is not written in the textbook, seriously.
Hagai Levine is the head of the health team for the Hostages Family Forum, the main advocacy group for the hostages. Levine is working with hospitals set to take in those who are released. He says there's so much to think about and little information to go on about what condition they'll be in or what they've been through. But he says they have learned from other hostages released throughout the war.
You know, even just the small things, just to prepare sunglasses, just because some of them are not used to light.
Many have described being held in underground tunnels for days or weeks. The sudden light was too strong for them. Levine says many parts of a basic health evaluation could be overwhelming for them. Being touched, having blood drawn, or getting tests done.
We have a hostage that needed MRI. What it means to enter MRI machine with the noise and the closed space.
And Levine points out it's all deeply intertwined with processing complex long-term trauma.
The mental implications are so wide.
My mom was kidnapped from her home barefoot and in her pajama.
Harmeet Palsikatsir's 77-year-old mother, Hannah, was taken hostage and released as part of the 2023 hostage deal.
When she was back, we thought she was a little bit obsessed over shoes.
Harmeet says her mom would always need to have shoes on, even in bed.
It took me a while to understand that it's part of the trauma, that she wanted to be prepared for any scenario, and she needed to feel like they won't catch her again.
Hannah also came back with a lot of physical problems. She had lost a lot of weight, was really sick with pneumonia, and a heart problem her family says she didn't have before she was taken. She died last month. It's not just medical professionals who are in uncharted territory. Family members feel that way too.
It was impossible to prepare herself for the release even and the return.
Ili Roman's sister Yarden was held hostage in Gaza for 54 days. He says Yarden, who's in her mid-30s, came back in relatively good physical health, but she needed a lot of support. He said it was hard for everyone, but also rewarding.
It's not a process of life and death anymore. It's a process of healing. And a process of healing, even when it's hard, it's a positive process.
But one thing that he says was particularly challenging for Yarden was the loss of anonymity.
She became a very well-known person in Israel.
The hostages here have all become household names. Their pictures plastered all over city streets and used non-stop in the media. Ofrit Shapiro-Berman is a psychoanalyst who's been working with many of the released hostages and their families.
One of the things that was shattered on October 7th was the ability to trust anyone.
She says being thrust into the media spotlight has been re-traumatizing for many of them. And she says it might be hard at first to really tell how much they're struggling.
I expect them to be in a state of euphoric shock at the beginning. And what we have experienced is that it takes time for the trauma to start showing up.
Louis Harb, who returned to his life in Israel after being a hostage in Gaza nearly a year ago, says healing will be a long, long process. Slowly, he says. We will need to help them. Kat Wansdorf, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
Today, the Biden administration announced the next batch of prescription drugs, 15 of them, that will be included in price negotiations with pharmaceutical companies. The goal is to lower costs for people covered by Medicare. That is the federal health insurance program for people aged 65 and older. It also covers some younger people with disabilities. Now, the list announced today includes some really popular drugs, things like the anti-obesity medication Wegovy. Bottom line, the changes could save Medicare and taxpayers billions of dollars, but only once they go into effect 2 years from now, so January 2027. Joining me now, Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra. Secretary Becerra, welcome back to All Things Considered.
Thanks, Mary Louise.
So I mentioned Wegovy. Give us a couple more of the most important drugs included in this round of negotiations, and why these drugs?
Well, Wegovy and Otezla, everyone recognizes those two. Ozempic, another drug that might be familiar to some. Xtandi, another drug that's extremely expensive, that's been around for a while. A number of drugs that treat cancer, cardiovascular disease, stroke, renal disease. It's a type of illness that usually requires expensive medications. These are drugs that in a given year will cost Medicare somewhere around $40 billion, just these 15. And remember, Medicare provides access to about 8,000 drugs.
Now, I do have a question or two about timing, because you, the outgoing Biden administration, you've picked these 15 drugs, but you're about to leave office. So do I understand correctly, the actual price negotiations with the drug companies, that's going to happen under the incoming Trump administration?
That's right. The drug companies have until February 28th to decide if they want to actually engage in the negotiations.
Why not leave this decision of which drugs then to the incoming administration?
Well, it's pretty programmatic. There's a roadmap for which drugs can be on the list. Just as last year's 10 drugs were based on the criteria that Congress put before us in the Inflation Reduction Act, the same applies to these 15. So it's pretty formulaic, and because we did it last year, we were ready.
The deadline to select this batch of drugs, it wasn't for another couple of weeks, right? The 1st of February?
February 1st was the deadline to get the drugs announced.
Oh. So, as we've noted to, this is the second batch of drugs that the Biden administration has targeted for negotiation under Medicare. How much money will the government save from that first batch?
Well, from that first batch, out of pocket, the millions of Americans who are part of Medicare will save from their own pockets about $1.5 billion in a year. On top of that, taxpayers, and by the way, those beneficiaries are also taxpayers, but taxpayers, because the Medicare program subsidizes the cost of those prescription drugs and pays the bulk of it, saves about $6 billion. So add the $1.5 billion and the $6 billion, and you can see the savings in 1 year that will be had from having negotiated lower prices that were about 40 to 80% lower than what they were listed at.
So a huge price drop in some cases, although some of these drugs will still cost hundreds of dollars out of pocket, correct?
And not only will they cost a lot of money still, but it was great that we negotiated, but compared to what others around the world pay, we are still paying too much, even after this negotiation.
Now, since you nodded to what others around the world pay, I am curious, this is a bigger picture question, but why do you have to do this in such small batches, 10 drugs here, 15 there? Why not negotiate everything the way they do in Europe?
Yeah, great question. One, Congress prescribed it this way, said you're going to do 10 drugs the first year, 15 the next year, and so forth. And two, just capacity. To try to do negotiations on 8,000 drugs when we've never done negotiations before, it would have been a hill too high to climb. We wanted to do it right. We did it right last year. We proved it. We will save money, more in fact than was expected even by the Congressional Budget Office, which is the fiscal scorekeeper for Congress. And so if we do it right, we'll get major savings, and that's what you want to do. And so the good thing is that between the first 10 drugs last year that we negotiated and these 15 drugs,
That's a third of all the money that's spent on prescription medication within the Medicare program. Even though there aren't just 25 drugs in the program, there are probably close to 8,000.
Secretary Becerra, this must be one of your last interviews as Health and Human Services Secretary.
As Secretary, yes.
Yeah. And President-elect Trump has picked Robert F. Kennedy Jr. as your successor. If he is confirmed by the Senate, are you confident he will carry on this work, negotiating drug price reductions on these specific drugs and this plan?
Well, I won't comment or speculate on the next secretary, but what I will tell you is there is a core of personnel at HHS, regardless of administration, that has done dramatically important work for the American people. They are here. Those experts, those scientists, those doctors, those professionals will make sure that we leave America healthier and stronger than the previous administration. That's, I think, the hope for the next 4 years. I can certainly say with confidence that we have left America stronger and healthier than when we found it 4 years ago.
I'll broaden the question. Are you confident that Robert F. Kennedy Jr. will carry on the broader work you've done beyond negotiating drug price reductions?
Well, failure is not an option when it comes to the health of the American people and our economy. And so we need to make sure we have a team at HHS working with the next president who will get things done. The most important thing I can tell any secretary coming in, the piece of advice, execute, because you're going to have a massive portfolio. You got a lot of things to do. You get a lot of money to do them. Execute.
Javier Becerra, he is, for 3 more days, the Secretary of Health and Human Services. Good to speak with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
WNYC, more All Things Considered just ahead. President-elect Donald Trump says his inaugural address will be about unity. That's also how he described his first inaugural address, too. We'll have that conversation in just a moment. We should also note that, Inauguration Day is coming up. That's Monday. We're going to carry that coverage on Monday afternoon starting at noon. It's WNYC at 6:18.
Sponsoring WNYC means reaching hundreds of thousands of engaged and discerning listeners who've made our shows part of their daily routine. Find more on sharing your business message with WNYC's unique audience at WNYC.org/sponsorship.
Support for NPR comes from member stations and from Subaru, featuring the 2025 Forester with an updated exterior design and an 11.6-inch Starlink multimedia interface. Learn more at Subaru.com. And Procter & Gamble, maker of Metamucil, a fiber supplement containing psyllium, a plant-based fiber for trapping and removing waste in the digestive system, designed to be taken every day. More at Metamucil.com.
Do you have a car, truck, boat, motorcycle, or RV that is no longer of use to you? No matter what shape it's in, you can donate it to WNYC, even if it's 100 years old. Donating is easy. The pickup is free, and you'll get a tax deduction. Learn more at WNYC.org/car.
From NPR News, this is All Things Considered. I'm Mary Louise Kelly.
And I'm Ari Shapiro. President-elect Donald Trump says unity will be the theme of his inaugural address on Monday.
We're going to have a message that will make you happy. Unity. It's going to be a message of unity. And again, I think success brings unity.
That's what he said on NBC's Meet the Press last month. And it's a familiar presidential theme. NPR senior White House correspondent Tamara Keith reports.
The most memorable line from Trump's first inaugural address is probably this one.
This American carnage stops right here and stops right now.
What came shortly after that was an appeal for unity.
The Bible tells us how good and pleasant it is when God's people live together in unity. We must speak our minds openly, debate our disagreements honestly, but always pursue solidarity.
The next day, the streets of Washington, D.C. and other major cities were filled with pink-hatted protesters, punctuating just how divided the nation was. While in office, Trump often stoked divisions and rarely reached across the aisle. And during the most recent presidential campaign, he described his political opponents as
are deep and they are real. But I also know they are not new.
He was right. Unity certainly proved elusive for Biden, and before him, President Barack Obama, who campaigned on the idea that there was no red America or blue America. It was a main theme in Obama's inaugural address.
On this day, we gather because we have chosen hope over fear, unity of purpose over conflict and discord.
There's a long history of presidents pleading for unity in their inaugurals, only to preside over a period of discord. Never was that more true than for President Abraham Lincoln, who delivered his first inaugural address just before the Civil War began, and his second shortly before the war ended.
Unity is a fiction.
Ted Widmer is a professor at the City University of New York and a Lincoln biographer. He says unity is a vague feel-good concept most presidents include in their inaugural addresses.
The rest of politics, anything goes, but then it's almost like the night before Christmas. We want to hear this very specific thing, and unity is at the top of the list. Unity and what a great country we are.
A better analogy may be an overly optimistic New Year's resolution. Allison Prash is a professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison who specializes in presidential rhetoric.
Even if presidents don't use the word unity, it is a recurring theme across almost all inaugural addresses, even though they are going to define that in different ways.
For some, it is uniting against some external force, like the Soviet Union back during the Cold War. For others, it's grasping for bipartisanship. Prash says the most successful speeches explicitly acknowledge the differences that do exist.
We're not covering over difference of opinion, but we come together in spite of that. And I think that recognition really then strengthens the possibility of unity.
She says differences always exist within a democracy. That's part of the design. Tamara Keith, NPR News.
For months now, ads have been running on TV and online urging New Yorkers to protect home health care from changes being pushed by Governor Kathy Hochul. In the latest ad, New Yorkers who use home care, some of whom are in wheelchairs, make a direct appeal to the community.
And now a rush transition. We're vulnerable New Yorkers without care. And you know our lives are on the line.
Now, to counter these ads, the state launched its own information campaign this month, featuring a PSA from the state health commissioner, James Padilla.
I'm here to respond to lies being spread about the future of home health care in New York. There are businesses pushing a misinformation campaign to protect their own profits.
For New Yorkers who are unfamiliar with the home care program, at the center of this battle, and the back and forth may be hard to follow, reporter Caroline Lewis is here to help us understand what is behind this ad when she covers healthcare for WNYC in Gotham. Caroline, these ads talk about changes to the program called CDPAP. Let's start from the beginning here. What is CDPAP for those of us who are unfamiliar?
Well, CDPAP is short for Consumer Directed Personal Assistance Program. And more than 250,000 New Yorkers with disabilities use this program to hire personal assistants who help them with daily tasks like bathing, eating, going to the bathroom. And what's special about this program is that people who care for a family member can also get paid as a personal assistant. But all of this is very expensive for taxpayers. You know, this program has grown dramatically in recent years and now costs Medicaid about $9 billion a year. And the program is also run by more than 600 different companies across the state. And they act as these fiscal intermediaries. You know, they get Medicaid dollars from the state and then they personal assistance. Israel started actively reaching out to consumers about the transition this month, but that's happening in waves, and participants in New York City aren't going to be contacted until February.
So where does this plan to overhaul the healthcare program stand now? Is it actually moving forward or not?
Yeah, so Governor Hochul is just sort of plowing ahead with this despite all of the opposition, and says that, thousands of consumers have already started the process of making the transition. But like I said, we do still have all of these lawsuits pending in court, so, it remains to be seen what'll happen. Something could definitely still throw a wrench in the gears.
Okay, well, we'll stay tuned. That's WNYC's Caroline Lewis. Thanks much for coming up.
Thanks.
On the show, History is Entertainment in podcasts, books, even movies is having a cultural moment, but why now? How ancient history is becoming big business today. That's coming up on Marketplace in just a moment. We'll be back with all things considered at 7 p.m. this evening. 38 degrees right now under partly cloudy skies. We'll have lows in the low 30s overnight. It's WNYC at 6:30.
WNYC is supported by the New York Phil. Beatrice Rana performs Mendelssohn's Piano Concerto No. 1. Plus, the orchestra performs Weber's Ruler of the Spirits Overture and Schumann's Rhenish Symphony, January 29th through February 2nd. Tickets at nyphil.org.
This is WNYC, 93.9 FM and AM 820. NPR News and the New York Conversation.
Is supported by Palo Alto Networks. Palo Alto Networks delivers what's next in cybersecurity innovation to protect today's digital way of life. Learn more at paloaltonetworks.com.
On the program today, the week that was, of course, and the 4 years to come in this economy. From American Public Media, this is Marketplace.
Marketplace is supported by
Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine.
More information, including application, at progressive.com/careers. And by Schwab. Schwab knows that investors want control of their financial future. That's why when it comes to wealth management, Schwab is dedicated to giving investors more choices. More at schwab.com.
Result. It is Friday today. This one is the 17th of January. Good as always to have you along, everybody. We will get to the next 4 years in this economy in a minute or two. But before we do, there is this week's business to attend to. Catherine Rampell's at the Washington Post. Jordan Holman is at the New York Times. Hey, you two.
Hey, Kat. Hey, Kat.
Jordan, let me start with you and retail sales. The American consumer keeps on buying. Here's what I want to know from you. In your conversation with the people who are running retail in this economy, how do they keep us up? How do they keep us spending? Because, I mean,
Yellow submarine.
Yellow submarine. Now on to the rest. And look, it's still there.
So I've talked to several retail executives this week, and some of them said they didn't even survive. December. But I think it's two things. It is actually becoming harder to sell people on necklaces or something higher, price. But they're using a lot of personalized data or very specific ads. They're figuring out ways how to entice people. And also the other thing, you think of a Walmart or a Costco, they're kind of one-stop shop. Retailers, they're the ones who are really gaining market share. You go on for one thing and then end up with all this other stuff that you use with.
Are they worried at all that it's going to... Well, let me ask you a better question. It's all groceries and essentials, right? That's actually what's going on.
Well, for the November and December time period, a lot of the retail sales is boosted by cars, by clothes, by some of those purchases. But the executives will caution the fourth quarter is like its own beast. They're not saying, okay, well, we think now everyone's going to spend so much in 2025. They're still very cautious because there's a lot of macroeconomic
uncertainty going into this year.
Yeah, fair enough. Catherine, I want to talk inflation with you. The core numbers this week, a slight downside surprise. Inflation still a factor. Here's what I want to know. How come the market seems to be ignoring, number one, what the Fed is saying, and number two, what the Fed is doing? Bond yields are up, mortgage rates are over 7%, and it's like the markets are going, yeah, we don't care.
And I'm not sure I have a great answer for it. There has been, I would say, like over the last couple of years, markets have significantly downplayed any sort of hawkishness that, or that's in my view anyway, that the Fed has signaled. Like they keep on saying we're going to cut rates less frequently, or they keep on signaling that there's more hesitation anyway about continued rate cuts. And markets are like, whatever, we don't really believe it. Eventually the markets catch up, and they do price in the fact that that the Fed is less likely to cut than the Fed itself had forecast a year or so earlier. But it's really perplexing. I mean, I think it matters, of course, that corporate tax cuts are on the table, and that's boosting equity prices, and that's maybe making people feel a little more bullish. But there's a lot of uncertainty right now. So there are many different ways to read the data.
Is there inflation uncertainty?
If you look at the surveys of consumers, there definitely is. There's a lot
give
of
away
inflation, and a lot of political polarization even about whether it's expected to continue cooling or to go up. You ask Republicans, they think there's going to be like no inflation next year. Democrats say that there's going to be a lot. So if you look at questions as well, right? If we have tariffs, if we have mass deportations, if the new president decides to politicize the Fed, all of those things would affect the answers to those questions.
Right. Jordan, generally speaking, the vibe is that a second Trump administration will be more friendly to business. That will then lead to better economic times, and consumers will be likely to spend more. Do you find retailers buying into that, and are they optimistic for 2020?
Yes, I think some of them are optimistic, and they point to the fact that that's kind of what happened in the first Trump administration. But they were also maybe some of the things Catherine just said to immigration, which is more that all of those things that we have the consumer mindset too. So you're still also seeing cautiously sellers that is what's this called? Underpromise, over-delivery. And so I think that that's kind of the vibe, just because they're not quite sure. Involving more but it's just a bit too early.
Yeah, what's coming up in a few weeks? Is there something not on my calendar that I should be paying attention to?
This one's probably,
Well, look, I mean, we're not going to know what we know. But look, Catherine, that takes me to my last question. It goes like this. And I'm ultimately sure you and I have talked about this before. Presidents often get too much credit for what happens in the economy, and they also get too much blame, right? Because generally speaking, presidents have not had a lot of instantaneous control over what happens in the economy. That seems to be different come Monday, when President Trump will lean very heavily on the levers that he has.
Yes. Unfortunately, I don't think he's going to do a lot of the things that consumers or voters elected him to do. Whatever levers he has, they don't include lowering the price of eggs and bacon. So that's not going to happen. But there's a lot of stuff he could do to mess things up. I mean, I think in general, when the economy is going well, there's not a ton of tools available to the sitting president to make it go even better. But there are a lot of missteps that they could take to knock things off course. So we've talked about tariffs. Tariffs would be extremely disruptive to consumers, to businesses, exporters, you name it. Entire supply chains could get uprooted. Major changes to the immigration system. Again, immigration is part of the reason, high levels of immigration is part of the reason why we've had inflation cooling.
Tell me why.
For the last few years, why we've been able to sustain such high job growth. There's a lot of demand
Deputy Chief Economist at First American says permits for new single-family homes ticked up a little.
The existing home inventory is limited, and so you need more new homes being built to sort of fill in the gap.
That's because there's still plenty of demand for single-family homes, even though prices and mortgage rates are still high. Kushi says it helps that home builders have a few tricks they can use to encourage buyers.
They can offer everything from price reductions to mortgage rate buy-downs. That can help a potential home buyer make the numbers work.
Meanwhile, apartment developers will likely focus on building more affordable rental units. John Kirk is the founder of the Lightpath Company, an apartment development firm in New Braunfels, Texas. He says developers can build smaller units, they can use cheaper materials, and they can try to get concessions from local governments.
Tax abatements or fee waivers or some type of agreement to provide a more affordable product.
Kirk says apartment construction is still going to be a challenge this year, especially since construction loans are expensive. But he says as long as builders commit affordable units, construction could pick up. I'm Justin Howe for Marketplace.
Jordan was giving us the behind the scenes on the retail sales numbers we got this week, how those retailers are keeping us hooked. One thing we really didn't get into, though, is that more people are using credit cards and buy now, pay later programs as they buy. Non-housing debt, that's the actual term, that includes credit cards, has hit a record high. That's according to the New York Fed. Marketplace's Kristen Schwab looks at how long consumers can keep on consuming on credit.
This story begins with a familiar narrative, the tale of two households. On one side, you have lower-income Americans relying more on credit cards to pay for essentials like groceries and gas. And then there is the other half.
Spending is being driven by upper-income households.
Ted Rothman, a analyst at Bankrate, says this is usually the case, but is especially true now. People who own their homes, their finances have been buoyed by rising property values and low mortgage rates they locked in a few years ago. Meanwhile, unemployment is low.
And even if it doesn't feel great that inflation is gobbling up a lot of your wage gains, at least there are wage gains.
All in all, Rothman says the debt-to-asset and income ratios are looking safe. Despite that, though, nearly half of Americans carry month-to-month credit card debt. And interestingly, a growing number of those people are upper-income households, says Atif Mirza, Senior Vice President of Digital Insights at VantageScore.
The rate of growth in delinquencies for high-income consumers were much faster than the lower-income consumers.
Higher-income consumers aren't just increasingly spending more, they're increasingly paying off less. Odysseus Papadimitriou is CEO of Wallet Hub.
This is the time to make your debt smaller, not to expand your debt levels. And unfortunately, most people use the good times to expand the debt level.
Lifestyle creep is real, and Papadimitriou says some of the habits people formed since the pandemic, traveling and shopping and dining out, some of them have stuck. And he doesn't think those habits will change soon.
So the question is not whether we're at the breaking point, the question is when we will reach that breaking point.
He says the breaking point is when the job market goes south and people can't afford to keep spending. I'm Kristen Schwab for Marketplace.
Coming up, the revolving door, as it were, is actually helpful to both sides of this market.
If you say so. First, though, let's do the numbers. Dow Industrials picked up 334 points today, 0.8%, 43,487. The NASDAQ increased 291 points. That's about 1.5%, 19,630. The S&P 500 added 59 points, 1% even, 59 and 96 there. For the 5 days gone by, the Dow grew 3.7%. The NASDAQ climbed 2.5%. S&P 500 elevated itself 2.9%. Justin Ho will tell us about the jump in housing starts. Taylor Morrison Home Corporation down 1.1% today. KB Home slid about 0.5%. Smith Douglas Home Corporation gained 1 4/10% today. Electric vehicle maker Rivian Automotive
has finalized an agreement with the Department of Energy to build a new manufacturing facility in Georgia. 7,500 jobs on the line. Rivian nonetheless down 1.6%. Bonds down. Yield on the 10-year T-note 4.62%. You're listening to Marketplace.
Marketplace is supported by Solidigm. Today's AI ambitions require a different approach to storage. Solidigm offers solid-state storage solutions optimized for AI.
Why not
with higher
coconut is
capacity,
giant?
greater speed, and energy efficiency. StorageForAI.com.
Why not coconut
and
is
by
giant?
the Peter G. Peterson Foundation, a nonpartisan organization dedicated to raising awareness and accelerating action on America's fiscal challenges to build a brighter economic future for the next generation. Learn more at pgpf.org.
WNYC's Martin Luther King Day celebration returns to the Apollo Theater this Sunday at 2 p.m. I'm Janae Pierre. Join me along with Michael Hill and Brian Lair as we moderate conversations about MLK's legacy of staying informed, engaged, optimistic, and resilient in divisive times.
Shut the jacket.
Tickets are free, but reservations are required. Reserve your place now at wnyc.org/events.
In fact, we are celebrating the life and legacy of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. all this week on WNYC. On Sunday evening at 7 p.m., join WNYC and host Terrence McKnight for a beautiful symphony of brotherhood. Music held a powerful place in Dr. King's work, and musical examples are interweaved with Dr. King's speeches and sermons to illustrate how the musical community responded to and participated in his cause. Tune into that. That is Sunday night at 7 o'clock on WNYC.
This is Marketplace. I'm Connor Risdall. I have said more than once on this program, I am reasonably sure that history is cool, or more formally, that history really matters. History is also, it turns out, a business model. There was a story in Bloomberg the other day, the title of which was "The Business of History is Booming." Will Dunn wrote it. He's the business editor of the New Statesman over in the UK. Well, it's good to have you on the program.
Thank you.
Give a sense, would you, just as a ground truth here, how well is history doing sort of as a genre in the business world?
It's doing incredibly well. So you might have noticed that in bookshops across the country and indeed around the world, lots of books aren't selling that well, but the one shelf you will always see in every bookshop is a well-stocked history shelf. That's been true for a long time, but now it's really swelling in popularity. So in the UK and Ireland, history sales, book sales, the highest since records began, and in the US, so the whole US book market is pretty much flat, apart from a few genres, one of which is history, which has grown by about 6% in the last year. And in podcasts, it really is exploding. The biggest history in the podcast in the world is The Rest is History, and that's getting 12.5 million downloads a month.
Also, just for public radio listeners here in the United States, to put this into context, The Rest is History gets more downloads than This American Life.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, which, is not nothing. Okay, now,
pretty big.
Why? Why is this happening?
Well, I think there are a few reasons. Like I said, history has always been popular. I suspect it has something to do with the current moment that we are in. And in moments of profound political
moment
or
like
technological
this,
or social change,
moment
people
like
often look
that.
to the past. So this was true of Victorian Britain, for example. Their society was changing. They had the Industrial Revolution, they had new technologies, and they were obsessed with Egyptology.
Moment like this.
World.
Moment like that.
So I think it's a lot to do with that. It's also a lot to do with podcasts themselves. People really, really like it. And I think there's just a lot of people out there who are doing a really good job of telling their stories.
We'll get to the podcast in a second, but I think also it's interesting to note that, as you pointed out in this piece, sort of academic history is on the wane, right? Fewer people are actually studying it in school.
That's right, yeah. So that's the other side of this, is that university admission for history degrees are going down. That, I think, is partly to do with the long-term trend in the decline of the humanities.
Don't drop this in.
University keeps getting more and more expensive, and people...
Click the yellow shopping bag here, okay? Link number 1, link number 2, sweetheart. This is the link number 2.
And not a lot of teenagers think, oh, I'm going to make my millions as a historian. But you'll be wrong about that, actually, by the way. History is recording preparation for lots of different jobs. Yeah, and it's fantastic preparation for lots of different careers. But it doesn't look like that from, somebody, a teenager choosing a major.
On the podcast, as we were talking about before we turned the microphones on, I am a recent discoverer of and now newly obsessed with The Rest is History, which is, as you point out in this piece, and as will be self-evident to anybody who listens to it, it's two middle-aged English white guys talking about history, which you wouldn't think would be gripping, but the point is, yes, about the history, but it's also about the parasocial relationship here, right? It's about the relationship that we as listeners have with these people who are saying these interesting things.
That's right, yeah. I mean, you perhaps may experience yourself.
Thank you for inadequate trace. Really appreciate it. Welcome to my loft, ladies and gentlemen. Any question, let me.
Yeah, listening to some people's voice, the company behind the rest of history, they know that, and they deliberately seek that. They concentrate on the relationship between the two hosts. And that really helps to have a kind of feeling of a social relationship that really increases your personal feeling of investment in the story.
Go ahead and record these things up, and we should actually just do a whole separate thing on that. Well done. It's a new statesman over in the UK wrote in Bloomberg about the business of history. Well, thanks a lot. I appreciate your time. Thanks for having me.
Alleging a variety of misconduct during Trump's first term. Even when they weren't successful, they did learn what kind of resources it takes to fight the Trump administration in court. So this time, says Bookbinder, they have a plan.
We've had job postings before the election. We've had more after the election. We are doing some hiring.
Bookbinder says many civil society groups are updating their strategies in light of what they learned during the first Trump term and its aftermath.
A lot of people tried a lot of things in the first Trump administration, and some things worked well in pushing back against abuses and corruption, and some things worked less well, and maybe it's a time to be a little bit more strategic.
The American Civil Liberties Union, for example, will be focusing a lot more on local action. The ACLU successfully challenged some first-term Trump policies on immigration and funding for the border wall. This time, says Cecilia Wong, National Legal Director for the ACLU.
One of the big differences between what President Trump did in his first term and what he's promising to do in his second term is that he has said that he is going to launch the largest mass deportation operation in U.S. history.
Wong oversees about 200 lawyers and support people who make up about 30% of ACLU staff. And she says many of them are or will be
MJ Playground.
Farms and factories where immigration raids might
Times Square.
And so I think that what we're going to be doing is fighting back in communities around the country. And the goal is to make for longer range change in terms of federal policy.
And to help with these efforts, we're likely to see lawyers from the previous administration, Biden, eventually in court opposing efforts by the Trump administration to unwind their work. The old revolving door.
You know, many career lawyers are mission-driven.
Deb Connors
with the law firm Morrison & Forster, but spent decades in the Justice Department. She says lawyers in appointed roles usually decamp for the private sector after their administration's term is up. And for the lower-level career attorneys, especially those passionate about their work, say on environmental regulation or antitrust enforcement, and if they see that that's going to kind of come to a standstill where they are, then they're going to look for other opportunities. The money can be a bit better on the private side for the former feds. Plus, says Connor, having that in-house experience can make things a bit easier for government lawyers when they're sitting across from someone who has walked in their shoes. They understand how these matters work. That's so I think the revolving door, as it were, is actually helpful
so many people
of this market. That may not make the coming litigation any less contentious, but it can help smooth the logistical side of things. In Washington, I'm Kimberly Adams for Marketplace. Marketplace is supported by The Economist, which has been dedicated to providing independent journalism that makes sense of the news shaping the world for over 180 years. More at economist.com or with the Economist app, newsletters, and podcasts. And by Capado, an AI-powered DevOps platform designed for business applications like Salesforce. Capado unifies technical and business users to plan, build, test, release, and operate in sync. Capado, AI-powered, people-focused.
This final note on the way out today, which comes with
one tomato coming up.
This year is going to be $1.9 trillion deficit again, or the annual shortfall between what we take in and what we spend. In all, by 2035,
I'm going to stay with.
That's what we hope from Alexander Hamilton. That's going to be $62 trillion. And that is without, it should be pointed out, the $4 or so trillion that is spending of Trump tax cuts.
One tomato coming up.
General Manager. I'm Connor Rizzo. Have yourself a great
5 times.
We will see you again on Monday, all right? This is APN.
WNYC supported this team and sent to travel, a B Corp offering small group trips guided by local experts. Travelers can see the Tuscan countryside by bike, share tea with a Berber family in Morocco, or cook with locals at a Costa Rican farm stay. Learn more at intrepidtravel.com.
You're listening to WNYC. Coming up in just a moment here at 7 o'clock on 93.9 FM and AM 820, it's All Things Considered. At 8 o'clock, it's On Point. On the show tonight, you can see like every transaction these days is followed by a customer survey. Whose idea was that, and what happens to that information that those surveys collect? We'll hear all about it tonight at 8 o'clock on Point on WNYC. 38 degrees right now in New York City. We'll have lows tonight in the low 30s. For tomorrow here in our area, it's going to be a little bit warmer. Temperatures reaching the mid-40s by the afternoon. It's going to be rainy at some point, probably more so in the afternoon, but we could see some in the morning too. Sunday, less rain, more snow. We'll tell you all about it through the weekend. It's 7 o'clock.
This is WNYC, FM, HD, and AM, New York.
TikTok has become its own economy without it for their businesses. What kind of impact would a potential ban on the app have on their bottom line? I'm Sean Carlson. It's All Things Considered.
Estimated time in traffic, 8 minutes.
Also coming up, the Palisades fire has destroyed much of Will Rogers State Historic Park in Los Angeles. Park officials found only charred remains.
I was taking deep breaths to not have a panic attack, and it's gone. I can't believe it's
Now the hills are black and hiking trails are empty. We'll get an update. Later, the Detroit Lions have never played in a Super Bowl, but if they win Saturday against the Washington Commanders, they'll be one step closer. Long-suffering Lions fans have waited decades for this moment. We're going to talk all about it and much more this hour. News headlines are next.
Live from NPR News in Washington, I'm Jack Spear. Israel's cabinet has approved a ceasefire deal with Hamas and says the agreement will take effect Sunday. NPR's Greg Myrie reports this could bring an end to more than 15 months of fighting in Gaza.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's cabinet met into the early hours of Saturday before finally giving approval to the ceasefire agreement with Hamas. Hamas has already said it supports the deal. It's now set to take effect Sunday when Hamas is expected to release 3 Israeli hostages and Israel plans to free 95 Palestinian prisoners and detainees. The first phase of the agreement is set to last 6 weeks. The two sides will then have to hold additional negotiations to work out the release of the remaining Israeli hostages and to free more Palestinian prisoners. The 15 months of fighting has been the deadliest ever between Israel and Hamas. Greg Myrie, NPR News, Tel Aviv.
The Biden administration says more medications will be targeted for lower prices under Medicare. NPR's Cindy Lupkin reports negotiating drug prices in Medicare is a power that was created by Biden's Inflation Reduction Act.
The federal government and the pharmaceuticals industry are about to go head-to-head once again. In its last full weekday in office, the Biden administration has named the next 15 drugs up for price negotiation in Medicare. Ozempic is on the list. The type 2 diabetes blockbuster drug is joined by its obesity drug cousin, Wegovy, as well as drugs for various cancers, asthma, psoriasis, and bipolar disorder. The government can't pick just any drugs in Medicare. There are certain rules laid out in the Inflation Reduction Act that say which drugs are eligible. The negotiations will take place in the coming months. Cindy Lufkin, NPR News.
Cleanup for the LA wildfires has begun. NPR's Ping Wong reports it starts with trained hazmat crews combing areas for hidden dangers.
In the wildfires, regular household items got burned with intense heat. That can turn things like pesticides and propane tanks into explosions and toxic leaks waiting to happen. So the cleanup starts with hazardous waste removal run by the Environmental Protection Agency. Steve Kalinag is their deputy incident commander for the Southern California wildfires. One of his main concerns is lithium-ion batteries from electric cars.
They can and have catastrophically catch fire days, weeks, months after they've been thermally assaulted.
Hazardous waste crews wear safety equipment, come with air monitors, and they're trained to deal with dangerous materials like asbestos. Given the dangers, Kalinag says residents should not attempt this cleanup themselves. Ping Wong, NPR News.
President-elect Donald Trump will be taking the oath of office inside the Capitol Rotunda Monday, with a wind chill expected to make for severe cold. The incoming administration says it made the decision to move the event indoors. The last time Rotunda was used for inauguration was 1985 for President Ronald Reagan. This is NPR.
And you're listening on WNYC in New York. I'm Sean Carlson. 38 degrees right now at 7:04. Federal prosecutors dropped their bribery case against former New York Lieutenant Governor Brian Benjamin today. WNYC's John Campbell reports.
Benjamin was accused of steering a $50,000 state grant to a nonprofit controlled by a Harlem developer. The developer then donated to Benjamin's political campaigns in what prosecutors called a quid pro quo. But in a court filing, the prosecution says it's no longer confident it can prove its case. That's largely because the developer died in February, and he was their star witness. The move puts an end to nearly 3 years of legal wrangling. Benjamin is a Harlem Democrat. He resigned hours after he was arrested in 2022. That was just 8 months after Governor Kathy Hochul appointed him to his role.
Child care advocates are gearing up for another fight with Mayor Eric Adams over funding for key programs. The mayor's preliminary budget includes about $200 million less than last year's budget for 3K, special education preschool, and daycare vouchers. Councilmember Justin Brannan says he and his colleagues will fight these cutbacks just as they did last year.
The council is concerned that we're going to have deja vu all over again, and early childhood education is once again going to be a big budget battle.
Adams administration officials say these programs were supported by federal stimulus dollars, which have now expired, but they'll be looking for ways to fund these priorities during the budget process, which extends through June. We're going to have have a longer conversation with Councilmember Brannon about the mayor's preliminary budget in about 50 minutes here on All Things Considered, so stay tuned for that conversation. Some LIRR trains are skipping south in Queens overnight for bridge maintenance. Eastbound trains will skip Hollis and Queens Village starting tonight at 10 until 6 tomorrow morning. LIRR rides will be honored on MTA buses for travel from Jamaica to Hollis and Queens Village. 37 degrees right now. It's mostly clear in New York City. We're going to see temperatures tonight settling in the low 30s. For tomorrow, it's going to be warmer. We could see some precipitation, probably rain tomorrow, because we're going to see highs in the mid-40s by the afternoon. Lows around the freezing mark for tomorrow night. Sunday, though, different story. Snow is likely. We could see some pretty significant accumulation as well. We'll give you updates as we learn more. WNYC at 7:06. Support for NPR comes from Corporation for Public Broadcasting, a private corporation funded by the American people.
It's All Things Considered from NPR News. I'm Ari Shapiro in Washington.
And I'm exactly where they were last Tuesday when the Palisades fire began roaring through the mountains here. Like Barbara Tejada, who was speeding down the Pacific Coast Highway.
I threw on the hazard lights and we kind of upset a few people probably that we were driving on the shoulder of the road so that we could get here.
Here, as in the historic ranch home of Will Rogers, the vaudeville performer and radio and movie star. He was known as America's cowboy.
Easy peasy lemon teasy.
And last week, as smoke billowed in the hills just beyond his ranch, park officials like Tejada jumped into action.
We pulled up trucks right here where we're standing on the lawn.
You dashed into the house. What was your first room?
The main living room. We have a lot of Charles Russell bronze sculptures. There were some key things owned by Will, like his boots, his typewriter, and people are packing. We're moving things into trucks.
And you keep spinning around and looking out the window.
And at one point I came out and I literally saw the smoke plume start to churn. And that was the clue. Like, I realized, okay, guys, whatever you have in your hands,
we're running out of time.
We've got to go. Like, this is the last round of things. We've got to go.
They hopped into their trucks, and before they left, Tejada took one last look at the house.
And something told me to take a picture, because this might be the last time we see it. So I did have a photo from the truck.
Oh my God.
The ranch house is right there.
The eyes just lit orange, red, yellow, gray. It looks like a watercolor.
Yeah. If you didn't know how destructive it was, it'd be beautiful.
This ranch house is the centerpiece of the Will Rogers State Historic Park, a vast stretch of natural space in the Santa Monica Mountains. It's a treasure to Angelinos. People get married here. They picnic here, have kids' birthday parties on the great
Easy
lawn.
peasy lemon teasy.
There's a network of trails that snake up into the hills, packed with hikers and bikers. The ranch house itself has survived a near miss with wildfire before, but this time it wasn't so lucky. What went through your mind when you saw what we're staring at now? These charred remains, these lone chimneys sticking up into the sky with nothing around them.
I was taking deep breaths to not have a panic attack. And it's gone. I can't believe it's gone.
This house that has stood here for nearly a century is now a pile of rubble, surrounded by yellow police tape.
Those stone steps, that was the entrance.
Yeah.
So that is right there is, you see the bathtub, that was actually on the second story. There's
bathtub now right behind the fireplace in the main room.
Exactly.
Tejada then leads us across the great lawn, the only thing that's still green around here.
There's little burn marks here and there from embers.
And we go past the destroyed horse stable to meet Richard
Speed
Fink,
camera
who helps
ahead.
manage the state parks in this area.
So if you were to come here on weekend days, you're typically going to see a line of cars eager to get in.
He guides us towards the Inspiration Loop Trail, which was one of the most popular hikes in this park. Now, it's completely empty.
It's very surreal. Probably never see anything like this again, and it's devastating.
Oh, wow, Richard. I've hiked these trails many times, and this is just completely different. It's black. I mean, the only plant life are these bracken.
Catnap.
Jutting out of the
Come to live
ground.
with me. Catnap.
Any skeletal tree trunks. It's kind of spooky.
It's spooky, and if you get up to the top of the Inspiration Loop at Inspiration Point, every hillside that you look at from around the park here looks exactly the same.
And yet, we suddenly notice small traces of what used to be a few singed pieces of paper poking up from the eucalyptus leaves. I just found this page on the ground for Julian's chili.
It was a Will Rogers cookbook. Here's a recipe from the governor of Oklahoma for preamble cake.
Well, I'll give this to you if you're going to...
Catnap. Come to live with me. Catnap.
Thinking when it decided what to save and what to destroy. The ranch house is a majestic oak tree where I meet Armando Quintero, the director of the county.
Armando Marquez da Silva.
And I asked him what these guys have done
Thank
to the
you.
relationship between Angelinos
Armando
and all the
Marquez da
nature
Silva.
that surrounds them.
It's an answer full of emotion. These
Catnap.
up for restoration.
Come to live with
for
me.
us as individuals, for families to gather, for places of
Yeah, one
community.
tomato coming up.
This is literally
It's in the
a
building.
memory for so many.
Fire department.
Thinking about people in Southern California who may not have
Right.
a home with a big yard, who can flock to a big space like this and feel for a moment that they live in a beautiful corner of Los Angeles.
Exactly. This is the home of
This is it.
the home of Californians.
This is
Can
it,
you
Pensit.
even begin to describe the psychic
Yep.
injury that has been inflicted on people who
Yep.
have
Bye,
used
bye, baby.
outdoor space as solace and are now
My baby.
destroy the means of what used to be an incredibly beautiful
My baby.
You can see me.
Shush. Okay, here you go.
Overwhelming grief. And
Okay. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace and love. Peace and love. Thank you, everybody. See you tomorrow. Peace and love.